Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see everybody. Hope you all are doing doing well. Thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to the Stage of Reason, your twice weekly stage where we talk to various individuals about what they believe and why, and examine all manner of topics. From theology and religion, philosophy, science, you name it. So glad you're here. And of course, if you are interested in engaging in any one of the topics you saw on screen, or of course joining me on stage asking questions of a non-believer, then you can use the link that is pinned in the side chat. Be more than happy to have you up on stage and we can have that little chat. But feel free, everybody is welcome. We do like to prioritize believers and people who have not been on stage before, but of course, everybody is welcome. So thank you so much for being here. Let's see who we have in the side chat today before we get started, get into the thick of stuff. I see Turtle Moves is here with some obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Turtle Moves. Allegedly Fred is hanging out. Good to see you, Allegedly Fred, with some interesting thoughts and a lot of stuff I agree with there. So good to see you, Allegedly Fred. And of course, Weirdo Rock Hyrax Evan. Weirdo, good to see you. You were early. Thanks so much for hanging out. Juggernaut Jared Reed is in the house. Good to see you. The Bible was human written. Gods are human constructs. Humans are fallible, so the gods and Bible are both fallible as well. I agree with this. I do. Men did create gods. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Turtle Moves. For God so loved the world that he gave us jail to prove he doesn't exist. You think an omniscient entity wouldn't make it so easy, given that that's the way it created the system. So to be able to reason within the system that it doesn't exist, it seems, counterintuitive, especially if its goal is to have everybody know that it does. Clive Wells is here. Thank you so much for the alternative energy. I appreciate that, Clive, as well as, I think that's it. I think that's all that I see in the side chat so far. So, but I see if you are here, hello, and thank you so much for joining us. Yes, allegedly, Fred, we are responsible for our reactions. Responsible for both. That was a big thing. That's an interesting point that you bring up. Seems almost obvious. That should be something that we learn when we are kids. That we are responsible for not only how we react to things, our actions, and also our inactions. And good to see you, Karis 2030. Thanks so much for being here. And one thing that reminds me is because during my deconversion, when I was deconverting away from, when I was deconstructing and divesting myself of these kinds of irrational notions, one of the things I ran into was, it was kind of an epiphany, is when it hit me, was the awareness of the responsibility, the 100% responsibility for my own life. That all the things in my life I am responsible for the things that I'm involved with, my choices. But it wasn't just my actions, it was my inactions as well. And that hit me like a truck when I realized that all the various platitudes that you learn when you're an adherent of the faith, you find ways to excuse yourself from not taking an active role or not being an active participant in scenarios that you may come across. That there's always a reason to put it off into God's hands. That God's in control. God never gives people more than any more than they can handle. God has a plan. So and so. So many. God works in mysterious ways. To take that one hymn, but there's a number of like excuses one can give. You see them as kind of like, the faith will teach you that it's about humility and not trying to control things that appear to be outside the realm of your control. And you can see how that ties into like Alcoholics Anonymous, like theism based Alcoholics Anonymous programs. But one is responsible for both their actions and their inactions. When they choose not to do something, when they choose not to stand up, when they choose not to intervene, when they choose not to be an active participant in the world around them. And that's what got me. It hit me like a truck, because I was suddenly aware of all the times in the past, or many times in the past, when I had an opportunity to do something, but then was able to use the faith to reason myself out of doing something and lead what some would say is a very safe life. not risking anything, not putting myself forward. And that made me a very inactive member of my community, a very silent member of my community, until I realized that I was wrong. But that notion, that epiphany that I had, the responsibility for my actions and my inactions, the weight of that, because I was so young at the time, the weight of that almost sent me running right back to the church, because it was scary to think that, just to see my life moving forward as having to really invest myself into being aware of all of the of like all my future choices, to have that level of awareness, to recognize that I needed to really commit myself to engaging in these things and to understanding them and to making sure that I have the information I need, the amount of responsibility, the amount of work that entailed, the amount of empathy that entailed, of risk that entailed, like, scared me. And I almost ran back to the church to see if I could alleviate myself of that, because, burying your head in the sand underneath a God concept seemed, at the time, when I was very young, seemed at the time, more it was more attractive than actually, engaging with the world. But I quickly disabused myself of that notion when I recognized that the awareness was empowering. It put me in the driver's seat. That it was basically, it was like being a fresh driver. It's like just getting your license. And the first time you get out, you get in a car and you're driving and you're on the highway. People are driving. You can't control how other people drive, but you can control how you drive, how you respond, how you react, what you do and what you don't do. You have to be aware of what's going on. That very first time you get on the highway, it's a little bit nerve-wracking, but there's a sense of empowerment because you're behind the wheel. And I recognize that that was what I was missing the whole time. And the level of confidence that came with that, and the level of humility that came with that. It was kind of like, ego breaking, or kind of like it, knocked me down a couple of notches, because I knew there were times when I needed to pull back, knew times when I needed to, tilt and, tilt and lean, tilt and withdraw. But yeah, pivotal moment, that awareness of every single one of our actions, of being aware of that, being consciously aware of that. So, good point you brought up there. Let's see. Oat Milk is here. Good to see you, Oat Milk. Thanks so much for being here. What's up? What's up? And I see Reverb is in the house. Good to see you, Reverb. Yeah, when I was 13 to 14, I blamed everyone else for everything. Fortunately, puberty ended and I became human again. Yeah. Yeah. Youth, the follies of youth. So I would not say that religion matches the definition of insanity. I would say religion is wishful thinking, because when you do the same thing over and over again and you don't get the results that you desire, or you don't get the results that you expect, the religion provides reasons to accept why the outcomes are different. Why you're not getting what you expect, or ways to interpret that what you do get is what you really wanted, underneath what you were asking for. And so they have ways built into it to interpret these things in a specific way in order to continue justifying the belief that the religion is true. And so I would say it is the definition of wishful thinking, that whatever it is, or and that could take a number of different forms. The number one way I see it is that it's wishful thinking, in that the existential dread that we naturally fear from being aware of our own mortality, that level of awareness we have, the awareness that we're going to die, that life is finite, that existential dread that comes with that, religion helps to assuage that. And the wishful thinking that the death that we know we're going to experience is not going to be what it appears to be, which is permanent and final. So I would say it's all the wishful thinking that gets you past all the existential dread that comes with just being a person, comes with being human. So, but yeah, not insanity, but definitely wishful thinking is kind of where I would go with that. All right. Clive Wells, religion is a form of control, both over someone's experiences and by a church over people. Agreed. It is. It is authoritarian in its design, is what it is, through controlling one's behaviors, the information one has access to, how one thinks, and how one feels is predominantly where it's at. So it is a form of control, whether that is extreme authoritarian, to like tyrannical control, or it's just subversive psychological controls that kind of like, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I love this hoodie. My wife got me this hoodie. I love it a lot. It's very, very comfy hoodie. But yeah, I would agree with you, Clive. No matter what form it takes, whether it's subtle and I would say surreptitious, or it's completely, like aggressive and violent and totalitarian, or like tyrannical. Either way, it can take any of those forms. Greg Sandwich is here. Good to see you, Greg. Says religion started when some losers that couldn't survive on their own or compete with others invented a reason for why everybody else would have an obligation to look after them and care for their welfare. Possibly, yeah. I think that may play into it. I do not doubt for a second that play, human psychology, that played a major role. Let's see. That I saw something. No, I guess I didn't. I was reading something. Oh, anyway. So, yeah, but welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason. I do have the voice chat set up in the politics Discord. See if we might funnel individuals over here to the live stream. Don't currently have anybody in the back just yet, although we are kicking off. I know that John Cohen is live right now. So I know the bulk of people are over there at his, either waiting to get on his stream or listening to him over there. But maybe, hopefully, we'll get someone in. I started a little bit early today because I want to make sure that my hours stay in order. I'm getting to be an old man, and I need to make sure that I get my sleep, because if my hours get all wonky, then it just messes me up. So here we are. Let's see. I do have some content that we can take a look at, that we can respond to, or I can do a response to, that I've got set up on the desktop, and hopefully. And that's always fun, but hopefully we can get somebody on the stage. I think it would be a lot of fun. Yeah. Sleep. What's that? Agreed. My hours have been totally jacked. My back is screwing me up. This is what's twisted right now. So I've been going to the doctor and just getting some things sorted out. And the number one thing was my back, because I tweaked my back in the gym about almost 2 months ago. And it is taking a long time. I think it's finally starting to get better, where I feel comfortable going back to the gym and working out again. But before then, it was just not great. It was messing me up long enough that it was starting to affect the way I walked, and it was causing sciatica. So, because I could feel it in the sides of my legs, and I was like, I knew I needed to handle something. So I went to the doctor, established my new PCP here in Oklahoma, and I wanted to get my heart checked out. I wanted to get my back checked out, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't like pre-diabetic or anything like that. So I'm not pre-diabetic, but I did have to make some lifestyle changes regarding my intake of energy drinks, and of course my heart health, because I'm getting up there. And so the number one thing was my back. And unfortunately, my insurance company is dragging their feet in approving what needs to be done for my back. And right now, I got the X-ray. I got an X-ray for my back, which showed displacement in my L4 and L5, which showed a disc displacement there of about, I think they said it was like the X-ray revealed like a 2 millimeter displacement between my L4 and my L5. And that when they saw that, they wanted to schedule an MRI to have me go in for imaging and actually get that looked at. So I have to like drive down to Tulsa to get imaged. And they are only partially approving it. So I need to talk to my doctor tomorrow once their office opens and figure out what the heck they want me to do. And so because if it's only partially approved, then I'm on the hook for a fair amount, and MRI imaging is fairly expensive. So that was supposed to take place yesterday. That was my original appointment, but I had to reschedule it for the 6th. So I'm kind of like, ugh. Yeah, so I mean, I have decent insurance. My copays and my deductibles are quite low, but that's if they choose to cover it. If they drag their feet on approvals and like that, it could put me on the hook for a pretty sizable bill. So fortunately, it hasn't been too bad. I will say I know I'm getting old now because because I got some of the medications I've been prescribed for to handle my heart and everything and make sure I'm okay. But hey, we're all getting old. And I got to take care of my heart. Otherwise, I'll boop, before I want to, before I want to kick it. I would like to see like I said, I've said before, I would like to see Halley's Comet a second time. I would. Yeah, but yeah, I'll be 81 when that happens. So what is that? So long. 31 years, 31, 35 years from now. So oh, pardon me. My allergies are still getting me. Inferno, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Oh, all the way from Serbia. Nice. Well, welcome, Inferno. Thanks so much for being here. I feel so lucky living in a country with universal healthcare. I wish I did as well. I wish I did. And Armageddon's Fire, good to see you. Good day, good day. Thank you so much for being here. Skeptic Philosophy is here. It says, what up, peeps? Good to see you, Skeptic. Interesting stream you had earlier today. So I found that an interesting topic. And if anybody hasn't checked out Skeptic Philosophy, feel free. Go ahead and check that out. So he's got a really, really good content over there. Has some good conversations. Very informative. But good to see you, Skeptic. So very much agree. My open heart surgery cost me nothing but time. I wish that were the way. Haven't had to have surgery yet, like nothing extreme and invasive. But that may change if they need to operate on my back. I'm hoping that they can do something non-invasive with my back, and there are things that they can do that can help to alleviate the issue back there. I'm hoping it'll be something that will. I think I need nerve decompression in my back. I think that's the number one thing I need, but they got to do the MRI first. So I've been waiting for the insurance to approve that. So it only cost me a couple $100 instead of a couple thousand. Let's see. Well, a fair amount of people, a decent amount of people in the side or in the stream, but nobody in the back so far. So if anybody's interested, if we do have any believers that are hanging out, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. The link is pinned in the side chat. And after a quick check, we will be more than happy to have that chat. Oh, look who is in the house. Jefferson Spatchcock. Good to see you, sir. Thanks so much for being here. The man, the myth, the legend. Haven't seen you in forever, dude. I heard you've just been busy, busy with life. But good to see you. Thanks so much for popping by. You rock. Oh, there's got to be somebody out there. Can't have a dead stream. Got to bring people up. Otherwise, I'll be stuck just doing review content. It's always kind of a bummer. Oh, thank you, Jared Reed. Supposed to make creation argument about over on Dr. Blitz. Oh yeah, I Dr. Blitz's content. I really enjoyed that as well. Good stuff. Oh, let's see. All right. Hey, Gretchen. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Okay. Well, I do have a video queued up we can take a look at. This particular one is from a sizable channel. Give me 1 second. And I want to get the details on this one. That's true. Allegedly, some of them are insufferable, depending upon who we get up here. We've had a few goofballs. Before we dive into it, I also want to say, I was really, really happy to see that the Broadview Six, that the charges against the Broadview Six were dismissed with prejudice. The prosecutor basically went in and dropped the entire thing against them all, which was really awesome. So, and great thing for Kat and her fellow for Kat Abou-Gazala and her fellow protesters. After the nonsense that went down in Chicago in that district, the fact that the progressive Democrats split the vote to such a degree, and cost her the election is pretty screwed up. But all the charges were dropped against them with prejudice, so they can't be refiled because of extreme DOJ corruption in the I would say misconduct, misconduct on behalf of the DOJ that appalled even the judge. Jefferson says, very busy, but trying to get more live streams done. Attracted some trolls in my last live stream, but it's been fun. Oh, yeah. Always good. Yeah, prosecution got caught being shady. I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised that that Judge Reed didn't just hammer them with sanctions. There's got to be some recourse for that, some judicial recourse for that. There has to be. They cannot just pull crap like that. But anywho, the video that I want to take a look at, is from Alisa Childers, from the channel run by Alisa Childers, and Alisa Childers is, I guess, an apologist of sorts. She's got a 250,000 subscribers, a little over 250,000 subscribers, equipping Christians to identify the core beliefs of historic Christianity, discern its counterfeits, and proclaim the gospel with clarity, kindness, and truth. Intriguing, but she dropped a video. She dropped a vid some time ago where she tried to answer apologetics questions, and these dealt with I think there was a number of things. It was like she cites Daniel Wallace and Gary Habermas. That's hilarious. Gary Habermas, all the classic apologist nonsense. But it was evidence, science, slavery, and extra biblical stuff. So I'm really, really curious about these things. It's caught my attention. And I wanted to give it a look. Let me close that and that. I've got that. There we go. Let's see. Actually, let me clean up my stage a little bit. It's getting a little messy here. There we go. There's room in case we get anybody up here.
1 Peter 3:15 says, in your hearts, honor Christ the Lord as holy, always being prepared to make a defense to anyone who asks you for a reason for the hope that is in you.
That's true. And do it with gentleness,
Yet do it with gentleness and respect.
That's true. And provide a defense for the hope that lives within you. I cite 1 Peter 3:15 all the time. Jerry says, could you tell me your thoughts on the Arkansas religious lawsuit? And if it's about the 10 Commandments, obviously that would be a violation of the First Amendment, and that'll lose in federal court. Arkansas religious lawsuit, 10 Commandments school mandate, the Satanic Temple Baphomet monument. Which one specifically are you talking about? And Geo Sam, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I'm assuming it's the 10 Commandments one. Any state that attempts to erect the 10 Commandments on federal property, on like government property, or basically outside a courthouse or within schools or something of that nature, is going to be a direct violation of the First Amendment. So is the state the state enacting or engaging in behavior that puts one religion ahead of others. So, Yagi Chen, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. The courthouse and Baphomet statue. Okay, yeah. So the Satanic Temple Baphomet Monument. A federal judge ruled in favor of the Satanic Temple and secular plaintiffs addressing a longstanding battle over monuments on the state capitol grounds. They sued after the state accepted a privately donated Ten Commandments monument, but refused to display their Baphomet monument, arguing the government must act neutrally. Agreed. That's a First Amendment. The ruling, Chief U.S. District Judge Christine G. Baker ruled the state could not discriminate against a privately donated Baphomet monument if it chose to host the Ten Commandments. That's right. It's an all or nothing. That's the rule. It's everyone or no one. There's no in between. And so if they host the Ten Commandments, they have to, it wouldn't just be a Baphomet statue. It could be any other religion could show up and do something, whatever. The Muslims could do an Islamic monument. Buddhists could do it. Hindus could do it. Anybody could do it. The Egyptians could do it. People who worship Odin, they could show up and do theirs. A good Norse monument, but they can't just selectively do one. If they do one, they have to accept all others that come along. So they open the door, they have to accept them all. If they deny any one after accepting one, that's a First Amendment violation, and they would have to shut it down. So they either have to allow them to put it up or take down the Ten Commandments one. And we've seen that time and time and time and time again. Over and over and over and over and over again of various state legislators trying to get around the very Christian nationalists or just basically religious ones trying to get around it, basically testing the waters of it to see what will happen. And they can choose to fight that all the way up to the Supreme Court if they choose. But if the First Amendment in the Establishment Clause is pretty clear. There's no real alternative way to, interpret that. All the bullshit you hear from the Trump administration and those like Pete Hegseth and shit like that is complete nonsense, has no legal validity whatsoever. They're just talking. They're basically just talking crap. And because they know that the believers, they know that their followers or their constituency is too ignorant to actually understand what's going on. So, but there's very, very little. I would say I would actually say there's no different way of interpreting the First Amendment in that regard. So. A little more than excuses. Oh, yeah, you definitely, allegedly. Definitely. Because, Professor Plink covered as well. Awesome. I know his will probably be longer than mine. All right. So she kicked this off with 1 Peter 3:15, which I'm well aware of. And, the big issue is that the vast majority of them don't do that. Oh, I do have somebody in the Discord. Cypher. I am good. If I don't know if you're not a believer. Are you a non-believer? Gotcha. So yeah, I'm just doing the live stream. I'm over on YouTube right now. The link for it is in the side chat. As you saw, you saw it. Otherwise, that's why I'm muted in here. This voice channel just kind of funnel people over to the live stream. It's happening on a stage. I have a StreamYard link. Yep. I got it all set up right now because I don't have anybody in the backstage right now. So right now I'm just doing some review content for the audience. And if someone comes in the back, then I'll bring them up on stage. As of right now, just doing a review of a video from Melissa Childers. So yeah, that's pretty much it. A bit extensive. This is a conversation we could have on the stage if you want to join the StreamYard. Just so I'm not talking to. Oh. Okay. Well, at this point, they like the live stream, the audience can't hear you, so I'm just like literally talking to the air. So they wouldn't get half of what you're saying, right? So. Cool. Thanks, Chief. See you. All right, that was a fellow non-believer who saw the ad, just wanted to see what was going on. What was about? Had a question about hard determinism and how I hold on that, and I've got that. That's a longer conversation that I could just have like back and forth between me and the Discord, but definitely a conversation worth having.
Every Christian is called to be prepared to make a defense for what we believe. And the word that's used here, translated into English as defense, is the Greek word apologia. And this is where we get our English word apologetics. Apologetics just means giving a reason for what you believe. And when it comes to the realm of Christian apologetics,
Yeah, the Greek is apologia, and it's in I think what it translates to is speech in defense of, or defense speech is what that is.
this can span a lot of different disciplines like science, logic, philosophy, and history. Christian apologetics basically has two goals. Number one, to provide reasons why Christianity is true, and number two,
it ain't
to communicate those reasons to the world.
Yeah, and as long as the individuals know what questions to ask and know why those questions need to be asked, that's why apologetics fails. So
now, this can seem overwhelming if you've never studied apologetics before. There can be all kinds of different questions people have, skeptical claims brought against Christianity. Today, we're going to talk through 5 basic apologetics questions that I think every Christian should be prepared to answer. Now, this can seem overwhelming when we see the broad spectrum of skeptical claims that's brought against Christianity, or the many questions brought about by honest seekers. So my goal today is certainly not to give an extensive answer to each one of these questions, but maybe to give the start of an answer, maybe show you a couple of ways to think about each of these questions, and then I'm going to give you resources at the end of each question so that you can learn more if it's a question that interests you.
So they're not going to be in depth, which is problematic, but that just means, I mean, we'll see how far I could go, because how far it goes. Because if she sets the table, I'm willing to eat, and I will eat all her lunch. Steve Ellis, I love how all of them pronounce apologia the same way, but go crazy about apologia. Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. Rodent No Less Name, good to see you. So I thought it meant apologizing for such bad arguments, right? Good to see you, Rodent.
So number 1, have the New Testament documents been corrupted? Well, obviously, when the New Testament...
That's a very, very weird question. So, and hey, Steve Ellis, good to see you. Yeah, that's a very, very odd question. Like, so I guess how to put that into words. Like, that's a very, very, okay, you can say, is there deliberate deception woven into the New Testament? And trying to determine what would be deliberately deceptive within them, because corruption would be that it's things that are deliberately false. They've been corrupted because there are things in there that are put in there as though they're true and they're not. So is there deception deliberately woven into the New Testament? The only way to actually determine if there was would be to have access to the authors to determine what the motivations were for putting certain things in. Do I think there is a bias for a bias by the people who basically, by the councils that determine what the canon would be? Do I think there is a bias to to establish a as cohesive a religious narrative as they could, without, by eliminating as many contradictions? That's why we have that would exist in things like the Apocrypha. Sure. I think there is a vested interest in the church establishing and trying to maintain a consistent narrative regarding, Jesus and various other things. But then we look at what Paul did, and there are arguments that Paul's influence did corrupt the idea of Christianity by altering it to meet his own ends, or what he thought was more acceptable. That it was Paul's influence that made it more that made Christianity more palatable to more people, because Christianity as it was prior to Paul was just one of many mystery cults, and an antisocial one at that, and people kind of like were not impressed by it. So Paul's alterations did have a great influence. Did it corrupt it? Maybe, possibly. I think you could describe it that way. Did Paul get it right where the earlier writers did not? That's something that, like, probably religious, apologists probably argue for. But there's no way to determine a truth value on these things, other, because we're talking to like a motivation, or the goals of the writers, which we don't have access to. So this is an odd question to ask. Bent Up, good to see you. Hola. ¿Cómo está?
Testament was being written, we didn't have a printing press, so each manuscript had to be copied by hand. And when the original documents no longer exist, scholars use a science called textual criticism to reconstruct the wording of ancient texts. When they have a lot of manuscripts and early manuscripts, they can do this with a great deal of accuracy. The New Testament documents have more manuscripts and earlier manuscripts to support their accuracy than any work of ancient classical literature. In fact, most scholars agree that the New
That's not true. That's just historically inaccurate. So Bible isn't even that old compared to some other texts. So that's just,
New Testament has been copied with an
Henrim, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
unprecedented high level of accuracy. There's really just a very small percentage of variations between the manuscripts that affect the meaning of the text. And among those, there isn't one that calls into question any cardinal Christian doctrine. If you want to learn more about textual criticism and the transmission of the New Testament documents, I highly recommend a book called Myths and Mistakes in New Testament Textual Criticism by Peter Gurry and Elijah Hickson.
Yeah, so I'm guessing, of course, none of this. The one big thing about this is that this question, I think the number one thing that kind of like that what points out as being a weird question is that it says nothing as to the truth of Christianity. Whether because we're talking about the things written by believers for the edification of other believers and to reinforce the beliefs of other believers. And you can't get the truth of it from that. All you could do is get the truth of that there were people that believed a certain thing in the past and that they tried to convey that information to others. But just because people in the past believed it doesn't mean that it's true. So this isn't even really a good apologetics question, because the whole New Testament could be wrong and a God entity could still exist. Like the whole Bible could be completely screwed up. Like it is totally screwed up. But I mean, the whole thing could be completely wrong in everything that it puts forward, but a God entity could still exist. So this doesn't get to any kind of like defense of why they believe or the justification that they have, because it doesn't address the existence of the God itself. And if the God doesn't exist, then the shit about the resurrection, none of that that's all just religious narrative building, religious mythology. So this is a weird apologetics question. I don't know why a non-believer would ask this. This would be something that would come from I think this is a question that would come from a fellow believer that was probably struggling with their understanding of how their denomination is interpreting the text when they're coming away with a different one. But that's a problem of hermeneutics, which just goes to, I think is evidence that these things are man-made, because it's exactly what we would expect if they were man-made. Cindy Sue, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Hello.
You can also take an online course on textual criticism by one of the top textual critics in the world, Dr. Daniel Wallace, who's professor of New Testament studies at DTS. I'll link to that below.
He's trash as well. Wallace is just garbage. I Killed Earls here. Good to see you. This is JL. I'm going to give you an updated version of the intro with the music. The one you have always seems to start out really rough, and I'm not sure why. I just need to check it. No problem. Cool. Sounds good, Earl.
Question number 2. Is there any evidence that the resurrection of Jesus actually happened?
The answer is no. As far as evidence goes, no. The account for the resurrection is only contained within the Bible. Extra biblical sources like Tacitus and other individuals talk about the execution. They talk about the execution or the crucifixion, but they do not mention that. And they don't. So no, the only claim, the story itself is contained within the Bible. Nowhere else does anyone else claim that Jesus was resurrected, and there is no evidence that such a supernatural event took place. So.
So, esteemed historian and New Testament scholar Gary Habermas collected over
which is fucking Habermas.
1,400 of the most critical scholarly works written between 1975 and 2003 about the resurrection of Jesus. These works ranged from the Old
And here we're going to get into a thing. Allegedly, Fred, the claim itself might be considered evidence, but such poor evidence has to be easily discounted. I am not in the camp of individuals that think that claims in and of themselves are evidence of an event. What they are evidence of is that someone believes such an event took place. So I think that they're evidence of belief, but not evidence of the event. So I think that was an important thing, an important distinction, that claims are not evidence for the truth of what is being claimed. They're evidence for the truth of someone believing the claim or believing what they are claiming. I think was a major distinction. And I think that Alex O'Connor, the whole kind of beef between Alex and Matt Dillahunty over claims are not evidence, I think that was a very important distinction that kind of got glossed over a little bit. That because that never got espoused. Like if it did, I completely missed it. I listened to Alex's statement. I listened to Matt's. I listened to the whole exchange, and no one ever flat out said that a claim is not evidence for the thing that's being claimed. It's evidence for the belief, evidence that there was an individual who believed what they were claiming. And I think that's what's important, because if they didn't believe it, then they wouldn't claim it. The claim exists. Therefore, why are they claiming it? Because they believed it. Doesn't mean that it did happen, just that they believed that it did. And so, but it's definitely not evidence for the event in and of itself.
Liberal to the far-right conservative, and he discovered that virtually every scholar agreed on several points surrounding the resurrection of Jesus. Here are 4 of them. Number 1, that Jesus died by Roman crucifixion.
No one has, people who are not mythicists pretty much agree with that there was, that the Jesus character was executed for being a troublemaker. The Romans pretty much did that to everybody in order to try and keep the peace and to send a clear message to anybody who wanted to cause trouble. So I have no problem with that claim either. I would consider that to be historical in nature, not theological.
Number 2, that Jesus' disciples believed he rose from the dead and appeared to them and were willing to suffer and die for these beliefs.
So that's okay. So I would agree with that to an extent. I think that there's like some parts of those that they believed he resurrected. Sure. That they believed he appeared before them. That's anecdotal from someone else, because we have no firsthand accounts of someone saying that they knew that it was Jesus that they were talking to. All of the accounts, the accounts in the Bible, are that nobody recognized him, which is really, really weird. And then even Paul didn't know. And so, given the order, given that the letters to the Corinthians predate the Gospels themselves, I think that this is kind of evidence in that this was religious narrative building. This was narrative building based upon what Paul was talking about. And so I think it lends itself to that possibility. And so some parts of those are theological, some parts of those are may have been historical, but they're not evidence for it actually happening. They're just evidence for people believing that it happened. So even this point what Habermas was trying to do was conflate that if enough people believed it to a certain degree and they were willing to suffer and die for it, then obviously it increases the likelihood that it's true. It's like, no, it just increases the likelihood that they were fanatical believers is all it was. And by the way, there's only a record of I think 2 people who believed in him being persecuted, being killed, being executed for their behavior, not because they believed. That was an important distinction, that they say that a lot of apologists will bring up the individual, like the martyrs, and the apologists will bring up that, well, they knew it was a lie. Why would they die for it? It was like, no, they didn't. They believed it was true, and they were willing to go to their deaths for it because Christianity is a fucking death cult. That's what it comes down to. Is like dying for what they believe is one of the I guess you could say is like the highest, one of the highest honors is willing to go to your death without betraying your beliefs. And That's one thing that they respect. It's one thing that they see that as an amazing thing. And so, and yes, I am a Paul Gia fan. And so that's kind of where I see that, but it's not evidence that the resurrection took place because Habermas is being intellectually dishonest with his presentation here. That's been pointed out a number of times before as well.
Number 3, that the church persecutor Paul suddenly became a Christian after having an experience that he believed was the risen Jesus.
That's the story. True. And hey, Andrew, good to see you. That is the story regarding Paul on the road to Damascus experience that was written in Acts. That one person, was converted and believed is not evidence that because there's no way to corroborate that story. That's one person speaking from the firsthand experience. Hell, I had a friend back in my youth, back in my misspent youth, who did a ton of acid one day and did a bunch of LSD and came out of the experience believing a God existed and being a Christian, giving up drugs entirely. And just became like a straight edge Christian after his LSD experience. Doesn't mean that God exists, just means that his experience messed him up. And there is some argumentation there that it was that Paul may have been having a fever dream or may have been high when he experienced that. So.
Number 4, the brother of Jesus and famously skeptical James was suddenly converted after he believed he had seen the risen Jesus.
There's no corroboration for that as well. And if I remember correctly, and Andrew, you may correct me on this if I'm wrong, that story of James's conversion, that comes from Eusebius, doesn't it?
Not my strongest suit.
Okay.
Not certain as to where that occurs.
Because I know that that Josephus, in the Testimonium Flavianum, in the Testimonium, there were things that were confirmed as written by Josephus, and then there were things in there that were added to that. There was Christian interpolation that was done by Eusebius, who had added to and probably took out, edited. Basically, Eusebius came back and edited the Testimonium to give a more credibility to what Josephus was saying. And so, but we know that from stylometric analysis from Eusebius's other works and the works that appear in the Testimonium, that it was likely Eusebius that added that stuff to it. And so I think that the notion of James converting after the fact was a result. I think that was created by, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I could be wrong because a theology is such a pain in the ass, but I believe that was Eusebius's writing. That Eusebius, and it's possible that he just kind of like added that shit to give it more veracity, because Josephus did talk about James, and we confirmed that the stuff about James, that him acknowledging his existence, was written by Josephus, whereas the stuff about Christ was predominantly written by Eusebius, but accredited to Josephus at the time.
Yeah, I'm not sure about where because I'm doing a little look up on it now. So Eusebius did make some commentary on this. So it's not like it occurred in what's considered scripture itself. This is more like internal church doctrine writings.
Okay.
They would be claiming this. So it's not actually in like one of the text of the books that they accept. This is just like sideline commentary functionally. And of course, at this point, it's also not witness testimony because it's only somebody else saying something about someone else. So it's not like the witness of why they.
Allegedly, Fred brings this up. There's the possibility that I may be conflating two things here. I'm willing to admit that. The conversion, he says, the conversion of James, the brother of Jesus, first appears in the New Testament, 1 Corinthians 15:7, which would be Paul's writings to the Corinthians. So if Paul came up with it, then we have a claim about James being made by Paul. So that's technically, there's no way to corroborate that. Just like Paul claiming that there were 500 people that saw Jesus, that's not a claim. That's not 500 claims about seeing one person. That's one dude's claim about 500 people.
So a little worse.
Paul made a bunch of claims. So
yeah, a little worse on that particular one. That's not Paul making that singular claim. That's saying that he heard from someone.
He heard from someone else that James converted?
No, about the 500 people.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not that basically Paul was, of course, never present for anything of Jesus. So basically Paul only heard from someone else, that supposedly. So this is like 15th hand information at this point. or at least third, perhaps fourth.
Okay, so that was so Paul went to Jerusalem to visit Peter and stayed with him for a couple of weeks. During this 2-week visit, Paul specifically notes that he saw no other apostles except James, and that was in Galatians, and then Book of Acts comments detailing that upon returning to Jerusalem, it was Barnabas who officially introduced Paul to the apostles, validating his dramatic conversion on the road to Damascus and allowing him to join the fellowship in Jerusalem. But apparently he did meet James face to face in Jerusalem roughly 3 years after his own conversion. So that is Paul claiming directly about James, because he met James, and then James told him that that's when he got the information, and he recorded it in the letters in First Corinthians. So apparently that's directly from the New Testament. So I may have been conflating. I was conflating something on there. So yeah, but still a claim. So was it true? Don't know. Possibly, but even James converting does not confirm that the resurrection actually happened.
Habermas also noted that somewhere around 75% of scholars also agree that Jesus' tomb was found empty. The best explanation.
This is also really weird. Yeah, it's fucking
wow.
Habermas. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, as has been pointed out in the past, the tomb claim appears nowhere but the Bible. And there's no extra biblical accounts of it. No one talks about it. No one mentions it. You think that they would be important. As a matter of fact, I don't think even Paul mentions it. But it's contained within the Gospels, which came after Paul. So, if it was that important, why didn't Paul mention it? You think that would have been important, but he doesn't. And so... But the tomb claim and the kicker is, even if you went to Jerusalem, there is a place that is traditionally celebrated as being the tomb that Jesus was in, but it is not historically confirmed that is actually the tomb that he was at, that he was apparently in. So there's no confirmation there. There's a tradition that they celebrate that. Same with like where the crucifixion purportedly took place, but none of it can be confirmed. Historically speaking. So. This made, in my eyes, this is just more religious, narrative building. Even if there was a tomb, it's more likely that his followers absconded with his body to prevent it from being looted.
Yeah, even worse here. Alyssa's just made a reference to Habermas because basically she's falling on to one of his claims, which is his minimal proof thesis.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the number that she just cited, Habermas basically cherry-picked who got included in that statistic. 75% of scholars. Oh, which ones were in the pool? So suffice it to say that was the most gerrymandered thing, since pick your favorite primary. Okay. We're talking horror story screw up. It is blatant misrepresentation. This is the sort of thing that gets papers thrown out by reputable publishers.
Allegedly, Fred says, I have long since lost any respect I ever had for Habermas as a scholar. His bias reduces his work to rubbish. Agreed. Hence why I laughed when she brought him up. That and Wallace as well. So
of these minimal facts is that Jesus was, in fact, resurrected from the dead.
No, it's not. Because remember, she jumped to the resurrection. So did Habermas. Even if there was an empty tomb, even if he was crucified executed by the Romans, even if people claim that they saw someone claim that they saw him, even though there's no report that anybody recognized him, even if there was an empty tomb, none of this confirms a resurrection. That is a completely separate claim. That's saying that there are things around it that would give the appearance, and so therefore there's enough people talking about the things that give it an appearance. Therefore, we're justified in claiming that the actual supernatural event took place. And no, that's not how that works. So, because you can literally explain it. Yes, he was crucified for being a troublemaker, as the Romans were wont to do. Yes, he was stuck in a tomb. And yes, his followers absconded with his body to make sure that to keep it from being looted, or to give the impression to the Pharisees or any non-believers that he had disappeared and had resurrected, so they could keep the narrative going. And did some of them lie, and some not? Was his body just straight up stolen and his followers mistook it? It's like, oh no, maybe the Pharisees stole his body and they buried it. They set up the lie They paid the soldiers to lie and say, to lie to cover up their crime of stealing the body and absconding with it and, dumping it in the desert somewhere. And the followers were like, oh, he did resurrect. Oh, yeah, like this body because his body is gone. Yada, yada, yada. It's like, I like this theology. It's all vibe scholarship is what it is. Yeah. Always important to involve percentages only from people who have not made a statement of faith with their institutions. So there's way too many ways to get around this, but nonetheless, the evidence presented or the claims presented, the story presented is not sufficient enough to warrant belief that the supernatural event took place.
If you want to learn more about the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus,
don't read any of the, well, you could read these books just to get their perspectives, but to find out, see how wrong they are.
I recommend a book called The Case for the Resurrection of Jesus by Michael Licona and Gary Habermas.
Fucking Licona. I haven't heard his name in a minute. Cindy Johnson, good to see you. Good evening, good evening. Fucking Mike Licona.
If you want to go a little deeper, you can pick up N.T. Wright's The Resurrection of the Son of God. This brings us to question number 3. Has science disproved God?
Depends upon the God. So, I mean, I would say it would depend upon the God and the claims being made about it. More often it's like it's philosophy that debunks the God. If it's unfalsifiable, then science doesn't handle that. If there's certain claims made about it in relation to other things, then yeah, it could. I think that science has more than disproven a number of gods in the past. When it comes to the Christian God, because of the claims made, I would say it's philosophy that does that. You can debunk some claims of God's actions through science, where it's easily explained in a naturalistic perspective. But it's still, even then, it would just relegate the God to being unfalsifiable. That it operates within. Here's the kicker: if somebody claims that the God exists and the God performed a miracle, and then the miracle is 100% debunked naturalistically, like completely debunked naturalistically, then that doesn't technically disprove the God or a God per se. It just means that the God didn't do that thing. But if that's the way all miracles turn out, which all the ones that have been investigated have turned out to be naturalistic in nature, then that would say that the version of a God that intercedes in reality in a supernatural manner, that God likely doesn't exist. And if a God were to exist, then the way it intercedes is always completely naturalistic in nature, which would relegate it to unfalsifiable. And if the only God that can exist is an unfalsifiable one that is logically consistent, then the logically inconsistent magic God, Sky Daddy, Sky Wizard, that one has technically been debunked. So it depends upon the claims being made and the God being asserted.
Scientists study the material world, and by definition, God is not material. In fact, the statement, God does not exist, is not actually a statement of science. It's a philosophical statement. It can't be.
See, bring up the points I made here. Cool, CT. I use CT. And Jord said, and the Jord said is here. Good to see you, Jord. And God equals the square root of -1. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Has science disproved Thor? I would say, given the small amount of claims that are made about Thor, I would say that science has shown that at minimum Thor works in naturalistic ways. That I think that you could say that science hasn't eliminated Thor because Thor it's logically possible that Thor could exist, given that the nature of that entity is not logically contradictory. So it's logically possible, but all the ways that it interacts, the lightning and the thunder that it creates, are completely naturalistic, which would relegate Thor to being unfalsifiable.
Be proven in a lab. So in order for scientists to assert that God does not exist, they have to filter their evidence through the philosophical lens of materialism, which excludes the possibility of anything outside the material realm.
Not in the most absolute sense, depending upon where your starting point is. So this is what's problematic about this. And I don't like the way she's framing this. because it's intellectually dishonest. Good to see you, Felix. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. And sorry to hear that, Jordan. Hope things are getting better for you. Nobody on fires in the house. Christian speaking on the technicalities of using the existential quantifier as gold. It always is. So I don't like the way that she's framing this because it's intellectually dishonest. Someone who starts from a metaphysical position as an absolute or like an axiom and then tries to fit everything within that, working from a top-down perspective, is going to be problematic. But someone working from the bottom up, you have to ask, what justification do we have to step outside what we have evidence for, is the key. Because if you have evidence that can confirm something is true about external reality, that's one thing. But if you have evidence and that evidence only confirms things like that you feel or you want to be true, but you can't demonstrate to others and therefore can't confirm externally of your just subjective experience, that's problematic. Okay, so it's not an assumption of materialism. It's one working their way up to a naturalistic perspective and then asking, where's the justification to step outside of that if I don't have any evidence to tell me any of this is true about external reality? If it only speaks to things like internal of myself, like things that like emotions and shit like that, that's where the divergence is, which is why she framed this as non-believers working as a materialist, working from a top-down perspective. I'm a naturalist and materialist. That's what it is true. And I formulate and I evaluate everything that I encounter within that framework as though it's possible as though it's impossible for materialism to be the case. That would be intellectually dishonest. I will change my metaphysical positions should evidence be presented that would warrant me changing it. That's the most flexible way one can operate philosophically, is go from the bottom up. So this is I don't like this intellectual dishonesty in the way she's framing it, because it gives more credibility to idealists and individuals who kind of like go beyond that realm, but never puts their justification on the chopping block because it is saying that their justification still needs to be on the chopping block, but it's so egregious for these people to work top down, and it makes them so like close-minded or heart-hardened against a certain ideology that look how egregious they are, while ignoring that we're still not meeting our burden of proof, is what's problematic about that. So this is kind of like a nice sleight of hand that apologists typically pull off.
Well, there's two pieces to this, actually. Is that at the same time, she's also taking into account in her statement only those who are claiming a hard position, as opposed to non-believer but agnostic. So this is only the ones who say it doesn't exist. Now, the funny thing is that technically, I don't know anybody who would say directly in that sense, unless they're making a hard metaphysical commitment,
right,
that God doesn't exist. One could say, the God you described doesn't exist if you say that it did X, and X clearly did not happen. Then the thing that you say did that can't be the thing.
Right.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's not the way you say it is. It didn't do the things you said it did. Could it still be there? Then we're just, we're gapsing our way down to unfalsifiability.
Right. That's why I don't dig the way they often frame this stuff. Because framing is what's so important here. And it almost kind of looks like it almost kind of comes off almost like a tu quoque, like an unspoken tu quoque, because they're kind of like saying they're guilty of the same thing that we're guilty of. And so if we point out to them, well, you're guilty of the same thing because you operate this way, but that's not always the case. So it's very, very slimy in the way that apologists typically tend to present this stuff. And, it's one of the things that is so off-putting about it. And I don't like that. I mean, obviously, I'm going to say this kind of in Alyssa's defense, is that she is repeating shit that others have done before her, and that she likely does not realize why it's bad and why it's intellectually dishonest, because she's just regurgitating prior shit without having really thought about it. So, and Cindy Johnson, yes, did have a good week. And I do hope hopefully I'll get into the doctor and have my back finally MRI'd when the insurance company finally approves, like does a total approval, because right now they've only partially approved it. how do you partially approve an MRI? I have no idea, but we're dealing with that. But hopefully soon I can start getting my back fixed. Colin Johnson, good to see you. Fairies create potholes. Prove me wrong. It would be difficult. Let me see. Oh, a Christian main argument. Because, yes, sir, Jared Reed, that is a primary argument.
Yeah. Now, I also wouldn't be as charitable with Alyssa as you've just extended at this point, given the fact that I've seen her name around for a while. She is kind of nearly OG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's been around. I know that name's been around a long time.
She's got a 250,000 subscribers, so.
Sorry?
She's got a 250,000 subscribers.
Oh, well, I'm not sure about the count, but so much as I've seen her in that there's a general apologetic space, like the easy soft apologists.
Mm-hmm.
She's been around a while. So
okay.
I'd say that all these things have been addressed. This is talking to the flock. This is not
definitely. Yeah. This is not meant. This is her responding to questions. The first question that she brought up was not even a question that non-believers would ask, because it doesn't go to the existence of the God. So that went to that. So, but this video is definitely not intended for non-believers to have non-believers critique it.
Yep.
Frank Turek offers this.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
I know. Boy, you couldn't ask for better next two words out of someone's mouth.
Wow. Habermas, Wallace, Lacona, Turek. What the shit?
Can you hear that sound? It's the epistemological bar. It's hitting warp speed on its way down.
Illustration in his book, Stealing from God. Quote, to say that a scientist can disprove the existence of God is like saying a mechanic can disprove the existence of Henry Ford. It doesn't follow. If you want to learn more about this.
Like I explained earlier, it depends upon the claims being made. The claims about the God and the claims about the God's actions. Because you can use science to reduce the probability of a God existing, or to show that that the claim that's being made about the nature of a purported God action is not true. And so, for example, the way science would work is it would work in probabilities of what is most likely to be true. And if someone takes a set of miracles, a set of phenomena, and says these are miracles, and then we go and we investigate every single one of them, and every single one of them returns a completely naturalistic explanation, what this confirms is that the claim about the nature of these things is wrong. Okay, that they are not supernatural in nature; they're completely naturalistic. Does that eliminate the God? No, but it does eliminate the idea that the God is acting in a supernatural way. If the God is acting in a completely naturalistic way, then that eliminates that reduces the probability that there is a God doing supernatural things, intercessory supernatural things in reality. If it's all relegated to naturalistic ways of interacting, which are that just reduces the God to unfalsifiability, saying that the God operated in an unfalsifiable way. If that's all the ways the God ever acts, and never acts like miraculously in the way that we can test it and confirm it, then science can reduce the probability that it's a supernatural thing, or a thing acting supernaturally, which would reduce the probability that it's the specific God that she's talking about. So science can reduce that probability to a point where it would be completely irrational to believe that this thing exists. That is, there's like no evidence to warrant belief in it. And it would shift it from her version of a God to something like classical deism or like naturalistic theism in that respect. So, which are both logically possible. So science would work towards improving the understanding, like establishing what is most likely the case per methodology and logic. And so you could technically eliminate the justification to believe that it does exist. And I think for Christians that would be pretty hardcore. So
I got a bet for you just before we roll tape.
Huh.
Okay. So we just finished hearing her talk about Lacona and Habermas, making a book reference. How much you want to bet she's about to plug one of Turek's books you want to bet that she's on the publication Pimping Hour?
It might be. I mean, if she does, it would be. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Let's see how long it takes.
Yes, Elfin, you are correct on those. And of course, Cullen says, didn't Lacona lose his job for saying that the Jerusalem zombie apocalypse might not have been an actual thing that happened? Maybe. I didn't hear about that, but I could see why some people might get angry about him saying that.
Yeah, he did.
This may have been an event that didn't take place. I still need to write that movie, Romans versus Zombies. It was going to be in the vein of like Dead Snow, where the zombie apocalypse takes place, but it's after the crucifixion, and then all the zombies attack, and it was going to be like a horror comedy. And I wanted this moment where a bunch of people are huddled up in hiding, and like they like run in, and like Thomas is there, and Thomas is like, "What's going on? What's going on?" It's like the dead have risen, the dead are rising, they're coming to kill us. Like that, and Thomas is like, "Oh, I don't believe that. I have to see it for myself." Opens the door, raw, and they grab him, and they eat him.
Yeah, script suggestion.
Because he was doubting.
Yeah, script suggestion given that Romans versus Zombies. Remember, because none of them got reported, either every Roman encounter has to include their death, or it's actually the zombies hiding from the Romans and sneaking around them, like kids breaking out of their, second story window.
I was going to write it. I had it outlined in the script because I did an outline for it, but I haven't actually written it yet. I was going to do an outline that explained how it did turn into a massive conspiracy by the Senate. The Senate, after hearing about what happened in the local area, and then the Romans and then the Roman centurions were able to put it down and stop it. But in order to but then the Senate engaged in a massive cover up to try and shut it down. So there was going to be this massive cover up that has lasted thousands of years into the future, and then there was going to be like a cliffhanger ending where a zombie that had been contained was still alive. And so, the Vatican had like one of the zombies from back then that wasn't put down, like chained up or sealed up in the Vatican. Where they keep all their secret files and shit in the Vatican vault. And so they like one of the things they have hidden down there is a zombie from the original Rising. And so they're biding their time to unleash it upon the populace again. So it was going to be it was going to be a horror comedy, and I got the ideas like, well, what happened if it did happen? How would Romans fare against it? And I got the idea after Pride and Prejudice and Zombies came out. I was like, well, Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, that's interesting. What about Romans and zombies? What if the dead actually did rise? There were zombies everywhere. What would the Romans do? And then the devastation would lay down, and then the Senate came in, and the Roman Empire was like, they did a whole huge cover up to try and shut it all down. So
I can picture a bishop basically taking over a role from Independence Day going, zombies that don't exist. That's not entirely true.
That's
not entirely accurate.
Entirely accurate.
Steal away.
Yeah, George says it's going to be it's giving Cowboys and Aliens vibes in the best way. Oh yeah, it was going to be a horror comedy. Good moments. I was going to try and make it, try to reflect the history to some degree, like the languages that are spoken. It could just be all in English. We could do it that way, or do it, however. But it would be a lot of fun to see Roman soldiers in combat against the undead. So I think it would be entertaining to watch and have little moments that are posted. Like the idea of doubting Thomas, doubting that the dead have arisen and needing to see it for himself and then getting devoured by the zombies would be hilarious to me.
Question. I recommend a book called Has Science Buried God by John Lennox. You can also check out
Book plug, called it.
It's just a cornucopia of like the worst shit.
reasons.org and discovery.org. Question number 4. Does the Bible condone slavery?
Yes. 100% yes. The answer is yes.
When Americans hear the word slave, we think of the abuse and forced labor of African Americans in the antebellum South. But when we look to the Old Testament system that God instituted,
we see the abuse and mistreatment of those of slaves who were Gentiles and were not Jews. Jews who were treated more fairly or treated more respectably, but still provided a loophole. But still, there was a loophole for their masters to basically keep them in servitude for the rest of their lives by giving them a wife and a child, by giving them a wife with which they can have children and stuff like that. So otherwise, the children and the wife remain the property of the owner and the property of the master, and then the slave can go free. But if he wants to stay with his family, he is then indentured for, or he then becomes a slave for life, and his property to pass down to his children. So yes, it is condoned, and I think the idea that the abuses that took place in the antebellum South and the fact that the South's slavery laws were taken directly from the Bible, and saying that in the Bible, it talks about, like, if you beat them within an inch of their lives, but they don't die after 3 days, then you haven't done anything wrong. That can take a lot of forms, whether it's psychological abuse, sexual abuse, or just straight up physical abuse. There's a lot to be desired. And so if you beat them and they don't die within 3 days, you're good to go. Well, you'd be surprised what you can survive. So you'd be surprised what you can
the
live
Hebrew
through.
word ebed, which is often translated as slave in English, did not carry the same negative connotation it does in our modern context. So in ancient
Okay, neither did what. Okay, so it wasn't like the slavery laws of the South dictated that it wasn't that the slavery laws themselves dictated the atrocities be committed against slaves. It was that there was no law against doing atrocities to them. There were rules for having them, for like how you could attain them, and how there were rules for that. Okay, but the fact that there was no law against mistreatment of slaves, basically, people took advantage of that and they abused their slaves. The same could be said for back then as well, especially those who were Gentile slaves and who were not Jewish.
Israel, this type of servanthood was a system in which a destitute person could voluntarily work to pay off a debt.
That's some of them. Okay, that's some slaves, and typically those were Jews who had incurred a great amount of debt that they couldn't overcome, and so they basically went into indentured servitude to pay off their debt through their labor. That was some cases, but not all cases, which is why you can buy your slaves from the heathens around you. Okay, the Gentile slaves that you bought at market, because slaves were seen as property, the property of one person exchanging hands to another person, and that slave could still be passed down as property to your children as inheritance. So this woman is literally advocating for it. Slavery was not as bad just because it was indentured. You think indentured servants could not be treated just as poorly? Come on.
Although it wasn't a perfect system, they were given food and shelter, legal rights, and protection from physical mistreatment.
No, they were not. Beat within an inch of their lives and not dying after 3 days is not a protection. Okay, it's a protection against being outright murdered, sure, being outright killed. But even then, to think that every single slave master out there that accidentally killed one of their slaves, mistreated them to the point that they died, that they couldn't just pass that off. Give me a break, dude. Come on.
To be fair to her, she is still referring to the Hebrew ones. The Hebrew.
That's true. The Jewish slaves, right?
Yeah,
they had different protections than Gentile slaves.
But that's what she's trying to pretend this is all regarding. That's the dishonest.
Oh yeah. So she's just going to ignore.
She's telling half the story. Yeah, kinda, not so terrible, but only half the story.
Leviticus 25:44. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids, men and women, boys and girls. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents. Buy some of the temporary residents. When you're not paying them to come and work for you. That doesn't cover indentured servitude. Indentured servitude is I have a debt and I basically conscript myself to your service to pay down my debt or pay off my debt through my labor. Okay, that's indentured servitude. All right, buying some of your temporary residents living amongst you, that's you're buying them from somebody else. Somebody else has them and you can buy them in exchange. That's the exchange of goods and services. So these people are considered property. There is no differentiation here. She is only telling half the story, focusing on the Jewish aspect, stuff like, that leads to like the 7 years, the 7-year Jubilee and shit like that, and ignoring all the slaves that were not Jews from the region.
After 7 years, they were released from their debt and servitude and given a generous gift of flocks and wine and grain.
Not always, no, because that was not legally mandated. And Andrew, $100 she doesn't mention the all through the ear loophole. They give them a wife, give them a family loophole.
Good odds she won't.
In some cases, the Israelites kept servants from surrounding nations as a result of war, but
they're still slaves just because you got them, just because you captured them as prisoners of war, and then you kept them as slaves. That's no different.
Were commanded to treat them humanely, and those servants were also.
Nope.
Nope.
No, it's like, no, they aren't treated the same. Period. They're explicitly not treated the same. That is blatant BS.
Phantom says, what if you buy your slave from the heathens around you, but the slave you're buying was an Israelite captured in a war? So that would still, okay, so if they were there, that wouldn't matter because it depends upon if they were a Jew, there were different rules for Hebrew slaves, for slaves who were Hebrew, and rules for slaves who were Gentile. Okay, Jews and Gentiles. Jewish slaves were handled differently, and there were different rules for them because they were of the people, as opposed to Gentile slaves who were outside of that. And so different rules applied. It was still slavery, and in some cases it was indentured servitude, but it was, I mean, those rules, I mean, that was the separation there. If you were a Jewish slave, you had better odds of having a more, I would say, I wouldn't even call it a positive experience, but it wouldn't be as bad as Gentile slaves. So, Gentile slaves who didn't enjoy a Jubilee year, who were considered the property of that individual, and that individual could do whatever they want with them. It doesn't talk about, it talks about the physical abuse, just like beating them. Like you couldn't just like straight up beat them to death or like execute them. Because that was, the job of the state, but it says nothing about sexual abuses or psychological abuses, which they heaped upon them time and time again. So,
also protected from mistreatment under biblical law. In fact, human trafficking.
Yeah, that depends highly on your like your definition of what their definition of what mistreatment was, like what they considered mistreatment. Like beating them to death and like on the spot, I just beat you to death, that was considered mistreatment. Beating them over time and them never dying from it was not considered mistreatment because they're your property.
Trafficking was punishable by death in the Old Testament. Now, the type of slavery that was sanctioned by the Roman Empire in the New Testament context was a bit different than the type of system God instituted for Israel in the Old Testament. But it's interesting to note that
not really. No, it was still a marketplace. They were still considered property that could be bought and sold. So
nowhere in the New Testament is this type of slavery condoned.
Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, many times slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones. I could name we could probably just find a list of the shit, but it is still condoned in the New Testament, and Jesus never spoke once against it.
In fact, anywhere from 85 to 90% of the Roman population were slaves, and encouraging slaves to rebel against their masters would have meant execution or branding.
Yeah, that's why there were like servile wars. I think 3 of them. There were like 3 servile wars. Remember Spartacus? 3rd servile war, because the slaves, like rose up against their Roman masters. So why do you think? And of course, then there was the way, I mean, there were multiple wars across the board, even the Roman Jewish wars. So,
Instead, the Apostle Paul taught that slaves were on equal terms with free people in the eyes of God and encouraged change beginning in hearts. This radically
To treat them better, not eliminate slavery. Okay? He was about reforms in how slaves were treated, not in an abolishment of slavery. Paul was not an abolitionist at all by any stretch of the imagination.
countercultural teaching began to play out in history and would eventually inspire people like John Wesley and William Wilberforce to oppose modern slavery and support abolition. If you want to take a deeper look at the more problematic Bible passages regarding
Book plug.
Yeah.
slavery, I recommend Paul Copan's book, Is God a Moral Monster?
And the answer is yes.
I'm also going to link to a lecture from Dr. Peter Williams entitled, Does the Bible Support Slavery?
The answer is yes.
This brings us to question number 5. Is there any evidence outside the Bible that Jesus actually existed?
Evidence, that's difficult. There are people out there, extra biblical sources that talk about the character, but the problem is that none of those sources actually had eyewitness accounts. They didn't meet the individual. A lot of them were reporting what other people believed. And so there were stories that made it out there, like, the individual being celebrated as the king of the Jews, the king of the Jews was executed. There are reports that this individual, like extra biblical reports that some individual existed, which is predominantly why I'm not a mythicist, is that there were reports that there was this guy that it was causing enough trouble to gain people's attention and to get the attention of the Romans. So because he pissed off the Pharisees so much. Tales like that would spread via word of mouth. And so I say it's reasonable to conclude that there was an itinerant rabbi, a megalomaniacal narcissist who basically started a little cult of this offshoot Second Temple Judaism bullshit in that time in Palestine, and pissed off the local authorities and wound up getting executed for his troubles. There's nothing like supernatural about that. I think it's completely, it was the time of mystery cults. They were all over the place. He just happened to be one of them, and he pissed off the Jewish authorities at the time. So he was just basically the Iron Age. He was the Iron Age Palestinian version of David Koresh, is all he was. That's kind of my conclusion.
So this claim tends to make the rounds on social media from time to time, but the answer is really quite simple. There are 10 non-Christian sources that mention Jesus as an actual person within 150 years of his life. He's mentioned by Josephus,
who never met him and was reporting what others believed, and the stuff about Jesus being the king of the Jews and all the theological shit that was added by Eusebius. So
Tacitus, Pliny the Younger.
Pliny the Younger did mention it and did mention it in his letters to Trajan about the Christians. Never mentioned anything about the resurrection, anything of the supernatural, but this is the individuals just talking about it because other people believed it. So these are people reporting because the story was still there. There were still believers running around. And so other people would report on that. You could add like Lucian of Samosata in here. You could add, she mentioned Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, Lucian of Samosata, and mostly they mention Christians and Christian belief rather than JC himself. Agreed.
Yeah,
but we do. Go ahead.
Oh no! Finish your sentence.
We do know that the stuff from Josephus, that stuff, the theological shit added in there about that was from Eusebius. So,
yeah, and none of those people were born before Jesus died.
Oh, thank you. Marbar Serapion, is one as well. He mentioned it in one of his letters to his son.
Yeah, so none of these people were even alive during Jesus's life. They can't attest to anything. All they're doing is collecting stories from people.
Even non-believers. And that's another thing. The vast majority of the extra biblical sources are not from Christians. They were not believers. They were writing down what believers believed. So that was it. I think Celsus was like other individuals like Celsus wrote about the Christians and Judaism and about what they believed like this, but a lot of them were not believers themselves. So you can't defend the theological claims as being true. Like you can't You can't defend the theological claims. You could defend the historical claims, the historicity, by going to these sources that the individual existed. But obviously, the existence of the individual does not entail that they were supernatural in nature. So this doesn't get to the faith being true.
Plegan, Thallus, Suetonius,
Thallus, that was the other. That was the one that was on the tip of my tongue.
Lucian, Celsus, Marabar
Celsus, you moron.
Serapion, and the Jewish Talmud. Now,
the Talmud was a fucking polemic, so don't even go in that route. That thing was designed to talk shit. That's all that was.
Does not include the abundance of Christian historical witnesses who wrote about him.
They were not witnesses. They weren't. None of them were. There are no eyewitness accounts,
including the eyewitnesses. If you want,
there weren't any. So this is all just bullshit.
To learn more about this question, I'm going to link below an interview with.
And I have no doubt that Professor Planck went down every single one of those and why they don't qualify. And they don't qualify to be what she is presenting them as being. I did it once myself when I addressed all these in a prior video. Like I did a video, I think it was like 2 years ago, where I broke down why all of these things were not what they're often presented as being. And yes, thank you, allegedly. The Talmud is not a history. Yeah. It's fucking hilarious. That was just like a shit-talking polemic is all that shit was.
Dr. Gary Habermas called undeniable historical evidence for the existence of Jesus.
Okay. Think about that, Alyssa. Think about that. The existence of the individual is not truth, does not entail the truth of the faith or the truth of the religion itself. It just says that there was a guy who existed, created a cult, and was executed for being a trouble, or for being a rabble rouser, or causing troubles. Okay, that's all it was. The historical accounts of non-believers about first century and second century Christians is largely negative because Christians were a pain in the ass. Okay, they were disruptive. They were antisocial. People had problems with them. They caused problems for the local governments, and they put the local governments in extremely difficult positions because any magistrate that was in charge of a particular locale could easily be removed from that position by the Roman government if they couldn't keep the peace in their region. When you have this cult running around causing problems everywhere, that puts them in a difficult spot. The magistrates very by and large just wanted a live and let live policy. Don't cause trouble. Don't be a dick. Live and let live. Don't create issues that we don't need. Which is why when these problems popped up, they usually slammed them with an iron fist to keep the peace. Which perfectly explains why Pontius Pilate would have done what he did. Okay, if I make a decision either way, I see no way that this could end peacefully. So he basically put it in the hands of the Jews and enacted whatever punishment they said, because those are the people that have the authority. They have the power to cause a riot and cause an uprising. He didn't want to see that. He didn't want to deal with it. He didn't want to lose his own position, and so he did the most. You could say the most politically efficient move he could make, and that was I don't see any issue here myself, but y'all have such a problem with him, I'm going to hand him back to you. And you guys, he's caused some problems, but not enough to be executed for it. So we'll punish him to this degree, and then we're going to hand him back here, and let that and basically they'll take it, and he's going to wash his hands of it. It was the most politically expedient move he could make to maintain his position and to maintain peace in the area, which is understandable because he would have been tossed on his ass if he wasn't able to maintain peace. Because remember, as far as persecution goes, the only one who really hardcore directly persecuted Christians just for the sake of them being Christians was Nero. He was the one who was targeted them because they were Christians, because of what they believed. Other times when Christians talk about being persecuted, it was not because of what they believed. The vast majority of people, per the historical accounts, didn't really give a shit. Their problem was not in what they believed, but in how they behaved. And so largely they brought the shit on themselves, because unlike other mystery cults, they couldn't they couldn't maintain decorum in public spaces. So they were punished for their behaviors, not because they were Christian. But Nero, he did do that because he was a friggin' psychopath.
Also going to link to an interview on Mike Winger's YouTube page where he
Mike Winger.
This is the best game of epistemological limbo in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it go a little lower. Almost there.
Just trash.
He interviews historian Mike Licona, and that's called Real Historian Responds to Jesus Was a Myth Claims. Now, if you want a resource that talks about all of
I'm not a mythicist, so I don't give a shit.
these questions, I want to recommend a book called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist.
Fucking knew it. Knew it. Got to get the Turek plug.
This will help you build the classical case for the truthfulness of Christianity.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's a bunch of like circular argumentation and nonsense in order to reaffirm people who may be on the fence, but it's just nothing to convert anybody. Oh man, somebody popped in and they didn't stay. Oh well. I got people I got the Discord room open again, so.
Starting with the question, does truth exist? Moving through, does God exist? Who is God? How did he reveal himself in the world? Is the Bible the word of God? And finally, the resurrection of Jesus. So I hope this video has helped equip you and give you a bit of a bird's eye view into what...
It doesn't, Alyssa. This was terrible. So this was just, utter nonsense. It does not, ultimately, this video does not address anything regarding the truth of Christianity. At best, it affirms that there are people who believe that it's true, and gives really, really terrible ways of really, really terrible justifications to ignore the questions that need to be asked and why those questions need to be asked. So like the hard hitting ones that individuals, I think like Alyssa, are not prepared for. They're not prepared to answer. So ultimately this didn't do anything. But I will do this. I will link this in the description. So that they know, so that she knows that I reviewed it. Bum, bum, bum. What is this? Alyssa Childers? Oh, there she is. Alyssa Childers. And what the hell is the name of this thing? I got to link the damn thing. Five apologetics questions every Christian should learn how to answer. Terrible questions.
Bad questions, worse answers.
Yep. Here we go. Just got to make sure I get the link. Was that a ding I heard?
Yep.
And save that. Cool.
Popularity.
So she'll know I did a review of it. Yeah, there was nothing here. And yes, allegedly Fred's like, Winger? She's kidding, isn't she? Nope, not kidding. Yeah, Mike Winger. Ugh, just garbage across the board. So I think we're good on this one. This was a short one. It was only 9 minutes. It was easy to get through. But yeah, all the common mistakes that apologists make. And we can go ahead and send that one to the trash. All right. Nobody in the Discord yet. Hopefully we get somebody to come along. Maybe I could put out some hooks in some other channels. Let me see here. No, there's got to be the Christian. Oh, it's the Christian tech guy. Yeah, I could do that. Fuck it. Why not? Fuck it. No. Delete that. Wrong one. I have to actually like get the link for the stream. There we go. All right. Bobby, do you like Bobby, do you like films about gladiators? There we go. Just make sure I got that. Oh, we do have someone in my room. Was that you, Andrew?
Just me.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Have to kind of maybe if we get someone in to funnel someone over here.
I just figured increasing the population count might help.
Fingers crossed. I went live a little earlier today, just because I was trying to keep my hours in order. So learn about God, info, heaven, ask the Catholics. Oh, Abismo's up in there.
Name is vaguely familiar.
Yeah, he's a pretty staunch Catholic. What's up, Cord Lizard Mage? Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Christian chat. Come on. Oh, Ramey's in there. It's got to be someone. 24/7 Flat Earth. And I see Agnostic One is going to town. O'Reilly has entered the chat.
That's on Cord's comment for fuck it, do it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. I don't have any papers to slam, so.
Yeah. Stay classy, Fox. Stay classy.
Stay classy. Agnostic One is such a schizo weirdo. He's a pretty intense guy, but I understand why. I get why he is that way. And I think and I would say he has warrant. Okay. He goes hard in the paint, and I don't judge him for it. You know, I do not judge Agnostic One for going hard in the paint. I think more people need to go hard in the paint. They really do. Let's do that. Okay.
Hank is checking out. Just FYI.
Who is?
Ankalagon.
Oh, Ankalagonchik. Good to see you, Ankalagonchik. Thanks so much for being here. People are scared yet. Yeah, haven't gotten anybody in yet. Oh, uh-oh. Did you see it, Andrew?
It lurks.
Someone talking shit? Uh-oh. I think there's just some disagreement about the level of intensity. That's all it is. But I think it's warranted. I think it is warranted. a little birdie told me. So hopefully we'll get somebody. You know, it has been a minute. You know, oh, look who has come into the studio. Good friend of the channel. What's up, J Money?
Yo, what's up, JF? What's up, Andrew?
Howdy.
How y'all doing?
Doing good.
That's what's up, man. Checking in, man. Just tuning in. What was up so far? How was the show so far? Any craziness?
Yeah, haven't had anybody on stage yet. We just got done doing a quick review of a video. It was pretty easy. Just really, it was only a short 9-minute video. That was just from this one particular theist who's just saying like these are like how apologists should answer how people should answer certain questions. But yeah, just did a quick review and hoping to get somebody up on stage. Hoping to get someone in the back. No one's coming yet. But then again, I think that John Cohen is live right now. So I think the lion's share over there. Not to mention, it's Sunday, so I know the line will be going live pretty soon. And Skeptic Haven is going live as well. Yeah, the line is live. They're going live at 7 o'clock. Skeptic Haven's going live at 7 o'clock. So I'm hoping that Ricky Evans. Wait, hang on a sec. What is the basis of your moral standards if you don't have a moral standard? So wait, I have moral standards or I don't have a moral standard? Like, which one is that? Would it be what you could say, what do I base my moral evaluations on? I have moral evaluations. You could say like what my standards, what my morals, I guess like my moral. It's weird to say like a one moral standard, like a consistent, like I have moral evaluations that are consistent. Would be a way to say that. I guess you could say that those those consistent moral evaluations are my standard. So I do have moral standards. So it's like, what is the basis of that? So I'm a moral anti-realist. I recognize that moral evaluations are stance dependent and that an individual's stances are informed by a number of factors. Their natural capacity for empathy, which is not the same for everybody, the information that they are provided with during their formative years by their parents, their peers, the society they live in, and throughout their lives, the direct experiences they have. So, which is why an individual's moral, I guess you say their moral standards can change over time, depending upon what they experience in their lives. You know, you could view things one way when you are young, view them differently when you're an adolescent, and view them exceptionally differently when you're an adult, depending upon what you've encountered in your lifetime. So I would say, but I hold them to be stance dependent because the stance is what is always referenced to derive what is the stance. The reference to the stance is what bridges the gap between the is and the ought. So that the ethical valuation, is where you go to. It's like what your stance is telling you, the information that you have in hand, which is exactly why what we see is two people can witness one action from two completely different angles, and both can come away with different. They're looking at the exact same thing, but depending upon the amount of information each one has, they can come away with two different conclusions. And even from the different vantage point, even if they're still operating with the same amount of information, they both came upon an action and reviewing it, depending upon a number of factors, they could come away with a different conclusion as to what was moral and what was immoral in that. Or if the whole thing that they're witnessing is completely amoral. So this is highly stance dependent, which is why I'm a moral anti-realist. That mind stance independent moral evaluations, they don't exist because they require that stance to perform the evaluation. So
it's
there
like
you
a
go.
subset of consciousness. You know what I'm saying? That's what I consider morality, like a byproduct of consciousness. The way consciousness is a byproduct of the brain.
You can say that making moral distinctions would fall under the realm of mental phenomena. That it's a thing that you can do. So yeah, I could say it's fall under consciousness. It's one thing that falls underneath that umbrella term of all the mental phenomena that exist. Evaluating things by a moral standard by referencing your stances would be something that I could see that. Yeah, I could see it would fall in that. But ultimately, it's going to be subjective. It's mind stance dependent. So it was Ricky Evans who asked that question. So Ricky, if you are a moral realist, you're more than welcome to come up and provide some evidence that challenges that. If you want to present that.
My thing is, if a person is unconscious, they can't show morality. Like that's a a byproduct of the conscious mind. You have to be conscious in order to know that that's something you would or would not be in agreement with. You don't even get to that point unless you perceiving.
Yeah, it
You know,
requires an evaluation. The
so it's
determination of moral or immoral requires an evaluator because there's the individual who's looking at what's happening and observing that, or even engaging in it. Because if I engage in an action, I engage in the action because because I believe that I am justified in doing it, that my
yeah,
action is justified, even if I'm aware that the law may disagree or that other people may hate it, other people may judge me as being immoral. I'm doing it, and so I have justified. I have come up with a justification on my own. Whether that, and that reflects my own standards. It reflects my standard as opposed to the standards of everyone else. So this, how extreme that can look depends upon how antisocial the individual doing the action is.
hmm
Because I can guarantee you, because I can tell you, morality and the law may overlap. They do intersect, but they are not the same. There is some overlap on that, but not always. I do hold that there are things that sometimes we have to do that are moral, that are the moral choice, that by the law are not. They're like, sometimes moral actions are illegal, and sometimes immoral actions are legal. So
facts. Nah, that makes sense. Like even down to like the example of would you kill one to save 10? That type of thing. Killing is bad, but you probably do it to save 10.
yeah, I wouldn't even. I would. Yeah, I would. I honestly, my position on that, killing killing can be either one. So the action in and of itself is amoral. There's no moral distinction in the act.
Mhm.
There's the action that's taking place, and then the evaluation of the action and who is doing the evaluating. The person committing the act is doing the evaluating. The person the act is being committed against, they're doing their own evaluation. And then people external of the conflict, they are doing the evaluation as well, which would be witnesses, be the society itself, so on and so forth. And they're the ones who determine whether or not the action was justified or unjustified.
Yeah.
Exactly. Singer Soul, the context of why it's happening. And good to see you, Singer Soul.
But that's where that legality and morality sometimes crosses paths because a person could add context, take away context, literally lie to themselves, or like you know what I'm saying. People do
True.
that sometimes. They'll tell themselves whatever they have to tell themselves to justify it, no matter how bad or good is it.
And a person can believe that they have justification because they're not operating with all the available information. And they can find out that available information after the fact and realize that they didn't have justification to do what they did. So, which is why we have investigations, which is why we have a criminal justice system. So that's the whole intention behind it, is to find out all the facts to determine, like all the available information to determine if the individual who committed the action was justified or unjustified, because it could be either one. So it just
True.
depends upon what's happening.
So the act itself, by nature, objectively, is not something that one might consider immoral. Just
I would say,
kill
yeah, I would say
something.
that all actions that actions in and of themselves are all amoral, because you have
Yeah.
the action and then you have the evaluation of the action, and the evaluation must take place in order to determine whether an action is immoral or moral. So I would say that actions themselves in a vacuum are simply actions. They're all amoral in nature. It's us, the evaluators, the observers, and the evaluators who are declaring whether or not an action is moral or immoral, or justified or unjustified, or right and wrong. So
It's crazy. It's crazy how much nuance and how much things go into making up our consciousness that's not just the physical. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's the brain, but there's levels and tangibles, all of that. Like that that could all manipulate reality for a person if they don't got the full picture, the full context, the this and that.
you know,
You could literally swap realities in an instance because of that. It's crazy the nuances that go into just us being us every day. You know what I'm saying? It's weird, especially on the physical level, or the stuff that makes us. It's crazy, man. Physics is mind blowing. You know,
let's
it's all
see.
for waves, you know. There's no such thing as empty space in my, like, from what I could tell, from what I gather, there's always forces, there's always something happening. Particles, you know. Space is just full of activity, as dead as it looks.
Oh, thanks allegedly, Fred. Have a great one. Have a good rest of your night, and we will see you on the next one. Appreciate you hanging out.
But yeah,
It's got to be somebody.
I don't think those theistic books take away God, though, you know, or like the thing of something more. It's just they're the ones that attempt to explain it and like give you a breakdown and la la la. So they're easier targets, but to me, the unknown is crazy. Like what could really be out there, you know? And I know it's God of the gaps. Everybody say the same thing, but it is a fact that we won't ever know all there is to know out there. Some things we just gotta experience, right? Like dying, for example. One dies, there's no data for what comes after that. It's either nothing or something. You know? What theistic book could tell you that? What science book could tell you that? You know? Yes.
Oh, that's hilarious. People arguing. Just see people arguing that Protestantism is an atheist factory. That's hilarious.
See, Corlism May saying, but it all is physical in my opinion. It maps onto brain states, and brain states are physical. But it's like, how can you put a brain state inside of a bottle? You know what I mean? Like physical things, like even a grain of sand, even, you know, I don't know, something you synthesize, you could put that in the bottle. When we think physical, we think things that we could tangibly touch. But how do you touch a thought, you know? It's crazy.
I've already put a link there. Andrew, I'm not getting anybody.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet.
It's
I don't want
It's
to have
like-
to do it.
Flip another quick roll.
I don't want to have to do another review.
Well, I did miss half of the first part there just because of missing the advertising for the start time on my end. I'd have been there otherwise.
It's almost like brain activity is what, because they, like, I saw an article not too long ago about how they're able to like extract thoughts, right? Like they could like recreate a person's thoughts, and in time they could probably do it like almost in real time, like capture thoughts, but it's done through brain sensory things. It's almost like the brain sends signals and the thoughts emerge.
What's up, Callaghan chick?
Yeah, I just really have a quick question, because you talked about like morality, like morally good, morally wrong, and justification. It kind of like seems to me, maybe it's a problem of language, because for me it seems that action can be moral or not moral, but at the same time it can be justified, and like it's okay for actor to know that the action is immoral but still justified, and kind of do it. Like, does it make sense what I'm saying?
Sort of. You may need to restate it.
I've got a thing I can engage on there. Basically, think of
Okay.
it like the same sort of way of saying, think of like jury nullification, right? It's the same sort of thing of like going, yeah, he broke the law but committed no crime. Okay, so the idea of like how you react to it's like going, yes, there's a wrong here, but not the kind we can punish because of it. It's like going, yeah, that's like where those counter circumstances, change how we choose to react to it. So it's a
Yeah, maybe
mitigating-
something like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like a clemency, but like not really. Like, you know,
Well,
we
clemency,
acknowledge it
I
was
think, is
done.
more of a clemency. I think is more of a wholesale disregarding of a punishment.
Mm.
I'm not sure on the circumstances where that's offered. If it's the right word per se, it sounds close. It's directly mercy and lenience. So yeah, I suppose it applies in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of well, think of the difference like a presidential pardon, for instance.
Mm.
That's being granted clemency, but it's not necessarily even due to a specific factor, right?
Yeah.
Like, for instance, the president could just willy-nilly give free passes to people. Now, we would never see that in this day and age, would we?
Never, especially in
No.
America,
Oh, especially not
in the
now.
land of the
No.
freedom and democracy. And
Oh, absolutely. However, to cue back to the original point here, the idea of extenuating circumstances is where we use justification for clemency. So there's a difference attached to that. So yeah, I wouldn't put every pardon as being extenuating circumstances. There's it's like a larger conversation is attached. So
Yeah.
context, and that is
With some nuance.
it's moral calculus, if you will. And it's an imperfect system. This is where you have like overlapping priorities, for instance. It's like, yes, this is good. Yes, that is bad. Here's how I'm going to choose to react to it. It's like we can acknowledge that whenever there's multiple factors, each of those has their own moral calculus to it. And you're just finding out how you're going to deal with.
Hence the quote: two wrongs don't make a right. You know.
But
Because-
three rights make a left.
Facts.
You learn that in delivery.
That's crazy. 3 rights make a left. That's crazy.
Hmm. I also believe in equal rights and equal lefts. Watch out for the hook.
Yeah. Switch hitter like Bud Crawford.
And there's something else you should know. I am also not left-handed.
Mm.
yeah,
Nice.
Yep.
it's a good reference.
Yep. Left it out there. So slow on the bites.
It's just JL is muted, so he didn't react to this. He would.
JL's taking advantage of our presence, keeping the conversation going to see the other necessities.
It went way over my head, that one.
I needed a snack, and people don't need to see me like chomping on screen.
It's nice. It's a mukbang stream. They're pretty popular. Yes, still.
Oh, Misophonia has just entered the chat. Chew louder.
Nice.
That was one of the. That's actually funny because there was a response video I did against this Jim Bro theist, and apparently when he recorded it, he had like the worst allergies. So every other like sound was just completely obnoxious, and I got so many complaints in the comments about his nasal noses and
What
how
can
much
you do about it?
I went back and I went back to that video and I cut out all of the nasal all the sounds. And it was so many, but I cut them all out and I re-released the video as the Misophonia cut. It's like now with 100% less phlegm. So,
in true like donut hole marketing, you could have actually taken all of what you cut out, made a supercut exclusively of that.
Yeah.
I did that on
Members
another
only
vid.
video.
I did that on another one. It was forever ago.
I know marketing.
Hang on a sec. I have to go and look. Which video was it? Which video was it that I did that on? Collaboration, yada yada. One sec. Let me see here. So yeah, there was the misophonia cut, 100% less phlegm edition. That was a bad one. Where is that other guy? No. I'm looking at my old content. I think I'll recognize him when I see him. Was it this guy? Yes, it was this one. Hang on a sec. Let me do this. I got to turn that on. This was Christian thinks atheists suck at everything, is what this was. Hang on a second. Let me do. And I think I can. So I went. So it was at the very, very end, right? And this is the guy that I was reviewing.
Oh, yeah, it looks familiar.
Yeah, this like.
Oh yeah. He's like has a cold the whole damn time.
Yeah, this is the guy I was reviewing.
Oh.
And so at the very end. Can you hear it?
Raise up the volume if you can. Yeah. I remember this. Oh.
Relatable. Poor dude.
Do you think the Sudafed kicked in, or do you think
He got
it's
a sinus issue. He probably got a sinus issue. Probably got into like a scrap or something like that. Got hit in the nose or something.
So yeah, I have the same thought. So like minds, Andrew. I have done that before.
It's
Do
sort
you
of like
think
the
he
Irish
just
dilemma.
Do you think he just forget, like, pray to the God to cure his sickness?
Possibly.
Or, like, he did it, but it didn't work, so because of mysterious ways.
Who's going here? See, you're familiar with UPS left. Hey, UPS left turn philosophy. That's nice because you're talking about the three lefts.
Yep.
Yeah. So, if and Caligoncheck, so if Andrew addressed fully addressed the question that you had regarding morality.
Yeah, he kind of did, yeah. So, have a quick question for you. Like, if you had opportunity to invite like a Russian Orthodox ex-priest, would you do an interview with him?
Sure, I'll have anybody up on the stage.
Not right now, probably, but like maybe it's like for a video, probably because of the time zone stuff. It would be easier to do it not on a live stream.
Would it just be? Are they an ex-priest? Are they still a believer, or is it about how they?
No,
how they...
he's an ex-priest. He's like fully deconverted. He's an atheist. He lives in Netherlands. He's gay. That one of like his story of like why he deconverted is actually like he struggled a lot with his identity as a gay person in the church, and he also wanted to he went to learn how to become a priest to hopefully cure himself out of gayness. So it's like really
he turned
kind
to
of tragic.
He turned to theism to try to like break that about himself.
No, he was a believer, and because he was a believer, he from a early age he thought that he's the thing that he is attracted to the man is a problem and a big sin. So he turned to seminary, and he became a priest to cure himself from it.
What the heck? That's crazy.
Yeah, interesting.
It didn't work though.
Yeah, just be yourself. That's what it is. When a person wants to do what they want to do, that's what they're gonna do. Some things they can't choose, some things they can choose. Like I remember I saw a video a while back. A dude went viral. His name is Antoine Dodson. Then I seen videos later on of him. Like
Oh,
it appeared he went straight. Like some people do. There are some people that maybe he was just bisexual the whole time. You get what I'm saying? Like you can't choose certain things. You get what I mean?
all I can say is hide your wife, hide your kids.
That's the guy.
I,
You remember?
I knew that name. I got
Yeah.
that reference.
Yeah, so but if you remember, like, I don't know if you recall that he did like a video years later saying that, he has a different preference now. He's into women. So it's like, just do you. You get what I'm saying? Like, it has never made sense to me with that. Like, that was always one of my big pet peeves with that, like telling you how to live. Like, what does God who made the whole universe care about what you're doing in your bed?
Yeah.
The whole universe, cosmos, black, holes, quasars, but better not tap that though.
Nobody in the room yet. Boo.
Court's going all dodgeball.
And good to see you, Jessica. Jessica Transmit Alchemist is here.
My thing is, what do you call the notion of God that has no like specifications? Because there's the theistic God, right? But then there's the possibility of a God outside of those confines, right? Like, so I mean, what? Just God of the gaps? Like that's what that would
No.
be. That's how
No,
they sum that up.
Deism is probably the closest thing you're thinking of, like the God that just sort of made stuff and didn't involve himself afterwards. That kind of thing.
No, I'm thinking more like a system and a system of life, and this is just one of those steps in the
Well, there's a
system.
question about whether you're using the title of God or not. Like, your system of life can mean almost anything. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking about some vague stuff. So it's a question about,
So
where does a God apply as a term for it? So
my thing is, life emerged, and it's like we're the oddball. We look at the rest of the universe, and we are the oddball. We are the sore thumb that sticks out. You see what I'm saying? Like as far as life forms go, as far as any type of life we see anywhere. So it's like, if we're going by statistics and odds, you know what I'm saying? The odds ain't very
you
good.
really
for us,
can't.
You
You really can't do that, unfortunately.
What you mean?
See, when you think statistics, you have
Yeah.
to actually know the data set, and we don't. When you think about like the odds, you're like, we have no idea how many other planets have life, so you don't know the odds.
That's true. I mean, but can't we like see based on the, certain things of the planet, like if it's habitable for
Well,
us, or like
Well, yeah, we could look at it and
friendly to life?
we could try to guess as to whether or not it feels close to what we're used to. But that's a very limited set that we can do that for at all. And then only to a point where, like, is it big enough for us to detect that it is actually, similar enough? Maybe there's stuff that we can't detect so well. Maybe it's like habitable in certain areas a bit more and it didn't flag for us. So, like, jumping the gun on any of that stuff is
Well, no,
it's
I wouldn't
premature.
say.
Yeah,
I
that's
wouldn't
enough
say.
to enough to say that you can't get a number. You're never going to justify a real number. We just can't see enough.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, I guess I meant that based on our current understanding, because apparently we could see. They say we could see light as far as 300 million years past the Big Bang. That's how far back the light that we could see goes. But the details of the light that we could see. I get it. You know what I'm saying? This whole universe, this whole outer space, and how it works. Relativity, light, physics. It's an anomaly. You know what I mean? You never see things as they are. You always see things as they were. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, depending how far away you are and what your temporal reference is. So I mean, like the thing, like anything we're looking at, the further away it is, the lot further back in time it represents. So there's that. But I mean, it's just the idea that either way, you're not going to know enough to base real numbers off of. But if you want to put like a sense of likelihood, you could take just how much we have seen that seems like it could be potential and apply that to the thought that that's only what we see within the Milky Way, and go, if there's so many out there, you know what? We shouldn't be ruling stuff out.
Yeah,
that's
true.
all we should say. You don't say odds. You don't invoke probability. You can invoke likelihood, but not probability, because that requires priors. That's what we don't have.
And you know, that's where it gets even trickier, because it's like, look how little we're working with. You know what I'm saying? And it's off of those same notions that a lot of us use that to like write off the possibility of a God or afterlife or something more. You know, so to me, it's like I agree with that. You can't write off nothing. You see what I'm saying? Not only can you write off nothing, you know, you got to consider the possibility that life, this might just be a stop in life that continues going. Like nothing new happens under the sun. So like the way we happen, we probably happen again. You know, like the way we got life in us now, we might have life in us again. We don't really know what's out there, like how this all works. We emerge, we live and we die. Like right now,
Yeah.
you are not your body. You know, the molecules that come together to make you are not named Andrew.
Well, hold on. That's a similar claim that we can't make. But when you're talking about writing off, there's two contexts for that. There's making the hard declaration that it is not the case is one thing,
Yeah.
but putting off the question. See, I could write off answering a question, right? Like if I have a good reason to believe that I will not ever have a solid answer, I can write off having to address the question. I don't have to be preoccupied with, is it possible? Is it not possible? That's what writing off would be in a justifiable case. It's like saying, this is not worthy of my time right now.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah,
Because
so-
at the end of the day, it's wasted energy. You're never gonna get that
That's
answer.
exactly it.
No, I get that, but like that's, to me, that's when it comes to, like, for example, I see things like that. Like, for example, the what comes after life. But I'm so fascinated by it that I could like separate my knowledge of knowing that I'll never get that answer until I experience it. But then the curiosity in me just wonders, you know? Like it just wonders. Like I like psychedelics, you know what I'm saying? I like, you know, exploring in that, you know? So like that gives you certain visuals. It messes with the brain in a way. Like it's like playing with reality, you know, in a way. It's weird, but you know I can't answer the questions, but dang, it's fun to wonder. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Yeah, it's let's just say that it awakens those latent questions.
Anytime in
those latent
Caligonjic.
desires.
And good to see you, Robin Webster. Thanks so much for being here. My allergies kind of hit me all of a sudden.
So Robin.
And Sir Equinox, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Sorry about that. Yeah, keep going. I just
Yeah, nah, so
got my allergies are messing with my nose.
I mean, honestly, the thing is, right? I just feel like it's not a like it's crazy to me. I believe in coincidences, but that's one heck of a coincidence for us to just end up like this, to emerge and just all of this happening, and it didn't have to happen like that. Like I always think,
Oh,
you know, like
does it?
Earth.
Does it though?
I mean, we didn't have to emerge with so many food choices.
Oh,
We didn't have to emerge with so many nutrition choices, so many things to allow us to thrive. Like, you know,
So-
that never had to happen.
Here's the big question for you, because this is where we get down to where we see different things that we imagine can happen. But see, this is where hard determinism is the question. See, to say that declaratively throws hard determinism out the door. That's like saying cause, like what we call cause and effect. It's a really lazy term. I hate it personally because it's used as a quantitative statement. So on that idea of stuff happens because of the state of affairs, right? In general. Yeah. So when you say it could be otherwise, if you look at that idea of cause and effect, one should be able to say technically no, right? Because if that's what's supposed to be, that's the starting position. Make sense?
Kinda. I'm trying to like visualize
like if things are supposed to play out the way they're going to play out because that's how like the universe functions, then that's just the way it's going to be. So like we are the natural result of it, right? That's the description of hard determinism. So the question is so whenever we say things like it could have been otherwise, I treat this as we can imagine things based on chunks of interactions that we're used to seeing. Like I've seen wind blow a tree. I can imagine that might come to be, but weather's going to do what weather's going to do, right?
Yeah.
So this is us imagining and modeling. So I don't impose that on my view of reality. So whenever we say, you know, it could be another way, that's an imagination for me.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
initially. Now, I am not a hard determinist, but it's the only thing I've got on the table. I have zero justification to add more, right? It's the same way, like I'm a methodological naturalist in that sense, because it's just like the phrasing that, you know, closest meets how we evaluate our experience. By the same way, determinism, I'm a methodological determinist. It's show me that I have a real justification for other. How can other be a thing truly, and not just through a gap? It's like there's some things in quantum physics, for instance, which seem extremely hard to account for, and they treat it like random. But that's the thing, treating like non-determinate. It's for calculation purposes. They'll use it that way, but I don't believe that they're accounting for it. And we've got
we do have somebody.
Yep.
Nice.
How's it going, Jordan? They haven't responded yet. Good to see you, Canadian Ollie, man. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate the support.
Nice. You said somebody's in the back? Somebody's
yes, we
up?
can't hear you, Jordan. Can you hear us? Cool. Right now, I'm currently live over on YouTube doing a live stream, live open stage for people to come up and talk. That's what's going on. Yeah, I've got the link. The link to it is in the side chat here on Discord. You're not currently on a live stream right now. It's just me and Andrew. And so if that's something you're interested in, you can use the link in the side chat to join us on stage and discuss whatever it is you happen to want to discuss.
Might lurk for a little bit, so just keep an eye, see if he chimes in.
Oh yeah, I thought he was probably talking and we just couldn't hear him.
Yeah, you can't hear him because he's on Discord. He's not fed into the stream.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I don't make anybody go live that doesn't want to. So, which is why the Discord is separate from this. But people can use the Discord to come to this live stream and hang out here.
For sure.
Come up on stage if they want to. They don't have to be on camera. So, but we do have to be able to hear them.
Facts. But yeah, I don't know, man. This brain of ours, like, it's just, I could spend hours thinking about my brain. It's weird, right? I could spend hours thinking about the thing that allows me to think. And it's like, I was making an analogy, but I lost my train of thought earlier, but
Here
came
we
back
go.
to the
Can you
impulse-
hear me? I just want to make sure. Jordan, can you hear me in the? Just let me know in the private chat if you can hear me if my audio is coming through.
Oh.
Yes, excellent. Okay. And welcoming to the stage, Dr. Jordan B. Peterson.
Nice.
Though likely not the real Jordan Peterson.
Nope, definitely not.
But how's it going? What brings you on stage today?
Well, now I'm just looking at your topics here. That's about it.
Oh, okay. And of course, it's whatever. You don't have to. Those are just prompts.
Sure.
You can address those, but if you have something else in mind, it's dealer's choice. So,
Oh,
whatever you
wow.
like. I apologize. My allergies are kicking my butt.
Oh dear.
There we go.
We got to supercut you in with that other.
No, don't do that. That's just gross.
What's this Christian nationalism business? That's not something I'm super familiar with.
So, Christian nationalism is a movement currently going on predominantly here in the States, where it's a kind of this effort by believers, by a certain group of believers that tie nationalistic or almost jingoistic efforts in with their Christian beliefs, in that the nation itself is founded as a Christian nation, that its laws are fundamentally Christian in nature, and that these are the way that things that Christianity is against should be legislated against, and that Christianity should be the effectively state religion in that respect, and that there should be efforts made by the government against things that are fundamentally anti-Christian. Kind of like the thing that was put down. I can't remember the name of it, but it came out of the administration recently about how non-believers and trans individuals and people who are not with the regime are classified as domestic terrorists. So that would be, it's very, very Christian nationalist position.
Tell me more about that new law or executive order, whatever it is.
Yeah, 1 second. So I can't remember the specific name for it. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Cord Lizard made Sharia law for Jesus. So Christian nationalism in and of itself, political ideology that seeks to merge Christian identity with national or civic life. It asserts that a nation was founded on and should continue to be governed by specific Christian values, and that the government should take active steps to preserve this cultural and religious heritage. And the primary way of doing that is by eliminating support for, or completely eliminating in its entirety things that are fundamentally antithetical to Christianity. And so, let me 1 second. It was a statement from White House. And I'm trying to remember the deal. National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, the NSPM 7. Directive signed by President Trump outlining a counterterrorism strategy to address organized political violence. So it was anyone and everyone who engaged in any kind of organized, but it's so loose, so like kind of like organized protest against that, but it's so loose in the memorandum that I haven't looked at it here in a second.
What's the title of it again? Sorry.
because it doesn't talk about just individuals who engage in political violence. It talks about certain groups. And so it was, I think, right here under the where's it at? I gotta scroll back up. Memorandum for the Secretary of State, blah blah blah. Domestic terrorism and organized political violence, and then of course investigating domestic terrorist organizations. The National Joint Terrorism Task Force and its local offices collectively, the JTTFs, shall coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence and intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity or obstruct the rule of law. This strategy shall include the investigatory and prosecutorial measures set forth in this section. Now, it establishes those who break the law, but then this says the JTTFs shall also investigate institutional and individual funders and officers and employees of organizations that are responsible for, sponsor, or otherwise aid and abet the principal actors engaging in criminal conduct. So anybody who is tertiarily connected to it, but that can say that anybody who's engaged, anybody who's involved, if you happen to be at a protest and engage in certain what you could declare to be illegal behavior, then anyone attached to that is fair game. So anybody who has their name attached to that particular organization is fair game. NGOs and American citizens residing abroad or with close ties to foreign governments, agents, citizens, foundations, or influence networks engaged in violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Where's it at? The Attorney General shall guides domestic terrorism priorities include politically motivated terrorists such as organizing doxing campaigns, swatting, rioting, looting, trespass. These are all people breaking the law. Where the heck is it at? This is the print is small. 1 second.
No, you're good.
The Attorney General shall issue specific guidance that ensures domestic terrorism priorities include politically motivated terrorist acts such as organized doxing campaigns, swatting, rioting, looting, trespass, assault, destruction of property, threats of violence, and civil disorder. So that's the top. This guidance shall also include an identification of any behaviors, fact patterns, recurrent motivations, or other indicia common to organizations and entities that coordinate these acts in order to direct efforts to identify and prevent potential violent activity. To identify and prevent potential violent activity, which means investigating groups that are aggressively against the Christian nationalist agenda, and then providing an impetus for declaring them domestic terrorists, and then digging into them under the guise of preventing possible future action. And so it's identifying that, it's saying the obvious. People who engage in illegal action shall be held accountable to the law. That's a good thing. I agree with that. But then opens the door to investigating individuals who they declare may engage in that in the future, which is a complete and total violation of the Fourth Amendment. Because it's whatever their standards are. So, and considering that I'm an atheist, I'm a non-believer, and I engage in anti-Christian rhetoric, and I debunk these kinds of things, it effectively classifies, and I've been associated with groups like Truth Wanted and associated with groups like American Atheists and other groups, and I've been present at protests that effectively would include me in that they could use that to declare me a domestic terrorist, or that I'm affiliated with domestic terrorists. And so the prompt there, Christian nationalism is a threat to democracy, is that Christian nationalism specifically talks about Christians being put at the forefront and that everything is bound to them. So what that goes to is that because there's an in-group, out-group distinction there, the Christians and everyone else who is not a Christian, is that by using those laws, you can influence, if this were a Christian nationalist state, you could influence who could vote. And democracy is about everyone having a voice and all those voices being equal. Christian nationalism holds that only the Christian voices are the ones that count, and they are, I wouldn't say better, but they are the ones that should be taken into account as opposed to everyone who is not a Christian and is against that totalitarian regime. So it is a threat to democracy in itself because it essentially states that not all voices are equal, whereas democracy states that voices are equal.
From my understanding, the NSPM7 just utilized existing legal authority. It didn't create any new legal authority. I don't see how it can be a violation of the Fourth Amendment or any of your existing rights.
Oh, no. The memorandum itself doesn't do that, but it opens the door for that to be a possibility in the future by saying that that's the way they're going to operate. So, like I said, it doesn't establish anything illegal, but it proposes a scenario that could result in violations of the Fourth Amendment by basically saying, if you engage in these kinds of behaviors, then you will be you can be subject to investigation because other people may be associated with those same things and they engage in political violence, that you would technically be guilty by association. So go ahead.
Yeah, it basically creates a chilling effect, which causes them to self-censor. So it's a silent form of enforcement, and that it forces the person to be afraid to actually speak out, even though there's not a direct legal thing. The mere classification factor has a silencing effect on free speech.
These things rarely happen in big giant strides. They typically happen like one small step at a time. And this would be the step that opens the door for JTTFs in the future to interpret certain groups a specific way and put them under investigation, which could lead to it's obviously automatically is trying to chill free speech, which is deeply problematic. But it could open the door to potential Fourth Amendment violations by putting people who may be associated with a group where some actors engage in some form of violence, but other ones do not. But because they are associated with that, it could draw people who unfairly or illegally into investigations and have their lives torn apart simply because they were associated with that. This is the same kind of shit that we saw back in the 50s and the 60s with certain groups who during the civil rights movement, when just having your name associated with that made you a target of the FBI.
So it's been almost a year of this now. Do we have any evidence that any of that has come to fruition?
Not as of yet, because there have been a large number of court battles that the administration has lost that had kind of defanged it. So like they keep testing the administration keeps testing the wires on the fence to see if they can get through it. And they keep looking they're like the raptors in Jurassic Park. They're testing the fence for weaknesses to see where they might be able to break through. And they keep doing it. And fortunately, so far, they have not been successful, which is a good thing. It means that there's still sane people up in the administration, just like that $1.8 billion theft from the American people, from the American taxpayers, that got shut down in court recently. So, but they're going to keep testing it. As long as they're in power, they're going to keep looking for weaknesses.
From my understanding of it, there weren't any court cases that have defanged, as you said, the NSPM7. In fact, there was one court case that actually found that members of Antifa, to the degree that someone could be a member of Antifa, had material support for terrorism. This was March 2026.
That there were some members of it. Okay, right. Okay, but does that mean that all members of Antifa are not currently under investigation?
And I have no idea whether all members of Antifa, whatever that means.
And are there any levels up? Well, okay, so if there are bad actors in one group, say that I'm going to admit there are. There could be groups out there, and that some of those groups have bad actors within them. Does the existence of those bad actors open up the entire organization itself and other members of the organization to the same scrutiny, the same level of investigation, of invasive investigation? Does that, just by association, does that allow for that? Because the Fourth Amendment says no.
Presumably it does not, given that there have been no successful court cases that have challenged the law, and it's been almost a year.
No, nobody's been brought up. Nothing has come up that would warrant doing that yet.
Well, it was March 2026.
What I'm saying is, I know, but just because nothing has happened yet.
No, March 2026. That they convicted 9 people.
Okay. But just because something hasn't happened large scale yet, doesn't mean the administration doesn't feel that it should happen large scale. I'm for people who break the law going to jail, or being tried and convicted for their crimes. People who allegedly commit crimes need to go through the judicial process. The problem with that was that it opened up the door to being widespread and going after people by association, guilt by association.
Sure.
Because it allows the JTTF to determine what the limits of its purview are.
It allows what to determine?
It allows the joint task force,
Sure.
the Joint Terrorism Task Force, to determine what exactly the limits of their investigation are. There's no oversight in that. It empowers JTTFs in order to say, we're going after this group because of the existence of these individuals.
Sure.
And so they can include everybody within that and start rounding people up. Now, obviously, these things happen.
You have to investigate them, and you have to find that they've actually committed some kind of crime.
Right. Okay. But do they have the authority to investigate a person who is associated with something and has not actually engaged in the commission of a crime?
Well, it depends. What are they looking at? If they're looking at public information, then they can do whatever the hell they want with that. But if they're
they're saying, but that memorandum states that association is sufficient enough.
Sure, yeah, anyone can look at any public information. I mean, if you have Facebook posts or whatever it might be, that's all available online. And as far as my understanding goes, that's almost all of what they're looking at until they're able to secure not a warrant, but an indictment.
Yeah, that's what we hope it does. But like I said, the terminology is loose enough in that memorandum that it could change. What I'm saying is I'm not citing that as a problem that we're actively dealing with right now, that this is something we're fighting in the courts. I'm saying that this is a marker of how a Christian nationalist administration thinks. Like, this is how they move. They move in that direction. It doesn't happen in large strides. We don't become Gilead overnight, but it happens incrementally, small steps. Kind of like, let's see how far we can go with this. Is there a way for us to justify going after all the members of a group because of the actions of some bad actors? Is there a way for us to skirt the Fourth Amendment? Is there a way for us to do this? Let's test the waters and see if we can. Fortunately, nothing terrible has happened yet, but it just goes to show this is just an example of how they think and how Christian nationalism is a threat to democracy.
Sure. Look, if people are being investigated, it's private information that's not otherwise publicly available, and there's not whatever just court process would need to be necessary to obtain that private information, then I'm all on board with that, with what you're saying. But I don't think that's happened yet. And so while in theory, if it were to happen, yes, I would criticize it. I don't think it has happened, and I don't suspect that it will happen.
My concern is obviously my concern. You're right on that, but my biggest concern is that we have an administration in power that does think that way. That's problematic. But that's just, like I said, it's one example. Another example of Christian nationalism is the administration pardoning its supporters in flagrant disregard of the law. People who were convicted, people who were sentenced, people who were in jail, then turned around and pardoned. And even though it is still an acknowledgement of guilt, but are now not serving time because they've been officially pardoned by the administration because they supported the administration in the engagement of what we would say, however you want to call it, insurrectionist activities. And yet they broke the law. They assaulted police officers. People died, and they were found. They were apprehended, convicted, sentenced. They were in jail. Some of them were in jail, and then they were just blanketly pardoned because they were supporters of the administration. That's some shit we're talking about. It's just examples of this, why these things are a threat to democracy.
To the degree that, presumably we're talking about J6 here, to the degree that someone assaulted someone or defaced property, I'm all with you that person should not be pardoned if that person their sentence was just the length that it was. But if that's not the case, that there was no messing with the property and there was an assault, I see no reason why these people need to be in jail unless there's something I'm missing that I haven't thought about.
Well, anybody who broke the law. I mean, of all the people who were apprehended and then tried and convicted, all of them, and were serving their time or had their sentences, whether it was probation or whether they were in jail, whatever, all of them blatantly got pardoned. Every single one of them. No, regardless. So that means the person who just entered the Capitol building and was guilty of trespass, of just like criminal trespass, and that's all they did. And the person who jammed a stun gun into the neck of a police officer who later died, and essentially you could say that was guilty of felony battery. You could say that both those people were pardoned equally. So, which is exactly what you expect to see. Like,
I just wanted to come up and say, and I've been trying to get this information out there so that the administration can get in touch with me about this. I am the CEO of Antifa. And a lot of other people are claiming to be the CEO of Antifa, but they're lying. I'm the real CEO of Antifa. And if Trump wants to get in contact with me and, negotiate with Antifa, I'm willing to get in touch with him. So just, if you know somebody you can get that information to, let him know. AC Sims is the CEO of Antifa. So just letting y'all know.
Okay. But yeah, Christian nationalism, just foundationally as an ideology, is a direct threat to democracy, to representative democracy, because of the distinction it makes about who is speaking and who has a right to speak, and the validity of those voices. So just fundamentally, it's a threat to democracy.
Sure, that's fine.
Interestingly, you might not know this. We have a lot of employees of Antifa here on stage and in the chat. Leo Filius is the head of HR at Antifa. We've got a whole suite of corporate officers, so we just really need to get in touch with those guys.
And good to see you, Leo Filius. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate seeing you. So there's no such thing as members of Antifa. Antifa is not an organization.
It's his job to say that.
It is his job, yeah.
What's that? Project Mayhem has just achieved corporate sponsorship.
Project Mayhem.
I'm Antifa's plug.
That's right. Jay is the best Antifa plug.
And I can tell you, whoever you're targeting for whatever action, they weren't there. They were with me having pizza that night.
100%.
Okay.
Let my boy Luigi Mangione go.
Luigi.
We were playing Magic the Gathering all fucking night.
That's exactly what we were doing.
What they're talking about.
We were playing Magic the Gathering and eating pizza all that night. That's what was going on. So.
Facts.
So I'm curious. Having addressed that, was there any other prompts, or are you so Jordan? Are you a believer, or do you subscribe to a particular religion, or what's your take?
Yeah, I suppose I'm a believer, I guess.
Christian or just spiritual, or what do you like I said, do you subscribe to a particular movement?
I guess Catholic.
Okay. Is there a reason that you believe, or do you claim to know it's true, or do you simply claim to believe it's true, or do you have what's your justification there?
Well, I think that it's better than nothing, for starters. At least it gives you some kind of guide for action. And generally speaking, people who, speaking loosely, are more Catholic, whatever that means, than other people generally tend to live better, so it seems. And that seems to me to be a good enough reason.
So would you say this sounds very much kind of like you see utility in the belief, like personal utility in the belief, and the support of kind of like a social system that you agree with, per like the tenets of what the faith holds to be moral and immoral, and how people should live their lives. Does that logically entail that anything about the religion is true?
Well, look, these moral ideas have developed over the course of centuries. And societies that have bad ideas and bad and good being defined in the sense that the good ideas allow the society to propagate and the bad ideas lead to the society's decline. It seems that Christianity, and its roots in Judaism, has a significant amount of practical utility given how long it's lasted. Does that entail that its metaphysical claims are true? I don't know how relevant that is to me. I don't.
So coming down to it, would you say that you would claim to believe that these things are true, but it's not like knowledge you would claim to have, like you know a God exists? You're convinced that a God does exist, you believe it does, but just you wouldn't claim that you know one does, like existing external of your mind and stuff like that.
I would say that I act as if God exists. Now, whether that constitutes belief, I mean, we can, I guess, get into that if you'd like, but I would say that I act as if God existed.
Okay. But you would say that, but if I were to ask you, do you believe a God exists? Your answer would be yes, right?
No, it would be I act as if God existed. I don't particularly like that question because it tries to put me into a binary and say, put me squarely on one side of a debate or another. And I don't think it gets precisely at what is relevant, at what matters, and what I'm actually thinking. I think most precisely the answer to that question is I act as if God exists.
But you don't hold a position as to whether it does or does not in your worldview?
I don't think it's particularly relevant.
That a person existing in a society having certain beliefs that inform their actions going forward, actions that fundamentally affect other people that exist in society as well, because our actions don't exist in a vacuum, that their beliefs that inform those actions are not relevant?
Well, it depends on what you're saying is your standard for action. If your standard for action is what's worked traditionally, then that seems to be a pretty bloody reasonable way of operating for the average person. That's why you generally see that lower IQ, well, I don't have the data to back this up, but it's at least backed up in American politics that Republicans and aka conservatives, generally speaking, are more tend to have lower income, tend to have lower IQ, and tend to be from the South where all those things occur. And why is that the case? Well, it's because conservatism allows you to do what has worked in the past. And so the moral ideas latent in Christianity, and it seems that Catholicism is the best expression of Christianity, has worked in the past. I don't see why it wouldn't work for me today.
I got a question on that. So, what does acting as though it were true look like?
What does it mean to act as though it would?
Yeah.
It would mean that all of my actions are based on the assumption that the Christian narrative is true.
Like, how would you exhibit that to anybody else? Like, how would it appear to another person who's looking at you? Not just how you view how your behavior is, how others would view you. Would they be seeing you referencing God? Would it be referencing scripture? Like, what visible manifestation would it give them?
Sure. Well, I would say for starters, it's the speaking of truth, right? What Christians would call the logos, right? So the idea is that you speak the truth, or at least you're not blatantly lying. That's one obvious manifestation. That's not an easy thing to do.
I don't know about that, but I mean, like,
really,
I thought
really,
yeah.
I think it's really easy to say true things that are completely uninformative. It's harder to say true things that impart a great deal of information.
Yeah, I mean, sort of like a blatant joke here, for instance. I haven't said a falsehood since I've been on stream here. So, I mean, it can be completely transparent. So I'm wondering, like, what would actually indicate that acting as though, you know, Catholicism was the real deal and that applied to you? I'm wondering how that manifests in a way that somebody else could identify and go, that one's Catholic. Like, that's what I was wondering, what the nature of the demonstration, you know, the demonstrative aspect of what you're describing. See, when you say you're acting in a certain way, what message are they expecting to pick up from you, was my question. What level of detail? Like, would they be able to know Catholic? Would they guess Christian in general? Like, how big a vibe do you think you're giving off? Or do you just feel it's like how they're expected to behave, period, and it could be transparent?
I would say that I give off probably a fairly strong Christian vibe. I don't know that you can particularly figure out that it's Catholic. And to the degree that I'm Catholic, you can figure that out. I'll debate that all you want. But yeah, I would
don't
say
walk around with an incense carrier.
Well, you know, well, that's it's comical, but technically I'm asking, like, yeah, like what kind of actual outward signs do you manifest? Like virtue signaling, you know, how would they know, or how would you expect them to pick up on the kind of thing you're intending to give off, apparently?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, when you said that you act as though, you know, you're Catholic, that's how it manifests. You know, like another person who would be Catholic would look at this and go, one of us. I presume that's the intent, right? You would expect the ones who are actual solid believers, even though you haven't attested either way technically yet, you would expect them to clue in on it, right?
I don't think
if you're doing
necessary.
a good job. If you're doing a good job, I'm saying they should pick up a signal from that, right? Accurate or otherwise.
Well, ideally, a society is so properly ordered that everyone is following the Christian narrative, whatever we want to define that to mean, and we get into that if you want. But it's so then there would be no distinction, because you would just assume that everybody is.
Okay, how is that different than, like, just if you picture how we obeyed, like, the legal system? Just for reference, you feel at ease mentioning what country, area you're in?
I'm from the U.S.
From the U.S. Aside from, like, just obeying general laws, being like some level of general polite, you know, it doesn't sound like you're giving anything that signals to the background beliefs. You're not actually offering anything that gives me that sense that you're actually projecting that vibe anywhere.
Sure.
Unless you're taking even that as being somehow indicative, which is like the weakest inference possible. Like, you don't see every other country like going after each other in the back streets, even though they may not be, you know, Christian majority. So I mean, it doesn't sound like you're doing much, is all I'm saying.
Well, I would encourage you to, I don't know if there's any surveys on this, but there are perhaps even a majority of people would say that telling even a small, what we'd call white lie, is okay in certain circumstances. It's like, well, that's not speaking the truth. That's not following the logos. I mean, there's perhaps one key distinction.
Okay, so we were talking radical truth here is what might clue them in as to you being some form of believer.
To the degree that one can speak the truth, yes.
Do you realize the irony that you've just finished telling us that you are acting, you know, at the very least acting as though Catholic, and then describing that as being radically truthful? Do you realize the cognitive dissonance in that picture?
That's not a serious question. Come back and
Oh
rephrase
no,
it when you have a serious
it is actually a
question.
serious question. It's a slight irony. It doesn't have to be like hardcore. It's not a game ender. It's just a really big irony that you talked about. Like the manifestation would be radical honesty at the same time as saying that it's acting as though it were true. So
There are so many latent presuppositions in that question that it's impossible for someone to answer that question honestly.
okay, give me one so I have an understanding of where you're coming from.
Well, presumably what you're getting at here is that Catholicism is in some sense untrue. And so when you speak,
No, I'm not doing that. I'm saying you described what you're doing is acting as though Catholicism were true. I'm referring to the pattern of behavior you're saying that you're following, and the action that would represent, it would manifest as, and it might clue them in on it. But you only describe it as acting as though Catholic instead of actually.
I act as if God
confessing.
exists.
Yes, instead of actually confessing to actually holding the belief, which leaves the open door that it could just be a deception per se, that it could be inaccurate. So therefore, you're giving off an impression inaccurately by being radically honest. But if you're actually being radically honest, then that would naturally imply that you're not just acting as though you believe it, you would actually be believing it. Otherwise, you're not actually fully achieving it.
I haven't claimed to whatever it means to have genuine belief. I'm not even entirely sure what that would mean in this context. I've never claimed to have genuine belief in Christianity or Catholicism or whatever. All I'm claiming is that I act as if God exists.
I know, but the manifestation that you said you were doing would be radical honesty. So therefore, if you're acting out in that capacity, I suppose, okay, well, on those grounds, let's test that radical honesty. Do you actually believe in the God then?
I act as if he exists. That's the most precise way that I can formulate that.
Well, I mean, you do that, but then this would imply how you would be responding to me right now. So if I'm asking you right now whether you believe, I guess we're about to maybe test that radical honesty.
I don't understand.
That means I'm asking you directly. Do you actually believe? Not whether you act.
I don't know what that means.
Content of your beliefs. Are you able to state your belief?
I don't know what it means to believe.
I believe I'm holding. Wait. Hold on.
I have a super chat to jump on. Singer Soul for $4.99 says, your Yahweh God wants people to unalive those who want you to worship other gods. Deuteronomy 13:6-11. And Jesus tells you to follow that law. Matthew 5:17-20. Excellent point there. But to address what you said there, a belief is a proposition that you hold to be the case, that you are convinced is true.
Yeah.
So like I've said, when you say like when we ask you, the proposition is the proposition being a God, like a God exists. And do you hold that proposition to be true? Are you convinced that proposition is true, or are you convinced that proposition is false?
Yeah.
Or do you think it can't be determined? So like it's unfalsifiable. But that's what I'm getting. That when you say like you don't know what it means by belief, belief is just a proposition you're convinced is the case. Like you hold the belief that the proposition is true.
I believe I'm holding a bowl of popcorn. I have no trouble making this statement. Does anybody else so far believe me yet? Hold on. Anybody in the audience? Hold on. Wait. I have to do my Stephen Colbert impression. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Jon Stewart. They may have both done it. Either way, sue me, somebody. So, yeah, belief. If you don't know what it means to say that you believe a thing, you telling me you really don't?
The point of that statement is to say that I don't think I fully grasped what it means to say that I believe. I would formulate it more that a belief isn't, some kind of mental assertion to a proposition, but it's a way of being. So, for example, if I say that I'm on this floor right now, and I mentally assert that, or mentally assent to the proposition that the floor will be able to hold me up. But if I'm scared out of my mind to step on the floor, I don't actually believe that the floor is sturdy enough to step on. Right? The truest indicator of belief is actually basing your actions on, the quote unquote belief. And again, there's so many things to parse out. That's why I can't precisely answer your question on belief.
So Like, what kind of like extra access do I have for my popcorn?
Extra access?
Yeah, like, see, I mean, like, you're they were going like, wow, can I really know anything? Like, we're nearly in epistemic nihilism territory, down to I got popcorn, which everyone can see. And hold on, I can give you the extra noises if you really want the extra noises. I can go multimedia. Okay, I'm not beyond that. Saying you don't know what it means to say that you believe a thing. It's like saying, do I believe there's a guy down the street? I got a window that allows a lot of noise, and that guy's got a noisy ass muffler. What do you think it means to not say whether you believe a thing or not? Like, you don't know what it means to say a thing? It's either, yeah, I think it's a thing, or I'm not there. There really isn't a, remember that the I don't know is a valid answer on that one. But knowing whether it made a positive yes in your brain or not, popcorn, positive yes. Whether or not the guy next door to me is banging somebody, they could be quiet. I don't know. But you're telling me, you don't know what it would mean to believe? Then if you don't have that, you don't have belief. If you're being honest. So how radically honest are we right now?
Look, the point is that if the truest indicator of belief is action, right? So if you act on, if I'm acting on, say that you're in front of me, right? So I believe that you're in front of me because I am basing my action as though you were actually in front of me. Not actually, but on my screen. But to say that I believe in God is then to say that my actions are fully aligned with this ultimate ideal. And I mean, that's a pretty stark claim to make. And I don't think that I can make that claim.
Nobody said anything about having to align with it. See, for instance, right now, because like that demonstration factor, I also believe there's a toilet back there. And you're not seeing me rush to it to demonstrate it constantly. See, I still have the belief, and I don't have to act it out every.
Sure.
I don't have to act it out to people.
Well, you do.
You're mixing out how you think you have to act.
That's a pretty
the
good
belief.
counter.
The belief is here.
I was going to point out that the existence of crimes like fraud indicates that action is actually not the best indicator of belief. People act like they believe things they don't all the time.
That's the performance for other people's sake. So that's when you mentioned about acting as though. That's you're sending signals to other people, as opposed to actually just having your own thing going on.
That's a good point too. Yeah, the locus is totally external to yourself.
Yeah, you want the messaging out there. You're not owning anything internal or making any real clear statement, but you're willing to give people an impression and then saying that your method of doing that is honesty. At the same time as never being able to speak on your own behalf. Now, Jesus may not have been able to speak on his own accord, but that's because he drove Toyota. Now, I'm not sure if you've got some restrictions on you, but you shouldn't, according to that radical honesty thing that you said you had going on. So this is normally a point of introspection.
I have no idea what you just said.
In between where you're talking about the exhibition for this apparent acting as though Christian involves you exhibiting radical honesty, where we ask the direct question, and you can't speak on your own beliefs. And I have serious trouble trying to say that, am I holding a thing in my hand? Is this popcorn seasoning? Could it be? Would it be? See, I don't have trouble saying about the things I believe. Like I said, there's a toilet back there that I don't actually have to chase after to prove as proof. See, because you're trying to make it sound like a demonstration is everything. No, see, a demonstration was easy, but it's not everything. I have a belief. I also have a belief there's toilet paper on the roll there. So
I'm not saying that you can't believe in anything or that it's an incredibly high bar, right? I believe that the water bottle I just drank is incredibly real, right? I believe that the vitamin gummies, the D3 vitamin gummies from Nature Made, very quality brand. I believe that they're real, right? I'm not making the claim that you need to have this excessive skepticism. The point is that if I say that I believe God exists, that means that I have to have my actions fully aligned with that ultimate ideal. That I think that's impossible for anyone to claim.
Oh no! Take a look at the rest of Christianity that says, you know what? Everyone falls short of the glory of God because we're all fallen, right? See, that's the other some of the other core tenets that are shared around a lot. So frankly, they don't even expect to be able to perfectly uphold it either. Because remember, we're all broken and failed things before God, original sin and all. So they don't have to hold themselves up perfectly. I mean, they want to try. You know, you hold at least the best you can. Maybe they just hope that they're part of the elect, and it doesn't matter what they do because they're Calvinist. So no, having to think that you hold yourself to that perfect standard. Have you seen Christians? They don't do that. That is not a thing. Like, there may be a few people who look at themselves that way, but we know that they are like that tiny, tiny, tiny little subset. That's not relevant. So that's not really an excuse for a holdout from you there.
Well, my fundamental contention here is that when you know, Christians would say that you sin, right? That's an indicator of non-belief.
No. They do it all the time. Remember, that's why they go and they repent. Remember, that's why there's a confession booth, right? Former Catholic here. There's a confession booth.
Sure, yeah.
I just find it interesting that you're more willing to say your water bottle is real than you are to say that God is real.
I find that an incredibly uninteresting statement and fairly obvious.
It's bizarre to me. Like, as believers, I thought God, when I was a believer, God was the ultimate truth. I would be way more willing to say God was real than I would to say anything in this world is real.
Yeah, what I kind of get here is that you're afraid of the commitment that would imply. So
I don't know that I would say afraid, although that's certainly not a question I fully explored. I would say more that I am aware of my own insufficiency.
yeah, I would have to was the phrasing you would
So,
use. If I did this, I would have to do X.
It's okay to I mean, it's okay to say, I would say it's perfectly valid to say that you do hold it, that you hold a belief, you hold like the belief positively, you believe that a God exists. Acknowledge that you couldn't extend that to a knowledge claim, but then say that you hold it for, for personal reasons, that you hold it because you feel it has utility for your life, which would be an appeal to emotion or an appeal to consequences to some degree. And that you don't feel that you can really have a means of defending that beyond the personal utility it has. That's fine. That's kind of what we're after. Like, the conversations I like to have here on this channel are with believers who proclaim that these things are true and that other people ought to believe them, that they are like, and the other things that kind of extend from that, whether it be like certain moral distinctions or like moral realism to a degree or something of that nature, or people who claim to know that a God exists and that it is knowledge that everybody does, and that like all of us non-believers are just lying or something to that degree. So you say you act, you make the claim that you act as though it does exist. That kind of entails that there is a positive side to that, because if you didn't think that it did exist, you'd have no justification to act like it. You'd have no real justification to act like it does. It'd be a performative contradiction. Like, I don't believe that it does, but I'm going to act like it does. I mean, you could be a cultural Christian and not actually believe any of the theological stuff, but you just like the kind of like social merits of Christianity, or what you perceive to be the social merits of Christianity, regardless of what other people think about them. It could be that kind of like a Richard Dawkins take, where he sees value in that, but the problem is he values a lot of the antisocial tropes of Christianity. He says it makes for a better society, which is entirely subjective. But the implication is there that there is a positive belief there, which is fine. If you don't feel like you can defend it, that's okay. Or if you know that it's not defendable in a logically consistent way, that's also okay. I mean, but I'd hope that you'd be able to, like, I'm trying to choose my words very carefully here so I don't come off like antisocially, but I get the courage of your convictions is kind of where I'm going with that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or if you're a Catholic, if I said like 1 Peter 3:15, if you label yourself a Catholic, well, then you should be very familiar with 1 Peter 3:15 and provide the defense for the hope that lives within you, and however you mean to defend that. If it is just a fallacious reason, like an appeal to emotion, that's fine. So as long as you acknowledge that and are intellectually honest about it.
Dawkins did used to work for us over at Antifa in the debunking department, but then we found out he was bitch made, so we had to serve him his pink slip. We don't tolerate TERFs over at Antifa, so he got the stinky boot.
Right, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me up here.
Thanks for
Okay,
coming.
thank you.
Oh,
Glad to have
Appreciate
you.
it. You're always welcome.
I believe
You
you
didn't
just
leave
say it.
because of what I said about Dawkins there. That's surprising.
No, that was good, man. That was good. I was just letting them cook. I didn't want to, I was letting y'all cook. I was trying-
Yeah, I want to see where Andrew was going to take it. That was it.
Oh, I already technically did see that. The entire idea that he was actually attempting to perform radical honesty at the same time as not being able to own his particular belief.
Okay, Andrew, like
Yeah.
I wanna make this point. Like, I understand Bayesian probabilistics, right? I understand. Are you familiar with the concept? Like, of
Yeah.
saying, like,
In general, yeah. It's good
right,
with
yeah,
larger
he's saying
numbers.
this has a high probability instead of saying I know this to be true. But that's like completely contrary to the attitude and tone of every scripture out there I know of, which all pretend to be all-knowing and infallibilistic, and they're totally fideists. They're based on faith and pretending to know something that you can't actually know.
Hold on. I'm not certain what thread you're running on when you mentioned probability.
Yeah, he's like trying to say, I act as if God is real. It's kind of like making a Bayesian probabilistic statement,
Hold
right?
on. There's a
To
question
an
about the
extent.
Goal is a question, though. That's the thing. It's like that depends on the motivation behind doing it. See, he keeps not owning what his actual belief is. He's also rejected the idea of saying, I don't know what it would mean to say that I believe a thing, which is bizarre. If not,
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not trying to run his argument for
I did
him.
the call on it.
I was just I was sitting over here trying to steelman his position, but I totally thought that the pointing out the radical honesty and the I don't know God is true thing, I agree that was a good angle to push. I was trying to steelman his position because I do think it is radically honest to say we can't actually know things for sure, that we can assign things a high probability of being true and not claim complete Gnostic knowledge, right? Like,
oh, no. But remember, the radical honesty was the exhibition that he would do.
Right, yeah.
Signal his beliefs. So that's it's not saying that that's where it falls into the other aspect of whether he truly believes or not. He's just expecting that to be the signal everyone else does. So if this is how he's actually acting to everyone else, I was demanding him to practice that immediately in this, which was where I called him on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, and you can't steal man Jello. Sorry.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I like, it's wishful thinking. It's like, I did that once. Tried it out.
Yeah.
Had a bad time.
I wanted to ask him, and I feel like this is something we should ask more with believers. Like, have you ever been an atheist or have you been a believer since you were a little kid? Because this is the framework that I take towards religion, which is that most people who are religious, they were indoctrinated into it as children and haven't really thought sincerely about it since then. The apologists who we hear talking about it, we only hear them talking about it so much because of a voluntary selection bias. And so the average believer is not at all like them. They haven't heard all this apologetics. So I wanted to ask him that, and I think we should ask believers that in general more often, because like when you ask a believer why they believe what they believe, I think most people form their beliefs by just deciding what they believe and then justifying it after the fact. And this is a belief where they did that when they were children with all these forces pushing them that way that they didn't even understand. Right. So I think asking, have you ever been a non-believer? Have you been a believer since you were a little kid is a good way to kind of subtly get that information out of them, that they have been indoctrinated since they were a child and haven't really thought about it. Because some people do think about it, and a lot of them that do become atheists for a while, and then they discover apologetics and go back to being believers. And that's a lot of the people we're hearing from online.
And real quick, want to say hi to Darren Delaney. Good to see you, Darren. Appreciate you being here, as well as I got to scroll down a little bit. As well as Jay. Jay is here. Good to see you, Jay. He's actively giving things he believes he can't parse. I'd agree. Yeah, that's what I think it was. It's just kind of like, I don't know why an individual would like the courage of those convictions, but, to each their own. Who else we got in the house? I saw 100th Monkey is here. Good to see you, 100th Monkey, as well as Eric Mishima. Good to see you, Eric. Says, hello, all my hoopy fruits. Good to see you, sir. As well as Kent Speak. Good to see you, Kent. Appreciate you hanging out. And Godless Spectrumite, thank you so much for being here. Did Nature Made pay him? Tony Regime is here. Good to see you, Tony Regime. And I think
Moondog 50 million 2000.
Somebody said I ask if they remember being an atheist. That's an interesting way to ask it, because I do believe that we're all born atheists in a sense. Like, nobody's born a God believer. You have to hear about gods from other people. And very few people are, I doubt anybody ever, since religion has become such a dominant force on the planet, has independently come up with the idea of God before hearing about it from somebody else. But yeah, I think we're kind of all born atheists. I do think that some people at least have some kind of inherent sense of dualism. Like, I think it makes sense to me, the idea that like a child or somebody who's in an isolated community that's not very educated, like if somebody they care about stops being alive, like the idea that they might look up and look around and wonder where the alive part of them went, like assume it's something other than just their body. And that's kind of what I think is one of the roots of religion, actually.
Yeah, that's why I'll give you pushback, because see, from what you said,
please do.
From what you said, technically there shouldn't be any religion at all, because if it required to be taught to them, then there had to have been a source. So
right.
It clearly doesn't work that way.
Right. I think the source of religion is something like what I started to describe there, that ancient prehistoric humans had some kind of dualistic idea. They saw somebody that another organism that they were related to, or their sibling, their spouse, something, go from being alive to not being alive, and wondered where the animate part of them went. So like the first religion in a sense is animism, just this idea that the animate part of you is something different than just your body, and that it goes somewhere after your body expires. Yeah. And then it would evolve from this animism idea. This soul concept keeps evolving into a richer story, right? Like first it's just this soul thing, and then they start imagining that there's another realm where the soul goes, and that you can bridge some kind of divide between this realm and that realm with architecture and art. That's totemism. And then you get some humans that think they can influence this realm or that realm, or the bridge between the realms, with ritual and dance and chanting and incantation, and that's shamanism. And then humans start imagining that there's entities in this other realm, and they collect the souls in that realm, or they ferry them across mostly, and that's like paganistic polytheism. And then monotheistic deism and theism comes after that. And you can kind of see the roots of this in pretty much every contemporary religion on the planet. Like you can definitely see the roots of it in the Bible. The Bible evolves from a polytheistic text to a monotheistic kind of theist text over the course of the Bible.
Well, technically more of a henotheist would be the technical term under there. But like animism is the lowest level of basically taking and attempting to answer why the world is as it is, and to try to imagine what the forces are behind things. Then I typically attach the expectation of having to answer existential dread questions.
Mm-hmm.
So those tend to be like the very first motivators towards something. So for instance, I don't like the thing that happened in front of me. That's wrong. There must be something else that makes things right in some capacity. So death, no, can't be the end. Why am I here? There must be an answer, and it's got to be one that satisfies me. I have all these thoughts. I must be important. All of these are those motivators, because see, these are the sort of things that when left to bake in our heads can drive us crazy. Hence existential threat to ourselves, because in order to silence the voices, there's one final exit.
How's it going, Julia?
Hi, okay.
Just letting you know, we are doing a. I can hear about.
Oops, sorry. That was me, JL. Yep. Oops. Yeah, I still had the.
Yeah, no, that's
somebody
fair.
Somebody just joined the Discord, so JL's muted and fishing.
And I should say that, like, I don't know for sure that that's how it happened. I'm just making what I think is a reasonable speculation from the evidence.
Yeah, I'll give you an extension. Like, this is one of those things that where people are on the fence about belief. These are the things that I think also specifically tip people. Like, they tip them past the edge. Like, you know, when you start looking for signs because you wanna, and then your epistemic bar lowers. Motivated reasoning. So existential questions is a great source of motivated reasoning.
Yeah, for sure. I actually kind of think that's what's fueling the whole thing. The whole process from beginning to end is humans having burning questions, having no better methods available to provide some answers to those questions, and making what are basically just random blind stabs in the dark. God made the world and it's sitting on the back of a turtle, and on and on. And it's kind of like if you're a parent and if you have kids, you know that they ask a lot of questions, and I can just imagine some ancient Cro-Magnon human parent with his little Cro-Magnon. Where do we come from? Why do we have toes? Why is this grass green? And he finally just goes, because God made it that way. Okay, just stop asking me questions.
It may have been, are we there yet? Are we there yet? One too many times.
Right. Yeah.
God.
Yes.
Yeah. So, like I said,
or like, I'm trying to be amusing there, but it could be something more like saccharine and sweet too. It could be your child is sick and they're dying, and you want to tell them you're going to a wonderful place. You're going to a better place where you'll never be hungry again, and you'll be clothed and, bathed in milk and honey, and on and on and on. It just telling them a sweet lie because you don't see the consequence of giving them this beautiful untruth to soften the harsh reality that they're facing.
See, this goes into the existential dread. Now, see, it's not yours. See, now you're doing it to alleviate somebody else's.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what I call the SADs.
Yeah.
One thing I want to address in the side chat going on, Keith Mazzapica. I think it's Keith Mazza. Yeah, I think it's an I. Yeah, Keith Mazzapica. Is there a point that you're trying to point out? Because I noticed something that you were saying about atheism is an idea just like theism. No, it's not. They're fundamentally different. But for atheism to be true, because atheism itself is not a comprehensive worldview. It's a self-identifier. So for a person to be an atheist, for atheism to be true, the person would not believe that a god or gods exists. Would be a personal statement. That a worldview can be non-theistic. Okay, but atheism, just that position, like being an atheist, is just in regards to that one particular proposition. The proposition that a God exists is presented. It is indefensible. It is not logically consistent. A person can reject that. They can be not convinced that any God or gods exist. They don't believe that they do, that would make that individual an atheist regarding that one proposition. So in that respect, but it wouldn't be, I mean, that'd be different from like proving like a non-theistic worldview in that like particular metaphysical positions are in fact the case would be a different stretch. The proposition in question is a God existing. So the theist holds the proposition that of the existence of a God, holds that to be the case, that a God does exist. They are convinced of that proposition. Okay. And specifically with theism, it's a God that created everything and intercedes in reality, like directly interacts with reality, as opposed to like classical deism, where it's just an entity that exists. It created everything. It kicked the football on the universe and then fucked off with no evidence left of its existence. Or you could be naturalistic theist, where there's a creating entity. It created everything and then it interacts in completely naturalistic ways, making it fundamentally unfalsifiable. So there's that. So unless there's a position that you're wanting to go after, I do have somebody new in the Discord, Manjinkin.
Andrew, have you ever seen the movie The Invention of Lying with Ricky Gervais?
Nope, I've heard references to it.
It's a great because
sorry, I don't know actually any single detail about it aside from that was the name.
It's set in a world where nobody lies. Everybody just tells the completely blunt, unvarnished truth. You know, you knock on your friend's door and he answers late and he's like, "Oh, sorry, it took me so long to answer. I was whacking it." You know, he just tells you straight up. And in this world, he ends up accidentally inventing religion because he's soothing his mom on her deathbed and telling her, you know, you're going to go to this wonderful place and everyone you've ever loved will be there and on and on. And he looks up and all the medical team's like staring at him like, please go on. They think it's all true because they've never heard anybody tell a lie. But he ends up accidentally inventing religion. It's so funny.
So he was acting Catholic.
So Keith Mazzapica, I'm very curious. This sounds like a conversation to have up on the stage. The link is pinned in the side chat, in the live chat there. You can use that because I'm kind of curious how you would prove atheism wrong, or I will prove atheism wrong, which is really, really weird. In order to do that, I say I'm an atheist. An atheist, like atheism is a personal position. How can you if the only way you could prove it's wrong, that I'm wrong, that I'm an atheist, is by demonstrating that a God exists and that I know that it exists, or I believe that it exists.
Yeah, sounds like some precept shit.
Now,
that's like
I think we got a slight grammatical hiccup there, though. See, because atheism is basically a description of a mental state,
right?
So the way to prove it wrong,
to
prove it wrong would be to demonstrate your ability to read someone's mind and prove they're lying when they say they don't believe a thing.
That would be entailed, like Romans 1:20. Please demonstrate how you have special access to my mind. So.
Okay, I believe this popcorn bowl exists. And it's only popcorn bowl because it at one point contained popcorn and not just the crumbs thereof.
Yeah, because if there's a popcorn bowl, it'd be a bowl composed of popcorn. Otherwise, it's a bowl that contains popcorn. Okay.
This is how bread bowls got invented, okay? For soup, and it's awesome. I was so hungry, I ate the bowl.
Yeah, Leo Phileas points out, one can show that atheism is wrong by showing that a God exists. So, yeah, or at least from the self-identifier perspective, demonstrate that I believe a God exists, or that I know a God exists. Not either I believe it and I'm unaware of that belief, or I believe it and I'm lying, or that I know it and I'm lying.
I feel Romans coming on.
So, yeah, if you can do that without begging the question, I would be truly shocked. My mind would be blown.
You would have to argue in favor of atheism. I don't think you understand how. Keith? Keith?
Okay, so
you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
So, I could. Depends upon the God that's being proposed. If you propose a God that is all loving, I can just hit back with the argument from divine hiddenness that there's no, that like I can just shut that down. So it really depends upon what's being proposed. But I do not believe in the existence of any god or gods. I acknowledge that there are god concepts that are logically possible, but the probability of them existing is virtually zero. And either way, there's no justification to believe that they do or don't. Even though it can't be. How many gods do you know? I don't know any. Obviously, I know of many god concepts. Some are logically possible. Some are logically contradictory. The logically contradictory ones don't exist because they can't exist. The unfalsifiable ones cannot be determined to be true or false. And so that indeterminacy, that inability to determine one of those positions would indicate that it is irrational to hold one of those positions because there's no warrant to do so. There's no justification to do so. So I don't believe those either.
I know an infinite amount of gods, but gods are fictional characters made up by humans. I can make up incoherent gods right now in a string as much as I want. I can say there's a walrus god named Slip to Flappy Rappy and a carpal tunnel pudding flanker, and say like this. What you are calling gods, you have this really ingrained prescriptive definition of. The descriptive definition of gods they're just fictional characters. Humans just make them up. There's an infinite number of them. You can probably figure out that the incoherent ones aren't real. You can also, as a typical believer, figure out that all the other gods other people believe in aren't real, but you have some trouble figuring out that your God is also a fictional character too. And that's what we're here to help you with.
Logically possible indicates the existence of the idea. Well, that's an abstract. Sure. Like something that is logically possible, I mean, that's an abstract concept. And the abstract concept existing does not entail that it exists in reality. Abstracts and concretes, that's different.
I just imagined a velociraptor
without falling from an argument. No,
exist.
Without falling from it. No. I can argue that I don't believe that they do. I can say that any gods that are defined in a logically contradictory fashion do not exist because logical contradictions can't exist. A square circle cannot exist. Those gods cannot exist. Unfalsifiable gods, I've already stated this. I can only argue that it is unjustified to believe that they do. Okay? Because this is pertaining to belief. Okay? Like belief. Do you have a justification to believe that this does when the truth or falsity of that proposition cannot be determined? No, you wouldn't have justification. Or at least like logically defensible justification. So how many pantheons do I need to invoke? It's ridiculous. Whether I was aware of one or I'm aware of infinite numbers. This is beyond silly.
So
besides, we could even drop Keith, we could even drop the nuclear bomb on it, and we can address the linguistic problem that Andrew likes to bring up.
I was debating whether I was going to offer that.
What does the concept of God even mean? What are you subjectively choosing to put into that basket? Because there are cultures that looked up at the sky and said the sun was a god, okay, or the moon was a god, or the earth itself was a god. Or what are you even talking about? For some people, coffee is God. Because literally there is no functionality or coherency in the universe without coffee. Okay? For some people, it's Italian food.
For lots of people, it's their house cat.
So
coffee.
Unironically.
Okay, so and Keith, agnosticism goes towards knowledge of that. That's what that term means. Without knowledge. Knowledge and belief are not the same thing. You can be an agnostic atheist. You can be a Gnostic atheist, or what we would call a strong atheist. But agnosticism specifically goes to knowledge. For the sake of the sake of communication, we could just say I'm an atheist. If you want to get into the semantics of it, technically, for the unfalsifiable gods, I'm an agnostic atheist. For the completely logically contradictory gods, I am a Gnostic atheist. Okay, and that tells me right now, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You just don't like it.
No, I
Because
think
blah 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 is not a defeater.
I think what he's trying to say is like neither one has the right to either claim it exists or claim it doesn't exist. And every time you try to, all you're doing is debunking a specific notion, and there's still countless other notions. And basically, to debunk a silly notion, you have to put yourself in a position to, at least for a second, engage that silly notion. So it like by default puts you in a place of a bad argument. I think that's where he's coming from.
Well, he overstepped himself before because he said that it's absurd to believe. Sorry, hold on, off by a line there. Whoa, wow, things scrolled. My eyes just went sideways. Give me a second to catch the line again.
You said both of you are wrong. Agnostic for the W. I would agree that some gods. I mean, well, Gnostic for the ones that can't exist, but agnostic for the ones that are logically possible and are indeterminate. I'd agree with that. But that doesn't speak to whether or not you believe it, because there are people out there who don't know that it exists, but they are convinced that it does. Though that would be an agnostic theist.
I think what he's trying to like say in his own way is the argument that I be making that I'm pretty sure he's never heard me make. So it's neutral. Like that's his argument. But like I make a similar one where it's like the only real true answer is agnostic because no one knows for sure either way. You see what I'm saying? Because it's like if you're going to try to debunk the Christian God, for example, for a second, you have to indulge the Christian God, the Christian story.
I'm not going to be agnostic towards the Christian God for the same reason that I'm not going to wear garlands of garlic around just in case vampires are real.
Yeah, I found the line I was looking for, by the way. Yeah, so the line from Keith was, it's absurd to believe all gods don't exist when can hardly name a handful. Totally omitting verb. Yeah. So that in mind, nobody was saying all gods don't exist. So your use of atheism, wrong. The idea of believing that all don't. Yeah, no. So that's not how that word's being used.
Come on.
And if you want to go nuclear, come up on stage. I haven't snacked in a while.
Oh man, that would be crazy. But I think that's what he means in his own little way. You know what I'm saying? I kind of have the same sentiment. As an agnostic, you're not making a claim either way. You're not saying it exists or doesn't. You're saying you don't know, so you can't be wrong. You're actually the only one in the equation who is logically sound because you really don't know either way. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's because you're making a statement about you're making a claim about your mental states, not the external state of affairs.
You see, Keith, this is what's problematic. This has already been addressed, and then you went in and repeated, prove there are no gods that exist. We have already parsed that out. That's already been parsed out for you. So if you're just going to start trolling at this point, I'll just let the mods handle you.
And Keith, if you come up on stage, I'll answer that question. And you won't be walking away in one piece from it. You're welcome. You're welcome to pick up the weapon. I'd hate to take out somebody unarmed.
And Kent, I agree with you. It's like as for the same for the Abrahamic God, I would go so far as to claim it can't exist. Yeah, the Abrahamic biblical Christian God is not a thing that exists.
Oh! Somebody did a no.
But then there will always be
I killed Earl. Had to step in. I missed it.
Then there will always be another God. You get what I'm saying? So, it's like, I kind of get because I always say the same thing. Like, the agnostic is the only true, honest position to take. That's why people they'll call themselves an agnostic atheist, agnostic deist. You know what I'm saying? They want to have the security cushion of the agnosticism because it's like neutrally the one true position that one could have that's logical. But like
it's not.
when you make the
believe me,
Andrew,
not.
Do you know what happens after death? Can you break it down?
Who said they have anything to do with death?
Death. I mean, death.
I've been knocked out a few times. I'm assuming
I'm
it's
talking
something
about-
like that.
Talking about death, brain death.
Well, I know you're talking about death, but you just talking about gods a moment ago. Now you're just
No.
changing the
That's what
topic,
I'm
bringing
saying.
death.
So what I'm telling you is that, right? when
Yeah,
the
your
moment
agnosticism.
death occurs-
No,
No,
see,
check it
you,
out.
you just tied. Hold on. Yeah, Jay.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, the thing is that you just tied those ideas. You took the idea of God, and you took the idea of death, and all of a sudden you thought that you had to put those in the same sentence all the time, and you
No, I
don't.
didn't. No. I
No,
don't.
but by
That's-
bringing
I
it
don't
up,
feel that way.
yeah.
No, I don't feel that way. The reason why I bring that up is because that's the point in time where science and data can't help you. Death, right? That science and data can't help you no more when you enter that condition. When you exit the one that we're currently in and you enter that condition, and that's now your condition going forward, the dead perspective that you can't account for because you don't know if something continues or not.
I think
You
it's a
understand?
category error to say you're entering the condition because you cease when your body,
Yeah.
when the
There is that too.
Your brain function ceases, Austin. Your brain function ceases, and that's what the data shows you. But there's
Yeah, I
no
know.
concrete proof to say you overall failed. You know, there could be a shift. There could be some sort of transition.
this is like the fundamental crux of our disagreement, Jay.
Well, it's actually confirming the thing that you said you weren't doing is what you are doing. See, you're still talking
What?
about the death
Okay.
thing, as if that impacted whether or not God exists or means anything.
No, I'm saying that at that point, when you're dead, there's no data to tell you if there is a God.
Well, yeah, I
or
know,
not.
but
We
I
have
know
to
that
get
doesn't
there.
change anything.
We
That's like
we
saying
have to get. Yeah.
If I don't go find out if my neighbors are banging, like you're right, I won't find out. But it
That's
doesn't
what I'm
change
saying.
whether or not they could exist or not. So that's why you're not
No.
actually addressing the existence question.
I hear you, but what I'm saying is, what I'm supposing is that if this indeed is a phase of life that we just got to experience it, we born, we die, and then maybe something else comes. Who knows? Maybe something else doesn't. What the point is that we don't know. You see what I'm saying? We don't know. You could say that based on the data, we fizzle away, like Austin says, kind of like getting knocked out. You understand what I'm saying? We could compare it and contrast, but none of us, not one of the four of us, have ever been in the brain dead state. You understand? Like our brain is actually dead. You know, it's never coming back. That type of thing. No more brain activity. So like until we in that state, right? It's the only way we could evaluate if anything comes afterwards, if there's indeed an afterlife, if there's some sort of mechanic on the other side somehow, if there's some sort of system put in place by something. It's the only way we're gonna know.
Well, yeah,
Or have a chance to know.
that is a totally different topic, of course. You're on a
I
whole
mean,
different topic.
I don't know if that's a totally different topic. He
It
was
is,
basically
yeah, like,
alluding to the
remember what-
silliness of making the claim. He was
Oh, no.
he was alluding to the silliness of making the claim. either way.
No. Jay, do you realize why it's a totally different topic?
What?
The topic was about whether or not, about gods and existence and things. Not whether or not there was ever an afterlife involved.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I know, but you
this
just
is
say that's
how
why the whole
I
topic,
told
it's a whole topic
Look,
jump. You're
I'm a-
right.
I'm
You
a
never
pull-
find out
I'm a
about
pull the
afterlife,
topic
but
back in.
afterlife and God does not have to overlap.
I'm gonna pull the topic back in. He's basically saying that it's silly to make the claim either way that he does or doesn't exist because no one knows for sure. What I'm trying to tell you is that we would have to know what comes afterwards to know whether
No.
a God exists
See,
or
you're still
doesn't.
assuming that an afterlife is even part of that picture if one does exist.
That's what I'm saying. We won't know that till we get there.
No.
So we can't even write that off.
No, there could be zero afterlife. There's nothing
There
to
could
find
be,
out,
right?
and that's not a way to get anywhere.
There could be,
Ooh.
not there is
But if
no.
there isn't, there could still
Not
be
there
the
is
thing.
no.
I know, but if
Right?
there is no afterlife, there could still be the God thing.
Yeah, but
So
if
real quick, I'm
there
sorry to
is no-
interrupt. But Learn About God is in here. I'm assuming from the politics server, because Learn About God is a channel in the politics server, who says evolution is just as valid as the tooth fairy. We'd love to hear why you think that. Any evidence?
Speaking
Come
of
on in.
teeth, do you know what all whales grow in the embryo stage? Teeth buds. They grow little bitty teethies.
Well, do you know that basically the horn on a narwhal is basically an overgrown tooth that actually just protrudes out the
Yep.
front face?
Yep.
It's a unitooth. not a
How
unicorn. Get it right.
fascinating that cetaceans seem to all have a toothed ancestor.
There's also fish that have teeth.
Yeah,
That is creepy as hell. I hate the ones that
It's
smile.
true.
I hate the ones with the human looking eyes.
They have that like that
bugs me out.
rictus grin to their face, like ah. But yeah.
Like, what's with that goofy smile? Okay, don't make
So,
get Finding Nemo real.
but learn about God. Oh yes. So
Link is pinned in the chat. It says JL Warren got evidence. Got an
yeah,
argument.
you're in the it's down. It's pinned at the bottom. It's pinned at the bottom of the live chat. You can click that link. It'll bring you up on the StreamYard. And hey, Angel Rivera, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
did I send you my picture of the whale embryo with the teeth developing?
Yes,
JL?
you did. Yes, you did.
Nice.
You're
Matter of
welcome.
fact, I think I remember like messaged you back, said, "Hey, yeah, appreciate you sending me that."
Yeah, of course.
Why am I getting fucking spam on Discord? I haven't gotten spam on Discord in a long time.
You know, it's
Yeah.
interesting because even still there are toothed whales. Those are the odontocetes. And then you've got baleen whales that are the filter feeders. And people think the baleen plates are teeth, but actually they're modified hairs.
Penguins have teeth in their tongue.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
The open
Technically, they're
maw is-
not like dentition. But they have the papillae in their tongue are keratin, and
Yeah.
they form spines that lead back towards the throat, much like a snake's fangs, which
Yeah.
the way they hinge is to help direct the food, the food back down the throat. They have the penguins have the same similar thing with their tongues, which help the fish to go down so that they don't wiggle out.
That's so cool.
Yep.
They got a blender mouth.
It is the stuff of nightmares. Behold.
And so yeah, learn about God. The link is pinned there in the side chat, so you can come up anytime. Oh yeah, he's got a picture of it there. I was going to show this picture as well.
Oh, I think I have seen that before, Andrew. Yeah, it is the stuff of nightmares.
Yep. They have keratin papillae. So essentially, like the buds on their tongue form keratin spines. Same stuff that your fingernails and claws and scales, all that shit. And that's their tongue forcing fish. And when they grab fish, it forces them in that direction. So barbs that they can't escape. Penguin tongues. Very
Nice.
scary.
Brutal.
I love
Evolution's so cool.
penguins are great.
Oh, that looked like a momentary join.
They're freaking amazing.
It really is.
Penguins International, the actual website, has anatomy of a penguin tongue. So like actual penguin tongues. And I can share this really quick because I think this is cool as shit. Penguin tongues, anatomy of them. Of what the actual
Brutal.
yeah, what the actual tongue looks like.
That looks like how metal bands write their names.
All right, Learn About God is in the back. Let's bring up Learn About God from the Politics server.
Hello, gentlemen.
How's it going? So
Pretty good.
Was that the one thing that brought you up, or did you have something else? What you got for us?
Well, I was just listening.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what you want to get into, the fairy tale of evolution first, or how God
Okay.
exists.
Okay, so as far as evolution goes, I want to double check and make sure that the idea that you're operating with, as the idea of what evolution is that you're operating with, is accurate. Is the first thing I would want to check. And I
Right.
would say that evolution is the term that describes the observation that in populations of organisms, through reproduction, certain alleles make it through to the next generation, to subsequent generations, while other alleles don't. as a result of pressures, what we call the environment, the things that occur in the environment. And those alleles over successive generations lead to phenotypical changes.
Okay, well, that's
would you agree?
science.
Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, but I see that like that's science. What you just described is what we observe today, and that's called adaptation.
That's not adaptation. No. That's not adaptation. That is what evolution. What I just described to you is what evolution is.
Okay.
When we say
so if I were
evolution,
to describe,
uh-huh.
okay, so I understand that. I see that as adaptation. Now you can tell me what
It's
the
a
difference
completely
is later.
adaptation would be a completely different thing. Yeah.
When I think of evolution, I think of the religion where you make this giant leap. Well, since these alleles are changing because of pressures in the environment and dietary change throughout different populations over time, that means if we just imagine billions of years, a tiger could then morph into something that's not a tiger. That right there is what I call a fairy tale.
Well, okay, so that's not what's being proposed by evolution, and has never been proposed by.
A chicken's not a T-Rex.
Oh no, hang on a sec. A chicken is an avian that exists now that has genetic connection going back and is what is left of the theropods that once existed tens of millions of years ago.
Okay, and I'm supposed to use my imagination for that, or do you have
No. It's about morphology and the multidisciplinary body of evidence that we have that allows us to show these things. Now, you are correct that in showing the genetic lineages or the phylogenetic lineages going back that far can be difficult, but it is not impossible. It's the same way how we understand whale evolution as well. So,
and are you determining that based on the similarities of genetics?
A number of things goes into it. Cladistics, morphology. As a matter of fact, Austin Sims is here and can dive really, really heavily into this, depending upon what we're talking about. But we have to remember that it's a multidisciplinary field. So it's genetics, it's cladistics, it's morphology, it's taxonomy, it's phylogenetics, it is island bio. Island bio? There's island biodiversity and and then of course physics, chemistry, and geology.
Right,
there's a number
science.
of fields that go into it. So, but that's to understand, and like the law of monophyly is a part of it as well. So going into biology, so there is a multidisciplinary field that allows us to describe what is happening. And what is happening is what evolution is specifically describing, and Austin can correct me if I'm wrong on this, is the repetition of specific alleles in populations, which could be millions, tens of millions of organisms. So the repetition of specific alleles in populations over time as a result of evolutionary pressures, or what we say like environmental pressures, that result in phenotypical changes.
Okay, and this is something that's new to the DNA, that was not present in the DNA before.
It's alterations to the DNA resulting in phenotypical changes. So it would be like things that have function lose that function, and other things that had minimal function or no function gain function. So like we see this in nature, and we also see it in the lab. We can induce it. We do like gain of function research all the time. We also do artificial selection in organisms. We also observe it in nature. So it just all it is. So like, for example, it's not about one organism like turning into a completely different organism, a la like in the biblical terms, like one kind turning into another kind. What it is identifying that all the organisms that we have today, like for example, if evolution were true, that if it were the case that evolution was true as we understand it, then a piece of evidence that would support that would be that everything on the planet is genetically related. Which it is. Everything on the planet is genetically related.
And by genetically related, you mean similar?
No. That we share genes. That everything is genetically related because everything that exists stems back to a common ancestor, which is exactly what we would expect to see if evolution, as we're describing it, is the case.
Okay, wouldn't still here's a counter hypothesis. Wouldn't it still be the same way if the same code is just used for the same functions?
Well, okay, so it's just DNA, and
DNA is a code, yeah.
Not in the sense of something that is written. No, it's chemistry, is what it is.
So
these
it's
are
not a
chemical. These are
language.
chemical interactions that take place.
Is it built up of like a language that can be read and
No.
understood?
No, we use the languages
not?
hold up. We use the language that we've invented to describe the chemical interactions that we are observing. But at its
Right.
base, they're just chemical interactions.
Okay,
Yeah,
but they have
we-
they serve highly complex functionalities and stuff though. So it's not just like random chemical reactions, right? You would say.
No, okay, so they're not perfect, and they oftentimes do what those chemicals naturally do, but they don't always do it exactly correct. And those changes that occur, like whether they're like point mutations or they're silent mutations or they are, and Austin can go down the list of the various things. Like I said, it's not a perfect system, or the offspring are not identical to their parents. You know, in certain forms of reproduction, some species operate via like they basically make clones of themselves, like aphids and stuff like that. They just genetically reproduce themselves. But
then maybe Austin can help me too, because you're right that like how I think of kinds in creationism. I'm a young Earth creationist. Kind that doesn't exist in evolution. Species is just a arbitrary, convenient term that you guys use, right? So because
no, not really. No, it does have a specific.
Real quick. So the way my mind wraps around this is that in evolution, I understand it as this. This is the idea that if we just rewind time, everything starts from the same organism. And then it branches off over billions of years and all these different mutations and all this and that, and we are just organisms in a constant change. So there's no such thing as a species. Rather, we're just in constant change. Like Austin couldn't tell me when exactly on a timeline when we actually became something that wasn't human into a human, or when we stopped being a human, right?
Yeah, that's actually the first accurate thing I've heard so far. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Technically, this is, every time we mention a species, it's a very vague generalization. It occurs, we talk about that like as a general kind of framing when we're trying to relate a point in time to another point in time. So indeed, to say that this first human makes 0 sense. And all of that is very rough. And yeah, you're right. It is a gradient the whole way. So human doesn't technically really have a solid frame. Like when we're talking, it's always relative to something else.
Yeah.
So if we're trying to relate it to us, for instance, we could use us as a guidepost going, well, how far back, for instance, are we capable of meaningfully reproducing with them? How far back in terms of generations in differences are we genetically compatible? That's where speciation occurs. So one could take any 2 points in a line and go, okay, there's a speciation between these 2 points. And where we put a label is gray. And you know what? It changed nothing, apparently.
Right.
The key here is that
we're not changing. Evolution does not change because of this at all. You're just coming down to whether or not the label is super duper ultra fixed meaningful.
Well, I'm wondering though,
Nobody
because
cares.
JL's definition for evolution included populations, and I'm guessing populations of species, right? So, my question then is that an actual accurate definition of what you actually believe, or is it just like a convenient definition based on convenient terms?
No,
it is accurate.
Hold up. No, hang on. What I gave you is what evolution is. There's nothing like what. Okay, so in evolutionary biology,
How does that differ from adaptation?
Okay, so adaptation is describing something entirely different. Okay, so an organism's ability to adapt to its environment is something that is an ability that it has to do. Like conflating adaptation with evolution is something just like there's no macro evolution in that respect there, but there is evolution. Okay, so here's the key. In evolutionary biology, a species is fundamentally defined as a group of organisms, populations is what we're talking about, not is a group of organisms capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring. Now that's an extremely loose definition because evolution is a continuous process of gradual change. Defining a species is notoriously tricky. So rather than a hard boundary, it is really more of a reflection of a snapshot of an ongoing evolutionary lineage. So, and the way we define these things operates because remember, you're going to have things like asexual organisms and of course like fossil organisms that we only have access to the remains. So you've got biological species concept, you've got evolutionary species concept, you've got phylogenetic species concepts, and ecological species concepts, which provide nuance to how we parse these things out. Like, for example, with Homo sapiens, with the Homo genus, okay, actually, let's go Homo sapiens. So Homo sapiens are a member of the Homo genus, okay? The genus are the some like 13, 14, some odd relatives. All the rest of them are extinct. We're the last member of the Homo genus. Our genus of Homo sapiens is left, and of course this contains Neanderthalensis and others. So our genus shares genetic relation with the closest genus to us, which is the Pan genus, which are chimpanzees and bonobos. Okay, that's the Pan genus. And so these two genuses share a common ancestor that existed some 7 million years ago. Now, as far as Homo sapiens go, we entered the fossil record, like anatomically modern Homo sapiens entered the fossil record roughly 275 to 300,000 years ago is when we start picking us up. But we are not the oldest. There are older ones of us that we coexisted with that went extinct after we arose. So, and there's connections going back, like a Homo erectus, that there's a population that our population came out of, as well as Homo neanderthalensis, which is one of our cousins. So these things go back, and we understand this via the like, for example, with Homo sapiens and chimpanzees as they exist today, because 7 million years ago chimpanzees didn't exist. So with modern chimpanzees and modern Homo sapiens, we look at our genetics, and we recognize that we are 95% similar, and that something like the endogenous retrovirus insertion points that we share mathematically guarantees that we are that we have common ancestry, because the amount of insertion points, the amount of ERV insertion points in our genomes are identical to over, I believe, 200 points, which mathematically speaking would be virtually impossible if we weren't. It would literally be like the odds of us sharing over 200 points, 200 common insertion points, ERV insertion points amongst two species that were not related, because remember, insertion points are passed down through lineage. And so for us to be not related, not have a common ancestry, and share that same amount of points would be like throwing a dart and hitting a bullseye on the moon. So mathematically speaking, we can say.
Do you mind if I respond real quick?
Not only that, let me just add one more point real quick before you respond, because I think this is the point that really drives ERVs home. Not only are these viral DNA insertions in the same insertion locusts, they have the same breakages and repairs. So once that viral DNA is in your genome, it acts like DNA. It codes, it replicates, it jumps around in the genome, and it gets broken, and sometimes it gets repaired. So it's already so statistically, astronomically unlikely that they would be in the common locus, but then the breakages and repairs being common as well, that I don't think you can even calculate the odds of that. They're so infinitesimal.
Okay, so and the reason why I wanted to stop you there, because I feel like you're adding a lot of stuff, and I'm still on adaptation versus evolution real quick, because I'm still confused about the definition you gave. Because so here's so this is an International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, and this is their definition of genetic adaptation. Is this result of random genetic variation due to mutation and or to changes in allele frequencies causing variation in the survival and reproductive success of individuals and hence of groups of organisms, with the consequence that those best adjusted to their environment flourish. So that's their definition. It sounds eerily similar, almost exactly like your definition of what you tried to say evolution was, and that is genetic adaptation.
Now, for the contrast, I've had it up on my video feed here. If you want to go full screen, we get the little side-by-side breakdown, because, see, you're only looking at one side, of course. Let's go look at the differences by column, because, see, we don't want to look at just one side. So, evolution and adaptation, yeah, there's some similarities in there. Some differences, too. So
Yeah,
adaptation-
isn't the difference because I
It's a
could go to the
difference.
scientific definition of evolution, and it seems to be it goes into imagination territory. So
no, the imagination
well,
part
okay, well, let
is
me
that
well,
the imagination
well, let me
is
finish
another
real quick
argument of
if
yours.
I
It's
can.
not this though. See,
Okay,
we're not gonna
I'm not
mix
trying to
your
use
use of
those-
adaptation
I'm not trying to
and
offend
the imagination
anybody.
part.
Yeah,
We're gonna
I'm not
split
trying.
those in two.
Okay,
No, we're
yeah,
gonna
I'm
split
not-
those into 2 points.
Okay,
'Cause
can
that's what
I
they
speak
are.
real quick? I didn't finish my point. I'm just using these terms because this is how I view them from my worldview, right? So I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just using it as the way I see it. And, I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
And so
But you're
what
using
I see
their
is, just to
terms.
finish my point is this. So, and this is from my point of view, what I'm seeing when I'm looking at the data here and these definitions and what I'm trying to be convinced of, because I'm trying to be convinced of evolution. That's my position. And so what I'm seeing here is this, is that it hijacks off of adaptation, and then it gives this thing, this what I call imagination, where you have to use your imagination, that if you just imagine this over millions and billions of years, then this this organism will then be something else that we would call a different species or a different kind of animal over time. Like these mutations will add up to the point where they're no longer considered like a dog. If we're talking about a dog, it's like these mutations will add up over millions of years to where it's no longer even resembling a dog anymore. I think that's what I'm saying is that's the fairy tale. That's the
Yeah, I know.
religion,
We've
that's
shifted. We've
the,
shifted.
that's
We've
the
shifted topics
pseudoscience,
again,
right?
though. Yeah. So we've shifted topics, and you're basically arguing that there's no way that if I take a step and then another step, and I keep taking steps, that I'll never make it a mile. That's where you're going. You're like, oh, it can never actually look so different. It's like, what if my kid's arms, grow by like, I don't know, half an inch versus my length of my arms, and then their kids keep growing longer and longer arms, and then you're like going, holy shit, why is the next creature's arms like 5 feet long? And you think, you're right, it couldn't possibly look different than its ancestor. It's like, yeah, stuff can't accumulate, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where you're going. Stuff can't accumulate. You're right.
Oh,
there can be
okay.
little differences, but the differences can never add up
Uh-huh.
to looking really different.
Mhm.
Yeah, no.
But would you agree with this definition of evolution then? Because I walked over the definition of adaptation, which I fully agree with. That's completely science.
Both
but-
are.
Okay, so evolution, would you say this? It's the theory that all life on Earth shares a common ancestor and that unguided natural processes, primary mutation, and natural selection have produced every complex feature, organ, and body plan over millions of years. This requires the generation of new genetic information.
That's the
No,
definition of the
actually.
theory of evolution.
Well, that's all
technically,
evolution
yeah,
is
no,
a hypothesis.
Well, hang on a second.
Hold
One
on.
at a time, guys. One at a time. Guys,
Yeah, out of this, see, technically, evolution is just the idea that changes accumulate. So now, technically, imagine this. Imagine we end up engineering a whole new life form.
Mm-hmm.
It would not have branched off of us. So
Yeah.
technically, there would be two different entire branches simultaneously. No, evolution is the process any given branch does as long as it keeps reproducing.
Yeah, that's the theory, right? But do you have any?
No. See that there, that change, that's proven. That's demonstrated. We
also,
watch-
Okay.
also,
watch
the-
them fuck.
also, there's something that needs to be parsed out here. When you say that's the theory, this is
Yeah.
okay.
Or
it's not-
hypothesis, my bad.
it's not a hypothesis. It's not a
It
hypothesis.
doesn't actually follow the. We'll get into that later.
It
That
fall.
doesn't
Okay,
actually
no.
go through the scientific method, so it's actually just.
It does.
absolutely
It
does.
does because it's predicated upon the law of monophily. Okay, and so
And the law of final succession.
yes, there's
Yeah.
many laws that go into this. Laws are what laws describe what happens. So it's predicated on a number of laws.
Yeah, but what
And-
happens is, well, hold on though, because I kind of disagree with that. Because if you are actually going off those laws, you could not be an evolutionist, right? Because what we see is if a dog has sex with another dog, their offspring are always dogs. We never see evolution actually in reality. It's all like
we
in a
do.
fairy tale story.
Evolution has been observed both in the lab
Where?
and in nature.
Where in the lab? Can you show me that?
Dot incipient sexual separation of Drosophila experiment.
Learn. Okay, hold up. Learn about God. When we are answering a question, you cannot interrupt.
The dot incipient sexual separation of Drosophila experiment.
You asked for examples, and Austin is giving them to you.
Yeah. Okay, these are two of my favorite. I'll keep it to just two. The dot incipient sexual separation of Drosophila experiment and the coprophageous scarabinae mandible diversification experiment. The first one, Diane Dodd took a population of Drosophila melanogaster, geographically isolated it into two populations, population A and population B, and within 40 generations, population B was sexually incipient. It was an incipient stage of sexual separation from population A. Population B and population A would no longer sexually select each other as mates unless there were artificial constraints on their mating pool. So they recognize themselves as a separate species. One of the things that decides what a species is its own behavior. It is the biological species concept. Basically, she produced a repeatable speciation in about 40 generations. So that's one example. Another really good example.
Okay, real quick, can I ask questions about that one example?
When you use the first example, people say, well, she just changed the flies around. She didn't introduce a new trait.
Well, hold on.
The second one does introduce a new trait. It took a population of scarabinae that didn't have a mandible, and using similar techniques, ended with a population that did have a mandible. So you can produce speciation and you can produce new traits in repeatable time spans in applied evolutionary experiments.
Right. Okay. Like I'm getting you, but what? And I know about those experiments. And I just have a few questions. In both of those experiments, in the first one, we're talking about the flies. Were the offspring still flies?
Yep, there was a reproductive barrier between population A and B that didn't exist between.
So it doesn't actually support evolution.
Hang on a sec, Austin. Hang on a sec. Learn. You are still operating with a fundamentally incorrect understanding of what evolution is.
Well, whenever the definitions, and Andrew agreed with them.
Oh no. But then you said, they only gave rise to more flies. Okay.
Yeah,
evolution is not describing, but learn. It's already been explained to you. Evolution is not describing an organism giving an organism producing something that it fundamentally is not.
Like a T-Rex billions of years to a chicken.
Okay, but a T-Rex didn't give birth to a chicken.
Right.
A T-Rex hang on. Those theropods that were alive, their population began to get smaller over time, and smaller until and there were other phenotypical changes until the organism resulted in something that was literally more avian in appearance than reptilian, until eventually more traits, and it took probably along the lines of 65 million years.
Right. No, I completely understand, Jay.
So what
I'm asking is because he said that there's two experiments that prove evolution, but what he gave us just proves adaptation.
No, it was just two examples. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of experiments. It doesn't actually prove
Darwinism, dude.
It does. And actually, it's not Darwinism. And actually, learn, it's not Darwinism. It's effectively the theory of modern synthesis is what it is, because it combines our understanding of Darwinian evolution with Mendelian genetics.
Also, too, when you look at these two studies,
don't gloss over it. You were wrong on that.
I'm not glossing over anything.
You did. I pointed out that it doesn't prove anything about Darwinism, but that's not what it's proving. Learn. It's not what it's proving. It's talking about the theory of modern synthesis, which is the combination of Darwinian evolution and Mendelian genetics.
Okay.
You corrected me.
I want to address the thing where I was at least referenced in there for what you thought I was accepting here. See, also when you try to describe the idea of a dog, giving birth to a chicken along the way, or dinosaur and chicken, no, that never happens. So when you think of the avian evolution and coming from theropods, since that's the classification they're in, no, a dinosaur doesn't give birth to a chicken. You're talking about all the shit that happens in between. No, this end did not give birth to this. A whole whack of generations in between happened. So to
Right.
say A never becomes B. No. It's little changes. Like, what are you going to be calling each of these things in between? See, you want to know, you're trying to play the label game.
So
And
Well,
it's
well,
not
no,
gonna work
that's
for you.
actually maybe a misunderstanding or a straw man.
No, this is your phrasing.
Hold up,
This is
hold
your
up,
wording.
pause,
Because
pause. Learn. This is basically a basal theropods. Starting point. The lineage begins with bipedal meat-eating dinosaurs like Colaphesis, Tetanurae, Tyrannosaurus rex, so on and so forth. They did the basal theropods that we understand, those dinosaurs. Proto-feathers. Even these large predators possessed downy hair-like filaments and were surprisingly dynamic and bird-like in their skeletal structure. That's their morphology. Then arose from those populations rose the Maniraptorans, the bird-like dinosaurs. This group included predatory dinosaurs like dromaeosaurs, which are the Velociraptor, Troodontids, and Oviraptorosaurs. Key evolutionary milestones were the development of longer arms, swiveling wrists, perfect for capturing prey and later for flapping, wishbones with the furcula, and complex quill-like feathers on their forearms.
wait, are you talking
Hold
about
on, I'm not done. Next came the Avialae, which are the first birds, which included Archaeopteryx, the Microraptorans, and avian adaptations such as when they lost their teeth, evolved the fused tail and support a fan of feathers for better steering off of their tails. Then came the KPG extinction event, which was a genetic bottleneck event. 65 million years ago, after the extinction event took place, a few small ground-dwelling and tree-dwelling lineages of early primitive birds survived, and from those populations arose the Neornithines. The Neornithes were modern birds, and what we call adaptive radiation led to the development to the crown group, resulting in more than 10,000 species of birds that we see today, of which exist chickens, ratites, and other numerous ones. Like, so it'd be everything from your chickens to the common birds you see every day, to the corvids that you see, like crows, magpies, jackdaws, to ratites, which would be your emus, your ostriches, and your what's the nasty what's the big mean Australian one? Cassowaries. Okay, all of those modern birds.
Okay, so there's two
Right.
things here. So I want to get back because I understand what Andrew was saying, right? That because that's not what I'm arguing. What he was proposing is that because I understand I'm not saying that you guys believe a T-Rex literally gave birth to a chicken. Obviously, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
Good,
obviously
because we don't.
there's a obviously you guys believe in a transition where over billions of years that
We have the fossil evidence to support it. We know it to be we know it's what occurred.
So yeah, no, I know that you think that, right? But what I'm saying,
What do you mean? I think that
argument,
we
though-
have the fossils.
Well, hold on, I'm not arguing the fossils. Right now, I'm still on these two experiments that the other guy brought up. Was it AC? I think.
Yeah.
Another guy brought up these experiments, and then Andrew was like, "Well, no, he's not." But so here's my thing: is without the straw man, is this like I understand, but how does these experiments actually prove evolution when all they show is mutated same species animals or like a species that don't selectively mate with the other species who are still flies? I don't see how that proves your case one bit.
I can pontificate on that.
Yeah. Okay.
So the first one shows
AC,
evolution.
Hang on, Andrew. Hang on.
I just want to get quick thing. Let AC run on it. Still calling them flies. We're pinning that label game again. See, about when the second you still want to call them flies, but you realize they ain't, the fucking compatibility ain't quite so much there anymore. So watch how you're using a label the way you are. They're still flies. They look close enough, but they ain't compatible anymore. I'll let
Right.
AC
So
run from there.
labels are just arbitrary.
Oh, what? Yeah. Well, you're using them that way right now.
Well,
But
it's
when
evolution,
they're
right?
not compatible, I guess there's a question about how you use them. But you know what? Being addicted to labels, that's playing the game. But I'll let AC go about the technicalities of.
Okay, I respect that. That's a good
Yeah,
argument.
I don't care about labels. I care about what's
Yeah, I
happening.
was just gonna say
AC
that-
No, I like that. I respect that. I like that.
Like
I was just going to say that it demonstrates
I know Austin's going to jump on this, but really quick, I just want to do a quick question. I'm going to share something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Learn. Can you see this picture right here?
Yes.
Okay. What is that animal?
That is looks like to me like a snake.
Okay, that's a lizard.
Okay, it's a legless lizard, a skink.
So
looks like a skink. The coloring.
So that is a lizard with no that. So that is taxonomically that is a lizard.
Okay. Yeah.
Not a snake.
Yeah, they exist
by any stretch of it. So this is but organisms like this show how these changes take place.
Well, okay. So I'm glad you brought this up because
real quick,
pythons,
the reason we know this thing is a legless lizard instead of just a snake is because it has a TBX4 and a TBX5 gene in its genome. Right. The genes that build an arm, that build a forelimb, build a hind limb are in its genome.
Right. No, I agree. That is a lizard. Legless lizard. Very interesting creatures. But I'm glad you brought this up, JL, because I'm really into ball pythons, and I have a lot of buddies of mine who are actually breeders, and I don't know if you know the history of breeding ball pythons. We've been doing it for a long time now. Ball pythons have spurs. And if you run across, I think his name's Flint or something on YouTube, he's a Mormon, but he says, and it always cringes me. He always cringes me when he says, these spurs, they used to be legs. No, they haven't. Actually, the spurs are there and they're actually functional. That they use them in mating. You know how hard it is to mate as a snake. Well, ball pythons have spurs.
That doesn't mean they didn't used to be legs.
To help them with their hemipenes to mate. And so, and there's no evidence that these were ever legs. Ever.
The evidence is the fact that they're constructed by the TBX5 gene. They're constructed by a broken version of the TBX5 gene with a bunch of major deletions.
There's no evidence of that.
Yes, there is.
It's basic genomics. You can find the evidence yourself by going on a publicly available genome browser like those that are available on NIH or NCBI.
And you're ignoring the fact that boas and pythons are born with pelvic girdles.
I'm not ignoring that fact.
Oh, you didn't mention it though. You mentioned the spurs, which are the tiny remnants of their hind legs, which still serve an evolutionary function.
Well, no, that's a fairy tale.
No, it's not. Because the existence of their pelvic girdles indicates what those were. Because we understand, like there are fields of science dedicated to understanding how bones form and what function bones serve. And so we understand, and the musculature,
well, the spurs aren't bones. The musculature, they're made of like same thing your fingernails are made of.
Okay, but that's what they've been reduced to. But they still serve an evolutionary purpose. They provide an advantage in reproduction. But
I believe that's how they were always.
The existence of their vestigial pelvic girdles is what shows us.
And we know they're pelvic girdles because they still have an ilium, ischium, and a pubis, which defines what a pelvic girdle is.
So you guys believe in vestigial organs and stuff, right? Because I thought that was already debunked.
Vestigial organs simply acknowledge they're not organs that have become functionless. They're organs that have changed function, that have lost function, but can still serve another function, but the animal could do with or without them. Okay, they're simply like alterations.
Our gallbladder, right? Our gallbladder actually has a very
technically there are many like what we call they still have like they're still like more part of our morphology, but like the appendix. The appendix doesn't serve the function it once did. The function that it used to serve as a secondary stomach. Okay, that no longer that it's lost that function because as a result of our population's dietary changes and the bottleneck that occurred 70,000 years ago. So the function that it used to have, like whether it be like hundreds of thousands to millions of years ago, it no longer has that function. But it doesn't mean it just sits there dormant. It does still serve some function within the gastrointestinal system. But you could remove it, and it would have no deleterious effects on the human body to remove that. So
Thank
That's
you
what
for
we-
clarifying,
GMOs and
JL.
atavisms are just a manifestation of the fact that evolution doesn't have some predefined, predestined end goal, and we're always evolving. It's part of the reason why humans have such bad back pain if you live over 30 years old,
Right.
because evolution took a clothesline that nature gave us and started using it as a tent pole because that helped us get fruit better.
Okay, so AC, if you don't mind me asking, can you explain to me, like, how does genetic entropy come into the when it comes
fake.
to evolution? Because don't you
It's
think
fake.
that kind of goes against
It's fake.
evolution a little bit?
No, genetic
So,
entropy.
okay,
I'm
this is really fascinating.
Yeah.
This is super interesting. So, genetic entropy isn't a term that's used in the conventional scientific corpus of primary literature very much, but there is a concept called error catastrophe, and it has something to do with how mutations accumulate in genomes. Now, the only way to know that a population is experiencing error catastrophe is if that population is collapsing and going extinct. And that pretty much only happens in unicellular organisms that are extremely mutagenic. You might be familiar with a guy named Daniel Stern Cardinal, Dr. Dan.
Yeah, I actually read his article on this.
He and Zach Hancock did a paper about this exact thing, if I recall.
Right. Yeah, I read it.
Erica, so if you're referring back to Sanford, I think it was John Sanford, the guy who invented the gene gun, he was also a young Earth creationist.
Yeah,
and he brought up, like, he's the one who kicked off the whole like genetic entropy thing, and really it's just a rebranding of error catastrophe that was already knocked down. Because number one, when we're talking about entropy, we're talking about it's even just like a bad use of the terminology, because we're talking about energy states, energy always seeking it's in an open system like we have here on Earth, where energy is coming in from the sun and is leaving the Earth via radiative cooling. The Earth is an open system, so entropy doesn't really apply. So it's kind of a misnomer in that respect. But he was rebranding error catastrophe, which is something that occurs, but only in extremely certain groups, which is what Austin just described. Sanford is not someone that should be cited, because he was essentially booted out of it after he plagiarized Motu Kimura's work. And so that's why he doesn't have a place in academia anymore. Because
No, you're 100% correct on that. Yeah, and it's basically the same argument as Richard Lenski with the E. coli experiments, where he sort of proven that genetic entropy might not be the cause in all cases. So I do understand that's under debate.
Yeah, that experiment was fascinating. And it's another great example of taking a founding population and turning it into a kaleidoscopic array of populations that all share a common ancestor population, which is exactly what evolution is. Can we put you in the hot seat for a little bit? I want to ask about your theology a little bit, if you're okay with that.
Please.
Okay.
Let's go.
So even if I were to convert back to being a Christian, I would still accept evolution. And that's because I would view it like God wrote two books, basically. Like, he wrote the Bible, and the second book he wrote is nature, is the universe itself. And I think the first book is all about spiritual matters, salvation, your relationship with the gods. And the second book is, he doesn't tell you anything about that. You have to go out and investigate that and find out what reality is. And so even if I were to go back to being a believer, I wouldn't hold to a literal interpretation of Genesis in that way, because I would just look at the second book God wrote and I would contextualize it that way. Does that make sense?
It does from your paradigm, but under my paradigm, it's actually there's a lot of fallacies in that. Would you mind if I?
Well, hang on a second. If I may jump there, do you think that there's a contradiction in naturalistic theism?
That's a great
question. I think assuming something that's not really a valid scientific theory is nature, and then encompassing that on your decision, I think that's a fallacy.
Hang on a second. What do you think is not a valid scientific theory?
evolution theory.
It is. It's a demonstrated thing. It is a valid scientific theory.
Can you walk me through the scientific theory with it then?
Yes.
I mean, the scientific
Austin,
method.
feel free because you can do it more succinctly than I can.
Okay, let's start with a question. Are whales mammals?
Okay, so
That's
I'm talking
for
about
you.
the
That's
No,
scientific.
that's a sincere question.
No,
Are
I
whales
know, but I'm a
mammals?
little bit confused because the scientific theory starts with what observation.
No, he's getting there. Learn. Just
You can
follow
start
along.
with an observation, or you can start with a question. I chose to start with the question: Are
But
whales
what
mammals?
are you questioning without an observation?
I'm questioning where whales categorize
So
taxonomically.
we're observing whales, and then we're
Yeah, I'm
questioning
asking about the
whales.
characteristics of whales, and specifically if they have the characteristics we associate with mammals.
Okay, so we're just skipping. Okay, I get you now. So we're assuming we already observed something called a whale, and then we're asking questions about it. Is it a mammal?
Yeah.
Okay, so we define mammal as what, like a hot-blooded creature?
Yeah,
right?
an ectotherm, or sorry, an endotherm. It's got mammary glands, it's got hair, it's an amniote that gives live birth, all that fun mammal stuff.
Right. So I would say it seems like a mammal to me.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's a mind-blowing answer to that question, right? Even the people who wrote the Bible didn't realize that a whale was a mammal. They described it as a fish. And it kind of looks like a fish because of what we call convergent evolution.
Well, to
right?
correct you, the Bible, it calls all
Yeah.
sea-dwelling
No.
animals
I
fish.
get you. That's fine. But I'm saying I'm talking about the question: Are whales mammals? And the answer is yes. And how mind blowing that answer is, right?
Right. So let's go down a step further. Then how do we get to evolution?
Right. So what do you think the evidence would be? We ask the question: Are whales mammals? We do some observing and we say yes, they have all the mammal traits. So then, what do you think is some data we could find? We postulate, right? Okay, because whales are mammals, they evolved from land mammals. What do you?
But a mammal is like
postulate-
a category that we like.
yeah, like land mammals.
Can we
like,
actually use evolution and not just mammal? Like for instance, let's say that we dug up bones. Okay, we're observing bones.
Yeah,
in the
that'd
ground.
be a great way to test out a prediction, is to make a
Okay.
prediction about what you're going to dig up and then see what
Right.
you dig up, right?
Okay, so let's say that we dug up some ground in the strata. We found a fossil. We found some bones, and these bones look similar to something that we see alive today. Where do we go from there?
So from where we would go from there is we would infer things like function because of the similarities. We would look at it and we would say, okay, this has 4 limbs, it has a pelvis, so this is probably something that walks on land, for instance.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
The term for this is comparative anatomy.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay, so we're observing these two things. They look similar. We have one that's alive today. We have one that's slightly different in the ground. Where do we go from there?
So we started off by asking a question. We made an observation. Then we formulated an idea for an experiment. We said, let's predict what we'll find if we dig into the ground. So we dig into the ground and we find hundreds of fossil species, right? Almost 200 plus fossil species. We find Mastrocetus markgraffi. We find a bunch of Dorudonid species. We find a bunch of Basilisaurid species, Ambulocetid species.
So we're
Myocetids.
observing all these different fossils.
Yes, and what we're finding is that every single one of them looks like one of the other species. And if you line them up based on age, a couple of the suites of their traits transition in tandem. Like you see nasal cavity aperture migrate from the front of the face to the top of the face. You see the hind limbs shrinking. You see the form getting more streamlined and also getting larger as the ability to access this overwhelming amount of nutritional sources in its new environment compounds until we end up with the largest species on the planet, right? Your modern baleen whales, like your humpback whales or your sperm whales or your blue whales.
Okay, so we have these, just to recap. So we dug in the ground, we made some observations, then we dug some more, we made some more observations. So what's the hypothesis?
So the hypothesis was that the reason whales are mammals is because they evolved to be ocean mammals from land mammal ancestors. And then we find all these fossil species, and they cover all these transitions that you would need to turn a land mammal, one of these land mammal fossil species, into the array of modern whale species we see today. So we got all that, and then we can ask, well, what's some other evidence? We've got this is really strong, but let's test it against something else. And so the next step is genetics. We do genetic testing, and we postulate that if these whales did evolve from these artiodactyl land mammal ancestors, and all these fossil species we found are the transitional steps that happen, then whales should be more similar to artiodactyl land mammals than any other species. And that's what we find. We find that they're most similar to hippos, and then they're similar to artiodactyl land mammals, and then they match the molecular phylogeny we expect them to, as well as the fossils. So now we have two lines of evidence, and that makes it really strong. So go ahead.
Okay. So I'm just a little bit confused. Now I do understand that you're convoluting the two things: the whale with the fossils that we're finding in this hypothetical. But that's fine. Let's say we found whale fossils. But my question is, why are you just assuming transitional when all we are doing right now is just observing? So I'm just asking what your hypothesis. What wouldn't it be, instead of just assuming, hey, similar fossils are transitional?
It's not assuming it. They don't exist at the same time.
When you ask why are they similar?
No. Learn. They don't exist at the same time.
Yeah, but
that's how we get to transition, is because these organisms precede other organisms.
Yeah,
right, like if I take a Myocetus skull and then an Ambulocetus skull and then a Basilosaurus and then a Dorudon, and I line them up, they'll be lined up by age for one, and for two, you'll be able to see the nasal cavity aperture go from the tip of the snout to the middle of the snout to the middle of the forehead to the top of the head.
Right, but what I'm asking is, wouldn't that observation, based on those observations, wouldn't that be the criteria for your hypothesis that they are transitional?
It would be data that fits the postulation based on the question we asked, right? If whales evolved from land mammals, this is the data we would expect to find, and then we go out and we dig up the data and we find it.
A major key thing here. I mean, going along the lines with the whales thing, it's also it's how we know that hyenas are more closely related to cats than they are to dogs.
Mm-hmm.
It's stuff like that, and how like whales are related to hippos and so on and so forth. But a big thing about this is predictive power. Mm-hmm. So, for one thing, I can ask you this, Learn.
Mm-hmm.
If it were the case that our understanding of evolution, of the phenomena that we are observing, that these things change over time, okay, if our understanding of that was correct, would we be able to make accurate predictions?
Yeah, you would have to.
Right, exactly. If our understanding was accurate, then any predictions we make using that data, those predictions would come true and would in turn confirm that our interpretation of the data was accurate. One of the biggest things that we understand on this is the predictive power of the theory itself. The theory being the collection of, to describe it accurately, the meticulously tested, well-substantiated explanation of the phenomenon, which is what the scientific theory is. So we understand it this way, and we use it to make predictions. The theory tells us that if it were the case, then we should be able to go out into the world to a specific location on the planet, dig in that area to a specific depth, and we would find X organism. So, like, for example, I'm literally I'm using my understanding of the theory to predict where on the planet to dig and to what depth I need to dig to get to that specific geological strata. And that when I dig there, I will find the remnants of this particular predicted organism. And those predictions have come true multiple times.
Okay. Now, so with my point now, I get everything you're saying, and thank you, JL, for that.
No
Very
problem.
informative, by the way. You do a lot of studying on this. So where I'm at, though, is this. So I'm trying to walk evolution down the scientific method, and so far we got to the hypothesis. And then now you're predicting things based on the hypothesis. That's fine. What's the next step? Because my argument basically is this. That do you guys agree that for something to be a valid scientific theory, it must go through the full scientific method?
Yes. One of the ways we can falsify it, like one of the ways that would falsify evolution, is if everything on the planet was not genetically related.
Yeah.
If we found anything on the planet that was completely, entirely separate from everything else on the planet, that would falsify evolution.
Octopus?
They're still genetically related. Still genetically related to everything else.
Like
I said, there is nothing on the planet that is not genetically related to everything else.
I would counter that because my hypothesis would be if everything is genetically related, I would say that we're just made with the same genetic code for different functionalities.
That assumes that assumes the creator.
How would you counter that?
No, hold on. Because the converse would not be evidence. If everything was not related, would that be evidence that God doesn't exist?
No.
Then the converse of it. So that doesn't work.
For me, I look at things like that.
Method, right?
I look at things like the whale, where it has no hind limbs, and apparently the way the designer designed no hind limbs was to put a broken gene for building hind limbs in there instead of just not putting any hind limb genes in. That to me seems convoluted to justify and unparsimonious to justify with the design hypothesis.
Like, back up and rewind, like. Just look at what you just said, though, right? Because I'm just trying to point this out from my observations, and I'm trying to be, again, like I'm coming from a position where, like, I'm not in a cult. I'm trying to be convinced, and this is how I am with any subject. This is why I reject modern day Christianity. I truly believe it's all been corrupted, and people who follow it are retarded. JL will tell you that too. So, and I think he can validate that. But here's this: Mike. What you just said, though, is because I heard a lot of presumptions there, like presumptions without any evidence. So, like, when you say factually, this is what happens with this. What I'm hearing, though, is a lot of things that aren't proven that you're just assuming.
Okay, I want to chime in here because I've had a little while letting them run with this. So basically, you just gave a criteria where if everything was related, God. If everything's not related, God.
No, I said the same genetic code for
I know.
For efficiency.
Related, God. Not related, still God. So basically, it doesn't do anything for your case. So we got that. Now, as far as where the theory goes,
where do we get to the experiments?
This is when we get prediction after prediction after prediction turning out, and it's like, so you could be putting out an alternative hypothesis, but what you're not doing is knocking down evolution.
I predict this.
The second you go to just say, I've got another explanation. That's nice, but we've got one right now. So it is there, and it proves that every prediction is showing if this was the case, this is what we would expect. Now, that's why I put up our friend here. Do we recognize our friend here? JL, you recognize our friend up here?
Is that a drawing of Archaeopteryx?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, is that that hoax?
Little artist depiction.
Archaeopteryx is not a hoax.
It was put together with hundreds of different animals.
Yeah,
No, it
yeah,
was not. No,
Everything
it was
is
not.
What
We-
you say it
hold
is.
up.
It's proven to be a hoax.
No, it's not. Archaeopteryx is not a hoax. There is an entire clade surrounding those animals. It is not a hoax. We have found many of them. It is not just one specimen.
You can bring me down now.
Yeah, we have found many of them. The Microraptorans. So
You're talking about
Archaeopteryx
the
is just
Archaeoraptor.
Archaeopteryx is just one species out of all of them. It just happens to be one of the most well known because we have found some of the most intact fossils of them.
And the
Okay,
thing is,
so this is not
And
the
because it was
Archaeoraptor,
found 2
which
years
was a
after
hoax.
Darwin predicted its existence.
yeah. So out of this, we find them over and over and over and over. At what point, like, I'm sure at this point,
And I'm going to
you've
share
heard
this.
You've had this conversation, I'm betting.
I'm going to share this real
Thoughts?
quick. This one right here.
Yeah.
You said they were assembled out of multiple different animals.
It was the body of a bird, a Yarnus, was glued
That is
to the
not
tail
that,
of
okay.
a feathered
Yeah, okay. Guess
dinosaur
no, it's not.
Microraptor.
That right there is
I love
one
this
piece.
one.
That right
Hoax, my
there. Hold on,
dude.
no. That right there is one piece of rock.
Not only is it one piece of rock, you can clearly see the feathers.
Anyone
This-
can go in ChatGPT Archaeoraptor and see it was a hoax.
Look,
dude.
this right here is one piece of rock. This is one
Okay,
piece of
let me
rock
see.
with that
Look at those
organism
wings.
fossilized within it. There's its head. There's its feet. There are its feathers. There's its spine. That is one organism. You can't like assemble multiple organisms into one deal in one piece of rock.
And I do want to appeal to that reference to ChatGPT. Of course, see, you could also end up referencing a creationist site along the way that ends up trying to make that claim. So if you're looking for confirmation bias, yeah, ChatGPT can feed your confirmation bias.
No,
That's where
I
we're gonna start going
always
to-
tell
we're going to
people,
start going to sources, but see, you're gonna don't worry, you're
Google's
gonna
also
go down one
biased
rabbit
as well.
hole.
It depends
We'll
what
chase you
source
down
you
that
use.
rabbit hole. So what I want to know is I'm betting you've had this conversation with a lot of people, haven't you? And I'm wondering,
So
Not
I-
really.
at what point,
And actually, evolution is not really my forte.
I didn't ask
Well,
whether it was your
actually,
forte.
on that-
I asked
on that
whether or
note-
not you had
wait,
the conversation.
hang on a sec. On that
No,
note,
I've
on
seen
that
about
note,
my
for
theology,
on that
that's
note, for the
fine
sake of
too.
the conversation, on that note, there's something I want to pose to you. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so learn. I typically operate by this kind of standard. Like, okay, would you agree that everything in science, everything that we know in science, within science, that everything we know could be wrong, and that would not entail that a God does exist?
Sure.
Is there any logical problem? Okay, great. On the converse, everything we know in science could be correct, and that would not entail that a God doesn't exist.
No.
Hold on.
Wait, no, hold up.
I need to reverse this.
Hang on,
for 1
Andrew. Hang on
second.
a sec. Where's the logical contradiction in that statement? That everything
I
in
think the
science.
contradiction is what you're assuming to be science.
no,
and that's,
no,
That's
no,
begging
hold
the
up.
question of what we're debating now.
No, I said
evolution
everything
is
we know
science.
in science could be correct, and that would not logically entail that a God doesn't exist.
True. I would actually argue it actually proves God does exist.
Okay. Now hold on a sec. I'm asking about the logical entailment. There's no contradiction in either one of those statements. Everything
No,
in science.
as long as you're not begging the question and assuming
It's simply
something
a
that's not
proposition.
really science is science.
I'm making a proposition. Everything in science could be wrong, and that would not entail that a God does exist. On the converse, everything in science could be correct, and that would not entail that a God doesn't exist. The
True.
point of this, just because there are no contradictions in either one of those statements, the point of me pointing that out, the purpose of that is to show that going after science is never going to get you to a God.
Well,
Okay,
Well, see,
at
the
best-
thing is, yeah, no one's going after science. I believe in science. Science was created by Christians, by the way.
Okay.
And what I'm going after is something like a religion that's being taught as
It's not a
science,
religion that
pseudoscience.
I'm sorry, that is not a religion. That Hovind nonsense does not fly. So let's just go to the
Well,
heart
let's go
of
back
this.
to the scientific theory.
We're not
What-
going back
what,
to the science. No, because going
so
after
you
the
can't
science.
actually prove
No,
evolution
learn. if you are going to operate with a fundamentally incorrect understanding of what we've spent the last near hour explaining to you,
Well, we didn't even get through the whole scientific.
I don't
method
care
yet.
about that. I'm trying to get it on
You don't
point
care
because
if it's a valid scientific theory.
it is a valid scientific theory. We've
Well,
explained
great.
how it
We're
is
going through it.
multiple times.
We stopped at hypothesis.
We had
No.
actually already gotten through to the data
Hypothesis,
bearing out in
observation,
favor of the prediction.
hypothesis. We skipped over.
Learn.
No.
I'm going to-
The
Hey,
hypothesis
hold on. Hang on a
was
second,
what we
Austin.
would expect to find when we dug in
Yeah.
the dirt, and then
So-
the data bearing out in favor of the hypothesis was all the many artiodactyl species we found, the ancestor species. But
We've gone
but
through-
then the scientific method continues, so we further refine it by making a prediction of what we'll find in genetics, and that data bears out in favor of the prediction as well. But we can keep going. We can get into embryology next.
So, what I'm going down is this. Going after evolution and what you don't understand about evolution could literally make up a months-long process. I'm just going to give you this. Understanding the field of evolutionary biology and all of the multiple disciplines that go into it, and understanding all of the laws that undergird it, and understanding all of the predictions that we use to make it, from where we can dig to find certain organisms that we accurately predict where they are, to all of the advancements that we have made in medicine, agriculture, and animal husbandry in the past 200 years. All of that's going to go into it, and it's an extraordinary. Like right now, as we speak, Gutsick Gibbon is walking young Earth creationist Will Duffy through her entire course that she teaches on evolution, like walking him through it. And it is taking a long time because there is a lot of data. We're not going to shore up the entire, give you an entire evolution course that usually takes a year in one stream. What I can tell you is that Austin and I and Andrew have successfully walked through the major talking points as to how we understand this as a scientific theory. Now, moving on from that, the undergirding thing about this, you said that you were a young Earth creationist. You said that you believe that a God exists. You say that you're a Christian, but you're not like these other Christians that you think have been corrupted. So I don't know what version of Christianity you hold to. My personal position on this is that the theology is pointless to get into, because the theology is the study of the nature of the entity itself, of the God. My question is whether or not the God exists. How do we know it exists? How do you know it exists? Why do you claim to know it exists? That's what I'm predominantly interested in.
Okay, now I'll answer that, but do you mind if I respond to what you just said, though, about the previous thing before we close it off? Do you mind if I do that real quick?
Okay.
Okay, so like you basically just told me that your theory is too hard for you to walk down through the scientific method.
No, I didn't. That's not what I said.
Which is a huge admission.
No, that's not what I said. That is not what I said at all. I said there is too much information for one stream. We are not here long enough for you to get every piece, because you have such a fundamental misunderstanding of the very the very foundations of how we understand these things. We have to start at the very, very beginning and work our way up to the top. Like if I said the law of monophyly, okay, and how that plays into it, the multiple disciplines, physics, chemistry, geology, geochronology, all the numerous fields that go into this to try and understand these things, how they all interplay with one another, the predictive models that we generate from them. That takes way too much time than we have right here. What we walked you through are the major talking points, the observations we make, the hypotheses we formulate, how we test those hypotheses, and the predictions we can make with them.
Okay, yeah, well, we skipped
and
that.
and how we can falsify the theory.
Okay, can you tell me, how can you falsify your theory?
We can falsify. Evolution would be falsified if there was anything on the planet that was not genetically related to everything else.
Well, that's begging the question, because
it's not begging the question because it's not begging the question because it's not assuming the conclusion within the premises. You're not using that fallacy correctly. No,
just a religion.
No, it's not.
You're in a cult.
No, it isn't. And this Hovind shit is not going to fly, which is why I want to get to the God thing, because like Hovind, because Hovind never defends his God concept.
I don't like Hovind.
This is why I want to go to. How do you know that a God exists?
Okay, so you concede on that.
No, I'm
okay,
not
fine.
conceding. I'm moving on from it because you are being intellectually dishonest regarding it, but I'm not trying to boot you off the stage. The whole point of this, the whole
I'm not moving the
undergirding thing,
goalpost here.
the whole undergirding thing is you believe a God exists. I know for a fact that the Christian God does not exist.
Okay, so how do you know for a fact that's a positive claim?
Yes, it is. It is because the Christian Abrahamic biblical God is defined in a logically contradictory fashion. The Christian Abrahamic biblical God can no more exist than a square circle can exist, than a one-ended stick can exist, than a married bachelor can exist. Analytically, it is false.
Okay, so you're invoking logic. Is logic objective?
Logic is a descriptive language, is a subjectively derived descriptive language that is used to describe an objective reality.
Okay, where's logic come from?
From our minds.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
No,
From
hang on,
evolution.
Andrew, hang on. We're on a line of inquiry.
I'm
I
sorry.
know.
Okay, we're on a line of inquiry.
Contradictions in logic
Where does
here.
logic come from is your question. It is a language that we have formulated.
Through
It is
random
descriptive.
chemical
It is
reactions?
descriptive. It is descriptive in its ontology. It is ontologically descriptive. That is what its purpose is, to describe the reality that we observe.
From random chemical reactions?
That has nothing to do with logic. Logic is a language that we have derived in order to describe the reality that we commonly observe.
How did we derive those things?
And it provides rules by which we can facilitate the coherent dissemination of information about what we are observing. It's a language. So where do you go from there?
Does a language inquire intelligence?
Us, yeah, we created it. Yes. Well, typically, as far
How
as
did
like
we
syntax
create
stuff
it,
like this,
JL?
but there are other species that have languages, but this is a language that we created.
So, but we ourselves are created from your own worldview, from evolution, like you're just trying to
Our species evolved,
argue.
yes. But
is from
languages, no, hold on.
random
But
chemical
languages existed then
reactions
too.
and mutations, right?
But languages existed then too. So, what is the issue
DNA
here?
is a language, right?
No, it's not. It's chemical interactions. So, trying to get to the point, these things are descriptive in nature. They are not prescriptive in nature. So, there's a language that we have come up with.
So
in
logic
order-
comes from random chemical reactions in our brain.
No, it comes from our brains it comes from us making observations and conveying that information to other agents. We need a language to do that, to do it coherently. And so we devise the language of logic that describes what we observe.
Is it subjective?
It is subjectively derived to and is used to describe an objective reality.
Hold up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, hold up.
No.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second, Andrew. Hang on a sec. What seems to be the issue here?
Down.
No, hang on a second.
Well, because
What
it's a huge contradiction.
Wait, no. Where's the P not P? Show me where the contradiction is.
Right. So logic is objectively true, but it's also it's created by subjective minds.
Okay, now hold up. It is describing something that is objective, which is the reality that exists. So it's
How do you
true.
trust it?
So it's
How do
true.
you trust it? How do you trust that
So
you're
it's
true?
true
That's
because it is describing something that is. It's describing the state of affairs. The state
How
of
do you
affairs
trust
are
that?
what is. Logic describes that. Therefore, and when it accurately describes it, therefore it is true.
How do you trust that it's true, though?
Because if it wasn't, it would be incoherent.
It is incoherent in your
It's
worldview.
not. A equals A. A is not equal to not A. And if A, therefore not A. Law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction, law of identity.
Is something objective? Can that also be subjective?
Okay, when you say objective, you're using that wrong in this context. Objective means mind stance independent. Subjective means mind or stance dependent.
Dependent,
The language is mind dependent. The language can take any form you desire. We could literally go A equals A, or we could go flurf mama dubalaba, and it could mean the exact same thing as long as it's what we're describing.
Don't talk about my mama like
The
that.
language is what is subjective. That's mind dependent. But what it is describing is objective reality, which exists independent of our minds. So because it is
so you're
describing
saying
something that exists external of us, that is how it is making objectively true statements.
Okay, so just so I get this.
Learn.
Why do I keep getting interrupted?
You have not done a single thing to describe what justifies your belief or claim about God. See, you
Well,
want to go on the nope. You want to go on the offensive on here. You want to burn down all epistemology. We can go there, and I will fry you.
We're not ready for the nuclear bomb yet.
Give me your Speak about your thing.
Hang on a second, guys, chill. We're not ready for the nuclear bomb just yet.
No, not that one.
Okay,
but
I'm
not going there. Don't worry about that.
So learn
I'm
where we're going down these lines. For me to break this down for you, there's a differentiation between things being prescriptive or descriptive in nature.
Right.
I
understand that.
Okay, so these things are descriptive in nature. We are the ones that come up with it. So what is the issue here?
Okay, so what I'm trying to clarify, though, because I was just trying to make a clarifying question, are you saying that there's something objectively true outside of our brains that is always true, but we subjectively find out that it is true?
Okay. No, hold up. You worded that
real quick.
Worded
Andrew's saying, "Don't feed the priest up." I'm gonna do that by going to feed myself.
Okay.
Thank you guys for having me. If you're still cooking, I might pop back up later. It was good talking to you, Learn. Good meeting you. Jay,
You too,
Andrew,
AC.
and JL. Thanks as always.
Take it easy,
Really
Austin.
nice, dude. Have a good night, Austin.
Go.
And good to see you, Tony Regime. Here's the thing. The way you worded that is very, very, the way you worded that was very screwed up. There is an independently existing reality that we observe, is the kind of the position that we start with. We make observations of what appears to be a reality that exists independent of our direct experiences. We can confirm this to a degree with experimentation, but human beings perceive a reality that exists independent of us. Like the tree will continue existing in that spot, whether or not I'm there to see it or not. Okay. So there appears to be what we call an external reality that exists independent of our direct experience of it. Okay. Then we describe that and we try to differentiate between objects. We try to convey that information amongst one another. Okay, I'm talking about the tree that has 3 branches, not the tree that has 2 branches, stuff like that. So what we do is we develop a language to describe these things.
JL, I don't know if you can hear me, dude, but all I hear on my end is Andrew typing. I cannot hear you talk or nothing. Is that me? I can't hear you at all.
Andrew, can you hear Andrew? Andrew, can you speak?
Refresh the page.
Oh, he's going to pop out, pop back in.
I hear you good.
I'm not so sure on the latter. Yeah. JL?
I see what he's saying there. Only Andrew, who I formerly trained, called him out. I understand where it's going, but I know where the conversation.
I'm not sure you do.
I know, but I know where the conversation is going to go from there. I'm trying to get to a point.
Where do you think I'm going? I'm curious.
Then it's going to get into the subject that you want to talk about.
Okay.
What the fuck? Don't try and trap me.
Okay, it's fixed now. JL, can you repeat what you said? I didn't hear anything you said. Okay, thank you.
So there is so we agree that there is a reality that exists that we observe. For all intents and purposes, with all the evidence and experimentation that we can apply to it, that reality that we observe appears to exist independent of our direct experience of it. The tree that I observe in a field will remain existing there when I leave the field and I go somewhere else and I no longer see it anymore. We can make predictions regarding this. We understand this to a degree. We can confirm this to a highly probabilistic degree. There is a reality that exists that is not contingent upon our experience of it. It exists independent of our minds.
Right.
So
I agree with you.
From there, we make observations about what we observe, and we try to communicate that information to other individuals. For example, where's the water hole? The water hole is over by the tree with 3 branches, not the tree with 2 branches. So I need to be able to convey this information. The languages we derive are how we communicate that. The language is mind dependent, meaning that the language could be any way we formulate it. It could be A equals A, or it could be like, you didn't know that about, it could be A equals A, or it could be blah, 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 blah. And it could, as long as it's describing the same thing, that's where we get the information from. So we formulate the language to describe what we observe, so that we can coherently disseminate that information to other individuals. And it provides rules for linguistics as well. So these things are descriptive in nature. What is the issue going from here?
I think the issue would be is that a lot of people are retarded and they don't actually observe reality the way it actually is, and so how they convey it would be subjective and retarded.
People can have issues, or I would say there could be like cognitive issues in which people describe things. People can allow their biases to override their reason, and can they can describe things that they have no evidence. They can hold the positions they have no evidence
Right,
for.
people are fallible. Yeah.
There are cognitive issues here, yes, but that is why we have things like peer review, tests, experiments, predictions that we can make that help to determine that to a high degree of probability, there is a reality that exists. It is independent from it exists independent of our experience of it, and that we can make predictions about it and communicate information about that successfully. So, but going back to it, what this tells us with this position is that these languages are descriptive in nature. Both logic and mathematics are descriptive in nature. So,
right. No, I agree.
How do you get to a God entity?
Right. So, the way, like in my logic, all right, which just means knowledge. So, in my knowledge, from my experience, it seems like since you exist, your existence proves that God exists.
How? How are you getting that?
Because if God did not exist, you would not exist.
Okay, so that's an assertion, but there's no evidence to back that up, because there's no logical contradiction in a universe existing without a God.
I think that's very contradicting.
Where's the P not P?
Because if God is the one who creates all things, if he didn't exist, then nothing would exist.
Okay, that's if you're defining God that way. You're defining it into existence, but just because you define it that way doesn't mean it accurately represents reality. We're saying that there is no logical contradiction in the universe existing and being the thing and being the only thing that exists.
Well, we would be in the same position.
No gods.
Then.
The only difference would be that there would simply be no telos, which there's no contradiction in. So there's no P not P there. There's no contradiction in the universe existing, and there are no gods.
What do you operate in double standards?
No, my epistemology is consistent across the board.
Even with evolution?
Yes.
Well, it seems like you're kind of because
you're no, hold up. You're breaking off. You're deflecting off to something else. There is no contradiction in no gods existing. There is no logical contradiction there. The only difference would be that there would be no telos behind anything.
Well,
I would say humans
this.
exist the way they do because of evolution, not because we were intended to exist that way.
Yeah, but
so. How are you getting to a God?
You're just assuming evolution.
I'm not assuming evolution. No, I'm not. And stop going to evolution. We're getting to the God thing.
You said
how are you getting to a God without begging the question?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think I have to beg the question at all.
So can you demonstrate that a God exists, independent of human minds?
Yes, because we love.
Okay, no, hold up. Let me finish the statement. Let me finish the question. Can you demonstrate that a God exists, independent of human minds, without begging the question?
Yeah, because we exist.
No, that's begging the question, because it assumes a God exists and assumes it's defined a certain way and performs a certain function. You haven't demonstrated that God exists. You're looking at something in the real world and claiming that that's evidence, but in order for that to be evidence, the God would have to first exist. So it assumes the God exists to do the thing you think it's doing. So once again, I ask you, can you demonstrate that a God exists independently of human minds as a concrete thing without begging the question?
Yes, logic itself, anything objective requires a mind to exist.
No, it doesn't, because that's once again, defining it into existence and simply holding a metaphysical position regarding logic that isn't necessarily the case. If I hold that logic is prescriptive in nature or descriptive in nature, not prescriptive, then I don't need a God. I can still explain it through naturalistic phenomena.
But you still believe. You still believe.
No. It's about It's about what's warranted. It's about justification. I have no justification to believe a God exists because I can back all these things up from a naturalistic perspective.
But from a worldview, right?
Can I make a comment?
1 second, Tony. I think we're almost there.
Yeah,
so, how are you not begging the question?
Well, clarifying question real quick. Because didn't you just say that logic is independent on the human mind?
No, it's dependent upon the human mind.
Right. So that would be subjective. But what you're saying is you're asking me to prove something using logic that's only dependent on my mind.
No, I'm
prove
asking
something
you
that's
to
not dependent
demonstrate.
on my
No, it's
mind.
not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to, can you demonstrate that a God exists, specifically your God exists, as a concrete thing, meaning it stands in causal relation to other things, independent of human minds, meaning that it is literally, it doesn't require humans to exist. It is not an abstract. Without begging the question.
Yeah, I think the existence of love and envy.
No, I can describe those in naturalistic means. I don't need a God to describe those because I don't need. Here's the problem with that. When you take those abstract terms, you're making an assumption about their metaphysical ontology. In order for your assumption to be the case, the God would have to exist as you are defining it, which means when you point at love and you make that metaphysical assumption, you assume the God exists in order for those metaphysical assumptions to be the case, in order to conclude that the God exists. Therefore, you're again begging the question, because I don't need to make those same metaphysical assumptions.
Well, I think the contingency of the universe would be one, but we already had that debate before, so I'm trying to negate it away from that. But I think the contingency, but this is why I'm trying to point it towards love, because in morals, right? Morals
are subjective. Morals are subjective. They're
subjective.
They're stance dependent. There are no moral objective facts. If moral distinctions were objective, they would be objective even if a God didn't exist. But they don't. They're subjective. They're stance dependent. The Euthyphro dilemma backs that up. And love is the term that we apply to the observed phenomena of bonding within individuals of a species.
Okay, well, JL, let me ask you, what's the greatest form of love, and how do you know that?
The greatest would be entirely subjective metric. Like, what is the greatest form? I know what love is. Love is a term used to describe
what's the greatest form of love?
Whatever one thinks is the greatest. It's entirely subjective. There's nothing objective about this.
Would it objectively be giving your own life for somebody else?
Not necessarily. No.
That's not the greatest form of love?
No. Like I said, it's like your metric of what is the greatest, that is a subjective metric. There is no mind stance independent.
Well, that's begging the question. I believe it's objective.
It's not begging the question. You're not using that fallacy correctly. Okay?
Well, can I say something, JL, at some point? Like, you guys... Sure.
You can say something on my stage in the middle of an inquiry. Go ahead.
You guys, you are introducing axioms that JL doesn't accept, right?
Right, but he's doing the same thing to me.
Yes, but you're the one who's claiming you can prove something.
Well, he said God does not exist.
Yes, he said God does not exist. But more specifically, what he said was the God described in the Christian Bible can be demonstrated to be logically inconsistent. Now, let's leave that claim aside. You said you could demonstrate God. Now, can you do it without, can you do it from an axiom set? So let's return to an axiom set that we all share. So we're using the same axioms. Can you, from axioms that we're going to agree with you on, reach the logical conclusion that God exists?
Yeah, that's why I brought up love, because I think we all experience love, right?
Yes, we do, but just because we experience emotional states doesn't require a supernatural origin for those emotional states.
Right. That's why I asked him about the greatest form of love.
And then you said something meaningless about dying. Actually, I can make the argument that enduring ongoing discomfort and unease in order to foster somebody's upbringing is much better than just writing yourself out of the equation. So you saying dying is the ultimate expression of love? I don't think that's right. I think the ultimate expression of love is A, subjective, as JL says, and B, context dependent. You don't get to just say somebody committing suicide is the greatest form of expression of love.
Well, that's a straw man. Now, when I say giving your life up for the ones you love, so let's say you have a daughter and someone shot a bullet and you hopped in front of the bullet.
As I say, context dependent, right? And did you have any other options? Could you, for instance, for instance, have shoved your daughter out of the way? Could you have shot the gunman? Could you have done anything, any of these other things? And to say that the one where I step in front of the bullet is better than all the others is A, subjective, but B, context dependent.
Well,
so
to say it's all subjective, then I could say beating my daughter till she's bloody and almost on death is love, and you couldn't tell me I'm wrong.
No, hold up. Well, okay. We would not say that you were objectively wrong. We wouldn't. We would have to reference our stances to indicate a rejection of that. You could say, this is my expression of love. And yes, it would come down to group dynamics. We could disagree
if your daughter were in the middle of a schizophrenic episode and were trying to set off some explosives, and you had to resort to physical force to stop her, then yes, that is an expression of love. It may be dictated by the circumstances. Like there's no, and you're switching here to some form of absolute morals, and JL is very good at defending the stance that morals are in fact entirely subjective and context dependent.
Okay, so then he couldn't tell me roadside rape of an animal is wrong, or
okay, hold up. I never said
there's no morals in that world.
No. Morals are subjective. They're stance dependent. There's no objective truth here. No mind stance independent truth here. They are subjective. They are stance dependent. I may disagree with you, with your actions. I may label your actions as being bad, but I recognize
that would just be your opinion.
But I recognize that yes, I'm literally referencing my stances. Here's the key: when it's just you and me and no one else on the planet, you and I have a disagreement.
Right, and I think this is the greatest.
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
But we form societies that have multiple people largely in agreement about what they feel about things and about the goals that we have in mind.
And what societies are they?
What do you mean? All societies that have ever existed?
Yeah, but the society you live in today in the Western world is a Christian society.
It's not a Christian society. It's not. It's a secular society. The founding documents of this nation show that it's a secular society.
Also, you're operating under the false assumption
is a secular society.
In your they don't say which God, do they?
They were Protestant Christians, by the way. Most of the founders.
Not all of them were. No.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't.
I said most.
Okay.
No, it doesn't matter. We had founding fathers who did we had some founding fathers. No, hold up.
The First Amendment dictates separation of church and state. They put that in there deliberately. They put that in there. Can you not talk over me? Do you think you're physically capable of that?
Sorry, I thought JL was allowed to, so I am.
No,
no, it's JL's day.
I've been trying to control it so that you stop. That's why I had to mute you when you kept talking over Andrew and talking over Austin. There were founding fathers that did everything in their power to try and inject Christianity into the founding documents. Those individuals were rightly rebuked, and that language was taken out because this country was not intended to be that. And also, by extension, Christianity does not corner the market on these concepts, on these like legal concepts that we espouse. Those things were co-opted from Judaism, which were co-opted from Zoroastrianism, which were co-opted from prior societies going all the way back to Mesopotamia. These ideas were formulated within society before we were in social groups, before we ever made the first major civilization.
That's
we
just
understood
not true.
these things. That is true. That is
we
understood throughout history.
Civilization, like look at the history around Judea. They were all barbaric, raping their own children, sacrificing them to Baal and Moloch.
They still had hold up.
Hold up. What are you talking about?
No, hold up. They still had rules that they abided by.
Yeah,
the same as the Mesoamericans. The Mesoamericans had their own rules. Just because you disagree with them doesn't make them wrong and doesn't make you right.
Under your opinion, do you think sacrificing your firstborn child to Moloch is wrong?
If I believed in Moloch and that making the sacrifice would provide for a better harvest, yes, it would be moral.
So you
But
would
that's not
sacrifice
a
your firstborn.
but that's not a okay. If your hypothetical is that would I think it is moral to sacrifice my firstborn to Moloch? If I believe that Moloch existed and that sacrificing my firstborn was necessary to ensure a good harvest, to ensure the rest of my family survives, then yes, it would be moral. Just like if I was, just like if I lived in Mesoamerica.
I would disagree. I think it's immoral.
No.
No
If
matter
you were
Okay,
born,
so you're a heretic. No, I want to address this, Joel. This is important because Abraham was instructed to sacrifice his firstborn, and he did so. And the fact that he was willing to do it was held up as him being a very, very moral and upright man. He is. They're called Abrahamic religions after him, the man who was willing to kill his firstborn because God told him to. So if you're here saying that you're not willing to kill your firstborn, if God tells you to, then you, sir, are a fucking hypocrite and a heretic.
Well, hold on. Did Abraham sacrifice his child?
He was
because it turned out God was lying to him.
It turns out God was just testing his faith.
Okay, no,
God was lying to him.
Hang on a sec. Learn. God, by your definition, would have already known that he was faithful and he was going to go through with it. God didn't have to say psych. You don't
by
need
whose
to.
definition? Hold on.
But nonetheless, going back to the hypothetical, that you presented, if you were born into that society thousands of years ago, you would have been raised with that belief. Just like if I were born into Mesoamerican society, if I was an Aztec back at the height of the Aztec Empire, it would be part of my culture that sin is a real thing that exists in the world, and then in order to keep the gods' favor to protect us from sin and destroying everything, we need to sacrifice people to it. So I get your argument, but I don't see... So me, JL, I disagree with it right now, contemporarily, because I know these things don't exist. But you putting me back in that space, back in time, that's not like JL being back in time in Aztec and saying, well, I disagree with all this human sacrifice because the sin doesn't exist and the gods don't, and Quetzalcoatl is not a thing. They don't believe that.
Yeah, but the problem is here, you care what they believe. I don't. Because I believe in objective morality where sacrificing your
great.
Child
Then let's hash that really quick.
It's evil.
Okay, that's fine. Let's hash that really quick. Do you think that objective morals come from your God?
I think what we know as good, what is good, is definitionally God himself.
Okay. How are you defining moral evaluations as being mind independent and then grounding them in a mind?
Right. It's because everything we know.
That's not an answer.
God.
How are you're just repeating the claim? How are you grounding? You're saying that moral evaluations are mind stance independent. How are you grounding mind stance independent statements in a mind?
Mind stance independent. What do you mean by that?
That they don't require a mind to be true. They don't require an evaluation. They don't require a reference to a stance.
Well, I think if I didn't exist, I think killing a child or raping a child.
I'm asking you a question. I don't care what your opinion is. How are you grounding?
It's just an opinion. That's wrong.
You're making statements that you made the statement that moral evaluations are mind stance independently true. Objective. That's what moral realism is. How are you grounding? How are you justifying that by grounding something that you're describing as mind stance independent in a mind?
Yeah, it's because I believe what is good, and I believe what is good is objective that comes from God. God himself is what's good.
Is God okay? Does God have a mind?
Yes.
Does anything tell God what is good or bad?
No, he's not a human.
Okay, what is God referencing to dictate what is good or bad?
Himself.
Great. So it's God's mind. These things are dependent upon God's mind.
Yes, he's outside of creation.
How can they be objective if they are grounded in a mind?
They're grounded in God's mind, and we
no. It doesn't
God's
matter. How are they mind independent if you are grounding them in a mind?
Well, because God's mind is not our mind.
You see the logical contradiction here, right?
No, I don't. I see the contradiction you're into because
Okay,
like,
no.
like right now, if everything
Can you
existed
ground
from
mind
your
independence? No.
and
Can
your
you
mind
ground
was the
mind?
definition of
Can you
everything that
ground
existed.
mind independence in a mind? Just answer that question.
When it comes to God, yeah, you can, because He's the definition
That's a
of all
logical
things.
contradiction.
So is it a logical contradiction if I say, hey, there's one light bulb, and then you ask me where the light comes from if the light bulb's on, and I say the light bulb, is that a logical contradiction?
No, because the example you're giving is a category error when we're talking compared to morality. These
My
are
works and
moral
patterns,
distinctions.
JL,
How about this?
that's
Let me
just
ask you
not
this: is a thing good because God does it, or does God do it because it's good?
No, things are good because God is the definition of what good is.
Okay, that literally this is the third horn, and it's just repurposing it. So let me re-ask the
Just like
question.
light happens because a light bulb.
Hang on a second. You just reformulated the Euthyphro dilemma by invoking the fake third horn. So I'm going to go ahead and restate. This. There's a way to restate that question. Okay, debunking the third horn. The proposed third horn of the Euthyphro dilemma is merely a repackaging of the dilemma itself. The original dilemma is as such: is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it is good? You just then said the third horn is, well, God is just good. Okay,
yeah,
great.
because the first thing is a false dichotomy.
No, it's not. And I'm going to explain why.
That's begging the question.
No, it's not. Stop using that. You're not using it correctly. So here is why it is not a third horn. Because by saying that defining God as good, saying God is good, it changes the question to this: is God's nature good because it aligns is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness, or is God's nature good merely because it is His?
Okay, I'm going to try to answer this with my intelligence on your level that you want me to answer it, right? Okay, so
we don't need the preamble. Just, is God's nature good?
Well, I have to, because you stop me from making points all the time.
No, is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness?
Yeah.
Or is God's nature good merely because it is His?
Right, good question, but I have a clarification question before I answer. Are you talking about our human minds inside creation, or are you talking about mind in general?
In order for me to understand what good is as a coherent term, we need to agree upon what that is, as opposed to what is bad or what is right or what is wrong.
Right, but
when I make the statement, is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness?
No.
You understand what I'm saying there.
Right, but you see, our minds in my worldview would be God is the source, and our minds know what good is because God is the source and He is good.
Okay,
and
so I'm predicating this.
That's
what
the baggage of your question.
No, the statement that you just made, because God is good, great. When you just reformulated the Euthyphro dilemma. You just reformulated the Euthyphro dilemma.
No,
the question then becomes: is God's nature good because it aligns with some external standard of goodness, or is it simply good because it is His?
Well, the answer would be we think things are good because God Himself is the source of what we know.
That doesn't answer the question that I asked you.
Right, because it's a loaded question.
It's not a loaded question. This is not a trap. This is a true exhaustive dichotomy.
That is a trap. It's a false dichotomy.
It's not a false dichotomy. I already squared that when you invoked
it was a false dichotomy.
Okay. Okay, how is it a false dichotomy? Is God's nature good simply because it's His nature?
All minds are the same in this example, but they're not. If God's the source and our minds are created from the source and our minds are what's judging what is good or not, our minds would have to align with the source, right?
How do we okay, that's the problem. Is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness? Or are we simply saying God's nature is good simply because it is God's?
Well, that's the thing. If God is good, right, and He is the source, then our independent subjective minds that are created within that source, the only thing we can even know or fathom what is good or what's not is dependent on the source.
So, parsing out what you just said, you basically said God's nature is good merely because it is his.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the one who defines what good is.
Okay, great. So since there's no external reference for what good ought be, you are stating that God's nature is good merely because it is his.
Right. God does not. God is the creator.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
He does not need an external
Yes,
source.
congratulations. Morality is subjective. Because God is the one that because God is the one that is because morality is subjective because God has declared itself as good with no references to what good ought be.
Not a human being.
Congratulations. Moral anti-relativism confirmed. Or moral anti-realism confirmed.
JL, I'm sorry, dude. You're convoluting human mind with.
No, I'm not. You're trying to force us into an appeal to mystery, and that's not the way this is going to work.
Well, that's Christianity. Christianity.
Also, just as a correction, the verb you're looking for is convolving.
Well, converging or convolving, whatever he's doing, he's committing a fallacy.
No, I'm not. There is no fallacy I'm committing here.
God, okay, but under my worldview, if you're critiquing my worldview, just like I was critiquing your worldview earlier, and you got to define things, I'm defining things now in my worldview, which is this: is that God is the source. God's mind is not our mind. And so you cannot relate our mind and our subjective thoughts on things in this external world onto God.
But you said that you could prove God's existence working from the same axioms that we said, and now you're saying that working from your axioms are different and they allow you to reach different conclusions.
Well, we have differences in perceptions of reality.
Right. So what you're suggesting is right. You have different axioms that you're applying to the problem, and you cannot demonstrate that your axioms are more correct or more robust.
Like you couldn't demonstrate evolution.
So actually, I wasn't here for evolution. You're confusing me with somebody else.
I'm saying in general.
And I understand you're a young earther. If you want to get into young earth, the way I can absolutely demonstrate that you are talking out of your fucking ass when you say that the earth is young.
Whoa, dude. No, you don't need to be emotional, man.
Then
only losers get emotional.
Well, no, that doesn't follow at all. I don't accept that axiom either. I'm not getting emotional. I can call you a fucking loser all day long because that's what you are.
Okay, that's a good argument.
And I'm sure everybody. So, you've now been forced to retract your claim. You have now been forced to retract your claim that you can demonstrate God from shared axioms. So.
No, because I think
you are retracting your claim that you can demonstrate your God from shared axioms, right? You claim that you could do that, and you've been shown to be wrong, right?
No, that's not right. So here's the issue we're in, because I do agree with your precept here. I do agree that we have different thoughts on axioms, but the problem is, someone who's a man could say he's a woman. Does it make it true? Like his axiom that he's a woman and they.
Okay. I'm pausing it right there. Lag, which is what I'm going to call you from now on because I like that. The anti-trans rhetoric is not going to fly on this channel. I'm going to unmute you. Tell me that you fucking understand me.
Okay, I got your virtue segment.
I didn't ask you that. Anti-trans rhetoric is not going to fly on this fucking channel. I'm going to unmute you, and I'm going to ask you, do you understand me?
Yes, I was using
great.
It as a
That's the end of the conversation. That's great. That's the end of the conversation. Don't bring it up again.
So let me continue. Fine. That's fine. That's fine. So let me use a different hypothetical then. Let's say someone says they're a helicopter and then they say, and then so
This is just vaguely. This is just reworded the same concept.
Lag. This bullshit is not going to fly. I've given you 3 warnings now. Tell me that you understand.
I understand.
Great.
Okay, let me try to
No. You be quiet. Tony was in the middle of saying something regarding how young Earth creationism is dumb and he can defeat it.
Okay.
And he was speaking, and he was speaking, and you're going to let him speak. Tony, go ahead.
Okay,
Actually,
we can use multiple strands of evidence. For instance, radiometric dating, cosmogenic dating, which involves looking at the rate at which cosmic rays impact particles on Earth or in the solar system, and cause spallation, which produces exotic cosmogenic isotopes, and we can look at the accumulation of those over time. We can look at the rate at which left-handed amino acids racemize, so that when a newly dead animal should have mostly left-handed amino acids, over time it will tend towards 50% right-handed, 50% left-handed. So we can use amino acid racemization. We can use ice core counts. We can use cosmogenic signatures, chemostratigraphy, magnetostratigraphy. We can look at the fact that there is 5 kilometers of sea level data, sea level sediment from Wanganui. We can look at the synchronous marine isotope cores from 59 independent and growing independent sites around the world. We can look at the fact that Oman has 2 kilometers of glaciogenic sediment in it that's buried a couple of kilometers deep. How and when did that sediment accumulate in the young Earth hypothesis?
Okay, but real quick, because you do realize I got interrupted by JL because of the whole trans thing, which is fine. That's fine. I was just using it as an example, though, because I think
How about you stop pretending that young Earth creation isn't fucking stupid and start defending?
Again, that's just a. Okay.
No. I just presented a bunch of data. Do you want me to actually bring up? Do you want me to actually bring up my presentation?
Well, I just want again. I'm still on a simple thing, right? Is this because of your previous question that you asked me that I was trying to answer to you, is this: do you agree that because, like, let's say you see the sky as blue, and I ask you why is it blue, and you say, well, because it just is.
No, we've moved on from that, mate. We've moved on from that, mate. We've moved on from so now we're in the topic of the discussion. Now we're in the topic of the actually let's stay on that. Good example. So now we can say anybody who says that the Earth is young is denying all of the demonstrable scientific evidence that the Earth is not young. The fact that 5 kilometers of sediments have eroded from the Great Dividing Range of Eastern Australia. The existence of 3 million years of Varve sediments in the Green River Formation. As I mentioned, the 5 kilometer of sea level sediments deposited in 100 meter thick units dating back 50 glacial cycles. So anybody who says that the Earth is young is exactly like somebody who says that the sky isn't blue.
But do you agree
that you're the person whose perception of reality has been demonstrated to be wrong?
So learn, he's not crashing out. He's delivering you data, and you keep trying to interrupt because you were choosing not to actively listen.
Dude,
let me ask you a simple. Let me ask you a simple.
Because of your virtue signaling.
Let me ask you a simple question. How old do you think the Earth is?
I think it's roughly around 14 to 6,500 years old.
Okay.
In between there, sometimes.
1,400.
Okay, so
no, 14,000 to 6,500.
So you think the Earth is 6,500 to 14,000 years old?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on what evidence?
Okay, so what evidence do you? What evidence do you have to support that?
geographical data, the same sanitary data that he's looking at, that he's just assuming is billions of years old or millions of years between strata. I think we can honestly
we're not
say,
assuming anything, mate. We're not assuming
are you
anything.
interrupting me every time I make a point? It's just
Okay, but you just lied, right? I'm not assuming anything.
come on.
We can use radiometric dating, we can use cosmogenic exposure age dating, and we can use amino acid racemization dating, and we can use ice layer counting, we can use VAV layer counting, and we can use dendrochronology. We've got continuous VAV layers from the present back to about 20,000 years ago. So we know that you're instantly wrong.
Without you spurging out, my guy. Can I just make one point? That's all I'm asking. Just 1 point.
Can you do it without making a false statement?
Well, that's begging the question.
No,
And
no, it's
No, it
not.
isn't.
Okay, learn. I swear to your fake God, if you keep using that fallacy wrong, I'm just going to be done with you.
Okay, JL,
You do
I
not
want you to prove it right
understand.
now. What's the
You do not understand what that fallacy is. Begging the question occurs when you assume the truth of your conclusion within your premises, which is not what the science that Tony is trying to describe for you does. That is not how it works. Stop
that's
using
exactly
that like you.
what he did.
No, it's not. Okay, let me
to
ask
the
you
T.
this: what
Definite.
conclusion is he assuming in his premises?
He's assuming his worldview is true no matter what.
No, he's not.
No, I'm not.
Really? Then why do you keep interrupting my points with those assumptions?
They're not, they're not assumptions, they're observations. So you saying that they're observations and measurements, and they've been constructed very carefully to interlock with one another so that we can verify one against the other and gain confidence in the whole. For radiometric dating, we've got about 20 different species of radiometric dating, all using different isotopes, and they give consistent results. We also use them in industry, the very industry of mineral exploration, the minerals that go into your computer, that go into your car, the petrol that goes into your car. All of these things rely on the accuracy of geochronological techniques, because geochronology is used to tell mineral companies where they should be digging. So it's not assumptions. It is a carefully validated body of scientific evidence and observation. And that you don't know what it is or how it works is not an excuse for you to just say that's all assumptions. That's you assuming the consequent. That's you poisoning the well. That's you employing fallacious reasoning based on your own cavernous ignorance.
I want to add lag. Can I ask both you and Tony a question? Have y'all ever heard of Zion Oil and Gas?
15 minutes.
Okay, that's
What was
fair.
your question?
Have you ever heard of Zion Oil and Gas?
Yes.
So
I have
you know the story of Zion Oil and Gas.
Well, are you talking about Exxon or?
No. I'm talking about the oil and gas company that tried to find oil using biblical science and went bankrupt because it doesn't work.
Oh, sure.
So
there's a real life
that
example.
doesn't explain why I haven't been
There's
able
the
to
real
make a
life.
point. I've been interrupted for like 15 minutes
One
now.
second. I just want to say the point is
And then
there's a
this
real life
spurting out guy
example.
just-
There's a real life example in the disparity between functional utility. Conventional geometry based on deep time physical sciences is able to find oil and minerals, and biblical science is not. So go ahead.
Okay. So here, can I respond to any of this, or is it
Yeah.
just going to be an echo chamber of people who are just spurging out on me?
How about you stop with the preamble and just respond to him?
Finally. Okay, it's been like 30 minutes. Okay,
you
so
fucking loser, get on with it.
there we
You
go, dude.
cretinous
There we go.
asshole.
Keep himself controlled. So,
No, I can't, because you just got told to skip the preamble and then you instantly skip back into fucking preamble, you imbecile.
All you've
And
had
in
was
fact,
three
I don't
answers.
care about your response anymore. I literally don't.
I know. That's why
JL has been extending you every fucking courtesy throughout this entire stream, but I've gotten to the point where I don't care if you get to say another fucking syllable. You're a racist. Well, you're a transphobic bigot. You're a liar, an intellectually dishonest fraud, and you've been wasting everybody's time in chat and on stream. And I'm fucking done with you. I don't care if you get to say another fucking syllable if you feel like you're being edited out of this conversation, because you are fucking worthless. You don't listen. You've been intellectually dishonest from way back in the fucking evolution example when you were deliberately misconstruing what JL said, right? You were deliberately misconstruing what he said. You said that he conceded something. He corrected you to say, no, we just don't have time to do a full fucking evolution course for your benefit. And then as soon as he stopped speaking, you accused him of conceding again, having literally just been fucking corrected on that wasn't what he was doing. So you've been intellectually honest with us for over 2 hours, and that's well before I joined the fucking conversation. And now you've reached the point where you'd rather talk about, you'd rather pretend, oh, I got yelled at by the angry atheists because they don't have a point. We do have a point. We have an overwhelming body of scientific evidence and observational evidence that has been constructed over years. 400 years ago, everybody thought that you were right. Everybody thought that the Earth and the universe was 6,000 years old. There had been a big, gigantic fuck-off flood, and that was it. We abandoned that position because it is intellectually bankrupt and not supported by one scintilla of fucking evidence. And every objective metric we have, radiometric dating, uranium, thorium, rubidium, strontium, potassium, argon, all of them, iodine, xenon, lutetium, hafnium. I don't know if I listed that one. The cosmogenic exposure age dating, beryllium 9, aluminium 29, helium 3, neon 21. All of those demonstrate that you're wrong. The amino acid racemization, counting of ice core layers, dendrochronology, Varv chronologies, speleothem chronologies, all of these just prove you're talking out of your ass. And your profound ignorance of them does not justify you coming in here and saying, let's have some people hand walk me through the fucking scientific method like I'm some sort of baby and I'm going to cry as soon as I start seeing data that contradicts me. You are literally fucking worthless.
That was fucking epic.
Krakatoni, Krakatoa.
Okay,
you forgot volcanoes, Tony, which is ironic because you went off like one.
Okay, so unlike Tony, I don't have to act like a loser here. I can actually just try to make my points.
Okay, and then you lose your option, because as soon as you start talking about the meta, I'm going to interrupt you, because you'll notice that I actually kept my comments on the fucking topic of the stream and discussed what was going on in the stream and in the science, and I didn't just decide to whine about how unfair you're fucking being. And how much of a loser you are and how much of a cretin you are. I have not attacked your pitifully inadequate intellect at all. I've refrained from doing that, but now I'm going to. You are such a fucking imbecile that even when presented with bite-sized chunks of evolution, working from the hypothesis to the validation, you were unable to follow that simple chain of logic, which was laid out for you not once, not twice, but 3 separate times by Andrew, by JL, and by AC. They laid out, okay, we have a hypothesis that this has occurred. If that's the case, we should find this in the fossil record. And we, lo and behold, we do. Then we check it using genetics. Then we can check it using embryology. And instead of fucking shutting up and listening to people who are better informed than you are, you instantly started prattling on and trying to shift to some other topic of conversation where you weren't going to get your ass handed to you just as badly. And as soon as you were asked, you claimed that you were able to demonstrate a God from shared axioms that I and JL and you shared in common. And then it turned out that you couldn't do that. And rather than admit that you were fucking wrong in that, you started to assess, well, just because somebody is delusional doesn't mean we should accept their axioms. Damn fucking right. And guess what? According to science, according to the scientific literature, and according to all of the observational evidence that we have, you're the fucking delusional one. You're the one whose perception of reality is hopelessly skewed by your own intellectual biases to the point that you can't even internalize an introductory scintilla of evidence consistent with evolution without fucking losing your shit.
That was fucking epic.
Now, if you want to say anything, say it without commenting about me.
Okay, so are you done?
Yes, he's got the moment.
Given that you're asking, no, I'm not done. This just goes to show the fucking victim mindhood of the victim mindset of your average Christian. Just how prepared they are to sea line people for hours on end and then act amazed that anybody has the temerity to get fucking frustrated with them. And then has the temerity when someone says, I finished speaking, you can go now, then has the fucking temerity to turn around and say, can I speak now? Because that's how embedded in their victim pathology they are. They have to be so fucking Christ-like. There's only one way to truly express love, and it's to suffer, it's to die. You can't actually love somebody if you're having a good time. No. You have to go around and make other people suffer through your trite, mendacious bullshit.
Okay, I'm going to go off of what you just said. What countries right now are suffering the most, Tony?
I would argue that America is suffering the most.
I think it's non-Christian countries, don't you think?
No, the statistics don't bear that out.
They actually do.
They don't.
No, they don't.
Sweden, Copenhagen, and Finland are not Christian countries.
If you leave it up to secularist, we will be extinct in about 200 years.
No, that's not how that
who's
works.
we? Who's we in that statement?
Well, Christians will be, so I'll say that.
All humanity is we. All humanity. If we leave it up to
hang on a sec.
We will live
Learn. In order for us to go extinct, it would either have to be through radical climate change that wipes us out, that makes the biosphere inhospitable. So either something like an asteroid strike or nuclear army, like nuclear war or something of that nature, or human beings simply stop breeding, like all together as a species, and we just die out. How does secularism, which is a position regarding the influence of religion on the government, how does that result in extinction?
Right. So you already proven this earlier, right? Is that if morality is just subjective to a secularist, then you can't tell a pedophile that he's wrong. You can't tell a murderer that he's wrong.
Hold up.
Tell a rapist that he's wrong.
No, hold up. I can say they're wrong. I'm not saying that they are objectively wrong.
Right.
And you completely ignored, and you once again have done what Tony pointed out. You completely ignored the context. I'm not going to yell over you. I'm just going to mute you. You've completely ignored the necessary context. We have societies that make declarations as to what is permissible within the society and what is not permissible. Yeah. We have laws to enforce those things. We agree subjectively.
Based on what?
Subjectively, we agree upon what should be permissible and what should not.
In Afghanistan, what laws do they have?
I'm not done. So, if a society changed, I have the option. If I disagree with the society's pronouncements, I can try to change them. I can try to get elected, and I can try to change those laws to reflect my views better, or I can leave.
Right. So why don't you go to Afghanistan?
Because their moral pronouncements are not things that I agree with.
So would you rather you prefer living in a Christian nation?
No. I prefer living. I don't want to live in a Christian theocracy or a Christian nationalist country or a Christian jingoistic country. I don't want any of that. This secular representative democracy is what I want to live in. But if this country continued to change to a specific degree, if I couldn't help change it, like if all of a sudden the U.S. became Gilead from The Handmaid's Tale, I would leave.
Then why don't you leave now if you don't like the Christian?
Because
moral
right
values?
now it doesn't reflect Christian nationalism.
It doesn't?
No,
You
it
think
doesn't.
Murder is wrong?
Okay, that statement right there is already analytically true. Murder is a legal term that's already baked into it.
Yeah, based on what?
The question you should be asking is homicide wrong?
Well, murder is homicide.
No. Is the act of homicide wrong?
Murder is homicide.
No, it's not. But it's not all the forms of homicide. You can have justifiable homicide. So the question is not, is murder wrong? Because it's already baked into the definition that it is. So the question should be, is homicide wrong? Is the action wrong?
I have a question. Do I get 20 minutes to talk since I was muted while he was
I'm
coaching
asking
for
you
20
a
minutes?
question. Is the act of homicide wrong?
Yes, murder.
No, that's unjustified homicide. I'm asking you.
No, that's not justified killing.
I'm asking you, is the action of homicide with no context, just the action, is that action wrong?
You're convoluting terms here.
I'm not convoluting terms. I'm removing context. If you have no context,
if you remove context, you're a retard, right?
I'm going to let that slide. But the context
like
is what's
modern
important. That is what we were
Christian
trying
jail.
to
They removed the
express to you
context.
earlier. The context is what is important. You have the action itself, and you have the evaluation of the action. In order for homicide to be classified or evaluated as being murder, then the evaluation determines that the action was unjustified per the agreed upon standards of justification within the society.
Right, because murder is unjustified killing.
Right. But does that mean that all killing is immoral?
No.
Exactly. So it's the act of homicide that we're talking about, not murder itself.
No, it's act of killing.
It's killing either way. You can have a justified killing or an unjustified killing.
Well, same thing with homicide. Homicide's killing either way.
Yes, exactly. So it depends upon the context in
So why
which
can't
the
you just use
action
the
takes
term
place
killing
that
instead of
allows
homicide?
us to do
If
the
they mean the same thing.
evaluation. So you completely skipped the original
Mental
question.
gymnastics.
How does secularism lead to extinction?
Well, because we can see from the data, JL, that in more secular societies, the birth rate is way lowered, and we're not producing enough children to replace ourselves.
Is that
which
because of
means
secularism, or is
in
that
the
because?
future-
Well, hold
That's
up.
absolutely,
No.
Which means
that's
in the
absolutely
future,
untrue. That's absolutely
Hang
untrue.
on, so we're gonna
You're
get there.
lying.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Is that because of secularism, or is that because of capitalism?
Yes, it's because
No. Hold up. Is
It's
that
because of
of
economic prosperity.
Yes.
It's not because of capitalism. It's because of economic prosperity. Population, so reproduction rates fall in more prosperous societies that have the two primary drivers are access to televisions and B, women with career paths for women. Those two factors combine to drop reproduction rate. The dominant religion or lack thereof is not a factor. What you are suggesting is that secularism is associated with greater social prosperity. In poorer countries where religions do well, they have much higher birth rates. Yes, that's part of the reason they're poorer countries.
Okay, so in secular, would you agree that feminism is attached to secularism?
No.
Really?
Yes,
How
really.
so?
Anybody who has an understanding of basic philosophy understands these things.
Is
Basic
feminism connected to
philosophy.
Christianity?
Philosophy, and like sociology understands these things. No, they're not.
Then why are you guys all feminists?
Who said we were?
Well, if you like transgenderism, that's a feminist ideology.
All right.
Is it?
Okay.
I think you can have. I think you can have anti-trans feminists.
All right. So I'm gonna put him down. I'm just gonna like the anti-trans rhetoric. I know he's desperate to get into that, and Andrew is correct, and I know that you just mentioned that he's trying for that death by moderator is what he's trying to do. The anti-trans rhetoric is not going to apply here. Trans people exist. Trans people are humans. Humans are. It's kind of like an axiom that we kind of hold to, but humans are deserving of the rights and protections of all other humans equally across the board. I don't care about what you do or do not like, Lag. I don't give a shit. All right? You keep going to this point because you have no other points. You can't defend your position is the problem. You've been shown that you were wrong on multiple counts. You have provided no evidence whatsoever that any kind of a God exists. Every fallacy you accuse us of, you have committed yourself, and you have not actively listened to one shred of any of this. The reason I put you in the back is because I'm not going to tolerate your efforts to go into anti-trans rhetoric and your bigotry one iota. It's not going to fly.
It's also anti-science, right? The idea, the idea that trans people have neurochemistry and neuroactivity that is more associated with people of the biological sex that they identify with. That's a scientific result. We can tell that their brains are different. Transgenderism is a real thing, and it's being recognized by societies for at least hundreds of years, if not thousands.
I wish that the conversation not gone into that realm. Obviously, he took it there because he knew he couldn't defend his position, which is why these things often come up with certain apologists that they will. It was getting into the realm of like Andrew Wilson bullshit, which I will not tolerate. The idea that these things like secular humanism fails because it permits things that he personally doesn't like, or that is basically kind of things that are derided by his personal ideology, is not the reason for anything collapsing. Okay, yeah. It's nonsense, conspiratorial bullshit, Christian nationalist rhetoric that holds no water whatsoever. And
you've got to admire the temerity, right? He doesn't believe that evolution is scientific. He doesn't believe that science regarding the age of the Earth or any of the geophysical processes that we observe. But he has the temerity to get up here and argue about people who don't think the sky is blue.
Yeah. It's ironic he's such a transphobe because he was talking earlier about the highest form of love, and objectively the highest form of love is transgender butt play. So I don't know where the fuck he gets off taking such a hypocritical position. I'm disappointed.
Well, I know that Andrew wanted to get into his segment and wanted to get
Andrew,
on that.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
And I apologize too. I know it, and I wish we'd gotten there, but I can't put up with the anti-trans rhetoric shit. I gave him multiple opportunities. He said he understood. He kept trying to push it back there. And notice how one thing, I don't know if he's still listening, but notice one thing, regardless of what Austin said, of what Tony said, of what Andrew said, or what I said, you did not in any way actually defend your position. Learn, you didn't. Lag, I'm gonna call you Lag from now on, because that's what your brain is doing, is lagging. You didn't defend your position. You provided no evidence. You provided no argumentation. Nothing. It was like one apologist, or actually technically not even really, there was a bunch of Hovind in there. Trash stuff that you get from like weak ass apologists and conspiratorial podcasts. You need to broaden your horizons, dude.
It was mostly Hovind.
Yeah. And I will say this. Sparks has a question. If there is no God, where does morality come from? In short, it comes from us, Sparks. But if you have an argument against that, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. And I will take a back seat, and I will let Tony or Andrew. I'll take Andrew or Austin.
I'm going to leave the stream as an act of obeisance to Andrew. Andrew constantly gets talked over and doesn't get a chance to sort of strut his stuff. I feel, especially
Tony. Don't feel bad for. Well, I mean, you could feel however you feel, but like I'm not holding anything against people. I can have whatever hopes I have, but I value what you can bring to the table when people are in a position to properly receive it. I hate watching your fruits be wasted.
Yes, you did, and you did warn me about that in the chat. Though I wasn't reading much of the chat at the time.
We've got between like you, we've got Clive, who I went and looked up for credentials. Yeah. We have some fantastically educated people here.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't leave, okay? I love watching you come on here. There's so much we can learn along the way. When the time's right, I want you to shine.
I know that I'm still guilty of being probably more charitable than I ought be. I know that I am, and I'm glad that I have individuals to call me on that, which is why I welcome them on the stage all the time. I just let me do this.
Your channel is called Bridge the Divide.
I try. I do want to say I wanted to get these real quick. Singer Soul for $1.99. Thank you so much. Said Young Earth Creation is a platinum example of a fairy tale broski. Yeah, thank you, Singer Soul.
100%.
And Singer Soul for $4.99 says, "Do you not think dogs and bears share a common ancestor?" I saw that. I wanted to get to it. We just unfortunately we got run over. And same thing with bears and dogs share a common ancestor. Was also with sea lions, seals, stuff like that, and how we know the hyena is more closely related to the cat than it is to the dog. And Singer Soul for $4.99 says, "Think of this as my ticket to see Andrew get into the ring with him. Finish this troglodyte, please, with your full wrath." And I'm sorry we didn't get to that point. He kind of like crashed out with the bigotry, and I couldn't let it fly. But
fair enough.
We do. But Tony, you're always welcome. I'm not upset about that. It was like, I know that I popped there for a moment because we had that line of inquiry. And I thought that we were I know we were getting to the Axiom thing, but the way I assess that is that he needed like things put into really, really simplistic terms to kind of follow along those things. And I know it was taking a while. But I appreciate you. When you jumping in there and getting to that point. So.
Sometimes they need to hear it like that, like that. Now he could play it back, right? Now all the little detail, whatever, you get that on the playback, the guy, the deist, you know what I'm saying? Because Tony laid it out as whatever is as it was, whatever, you got it straight, clean cut, and that's how you got to talk to people. That's,
Yeah, I think it's the thing is, Christians like that guy, they just have a different set of axioms. You can't have logic without a God. You can't have morals without a God. You can't have love without a God. Those are all sort of consequences of the same axiom. And as you say, it's begging the question. Well, but we haven't proved there is a God. Why would I even consider this axiom as essentially valid? So yeah, I was trying to break it down to things that might distill where I thought you were going to, but it was presumptuous of me. Tweed was just saying that his faith in God got him out of a very dark place, and I want to say I'm grateful for that. Good for you, Tweed. I'm glad you're in a better place. And if religion helps you get there, that's fine. There's a misapprehension, I think, from a lot of people that we're trying to take people's religion away from them. That's certainly not my objective here. My objective is to point out where people are being logically unreasonable or I think over-interpreting the Bible or whatever their holy text is. But I'm not trying to take anybody's religion away from them.
Awesome. And yeah, Sparks, like I said, anybody who's a believer, we happen to have any believers that are in the chat, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. The link is pinned in the side chat or here in the live chat. You can use that, and we can talk about what you believe and why. So, and thank you, Tony. If you need to bounce out, but like I said, you're always welcome.
Okay. Well, I will go. I'll just say one thing. The fact that everybody shares broadly shares very similar moral sensibilities, I think is a result of evolution favoring the construction of larger, more durable, and more diverse social structures. And the larger, the more inclusive, and the more diverse our social structures, the better a competitive edge we have. This is what I think, and this is why I think that moralities like the Christian morality that tend to isolate and marginalize particular groups, the sexually expressive, the sexually adventurous, the gays, transphobes, bisexuality, whatever. I feel they're a dead weight because they're applying something that will make us uncompetitive compared to other societies. So that's where I think that morality comes from. But that's a lengthier answer than I perhaps promised. Anyway, I will drop out, and I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Tony. And we do have someone in the back. We have Spark369 in the chat. And Spark, let me know, audio check, let me know if you can hear me.
Y'all are like the 4 horsemen of atheism.
Which one am I? Am I Hitch or am I Sagan? Please say Sagan.
Tony's Ric Flair.
Austin, I would say you're like Dennett.
Okay.
Yeah, you're like Dennett. They left.
I was talking about wrestling, WCW.
Oh,
I don't know what I was talking about.
Spark, we lost you. If you want to pop back in, that's cool. I was gonna just do an audio check to make sure you could hear me in the back before we brought you up, just to make sure there's no audio issues. And if Spark comes up, I'll be more than happy to step back and let Andrew take that, because Andrew didn't get to his point. I feel bad.
I came back up because I wanted to. You guys kept talking about nukes. I think I had a nuke too, but I don't know if we're talking about the same nukes. Are we allowed to talk about our nukes now that lag is gone, or because I'm curious?
Well, I know that Andrew has a linguistic nuke that shuts down going into ignosticism and igtheism.
Okay. Right.
There's that. Apparently, he has another one that I think I knew where he was going with that, but I may have been wrong. What's yours?
The heat problem. We always forget
yes.
the heat problem, man. It's so simple.
Oh, here we go. Spark, can you hear me? Just let me know in the private chat if you can hear me. If you have the audio's okay. Am I coming through? I know Andrew's refilling his coffee at the moment.
Me too.
I know Tony likes the heat problem.
Tony's a sex machine. He's always got a heat problem.
My God, yeah.
We lost Spark again. I know Spark is in the side chat, or is in the live chat here. There he is. Oh, Spark, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Hello.
Yeah, I was just trying to get an audio check to make sure that you could. All right. So you were in the live chat. What brings you up today?
Well, I think it's interesting what you guys do. I think it's and then I liked, and he said, I'm not trying to tear down anyone's religion, and either am I in any way, or try to build up any religion one way or the other. I feel like, I could say negative things and good things about religions. That being said, I'm not sure, where in the place and time for that is. So I like your channel. I think it's actually very interesting. And I think people should be able to debate God and stuff more openly. It makes you smarter. I think you should be able to talk about anything without it getting physical, and most people can't do that, But
I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. So my question that I said in the chat, like, I watched for a while and then I was like, I actually had this question the other day. I asked somebody, but they asked like a soothsaying machine or something. But I was like, I had just pondered about that myself because where does, morality come from just in general, and I feel like religion for a lot of people is what they base their ethics and morals on, and a lot of people have um what is it, cognitive dissonance, you know what I'm saying, like they have a big tear between what they say and what they do and their actions and what they think, so I feel like that causes them strife. But religion is a big reason behind that. Like people think they shouldn't have sex before marriage and then everybody does, and if you've been programmed enough it can cause you some serious issues, so there's good and bad things. But like I said, morality, that was, I struggle with it sometimes because I went through a phase where I really didn't believe in God. And I'm not saying any of you do or don't. I don't know if you're atheist or just agnostic and just against religion, but I went through a period where I didn't believe in God, and morality is just something that kind of brought me back to believing in God because it was hard for me to see like charitable events given from people who were like more, I don't know, this might be atypical. And I'm not trying to say this as like an inroad.
No, it's cool, man.
But like Christian charities are like the biggest charities in the United States, and I can say that because I used to be homeless, and I didn't see a lot of Muslim charities or Hindu charities, and maybe it's just because of the population, but it's like just even more than like an atheist association. Like I see a lot of Christian charities, and that's like one thing good I can say about them,
Mm-hmm.
So I see a lot of morality that comes from religion, and I see a lot of good ethics that are placed around things. But Westernization of the world might not have even been a good thing, So maybe our morals are askew. Who knows, But I just ponder, like I said, if and you guys can. Somebody said one thing to me in the chat, but I mean, you can give me like your better opinion. Like, where does our morality come from? Like. What makes us want to be good people? Is it not the angel on our shoulder, or is it the nurture?
You're spot on many points.
So I'm going to pass this. I'm going to pass this over to Andrew because I know he's got it locked in the chamber, and he didn't get to the question that Spark has.
I just figured I'd look up one thing just offhand. So as far as top U.S. charities by revenue, private donations, Fidelity Charitable is on that top list, not religious. Now, you can go ad populum, but then again, you can just look at that as going, well, how much of that's truly based on just religion itself? So you get a lot of observer bias as well. Like if you only notice certain things per se, well, now keep in mind, JL, I'm not sure if you recall my, hold on, actually, I think I can zoom this up here. My PFP off of Discord, if you recall. It's actually a picture of me along the way, where I'm performing on stage for a charity, which is not at all religious based. So, yeah, for the people out there who think it's only coming from one direction, you're only going to see the ones you want to see. So there's lots out there.
There's good examples of that. So
you think I have bias because I was like homeless?
Well, it's not. It's. I mean, they were the ones that helped you, and it's a good thing that they did. That help could have come from a number of different places. So, but you are correct. There are many religions that engage in widespread charitable action. They take different forms. And I don't disagree with that. I think like many groups could be charitable. I don't think I think the point was that it doesn't necessarily have to be religious. So, because there's some enormous charitable organizations out there that aren't religious at their foundation. But your question was about like morality and where it comes from. Like, how do we devise moral statements, moral evaluations? How do we as individuals determine a thing to be either right and wrong, good and bad, moral and immoral? So where does that come from? And I was going to let Andrew jump on that as to explain like how these things are, how we derive these things. How are you on that,
Andrew? I would like to take a stab at it.
Sorry, I missed the last half of that, AC.
I said, if you don't want to, Andrew, I can take a stab at it.
Oh, you want to take a swing? Go for it.
Okay, so like I said, you're spot on many points. I think my model of where morality comes from is not only going to explain just ethics and morals in general, but also even religious ethics and morals, because I think that at a certain point in hominin evolution, religion was an evolutionary advantage for members of the human species to have. It allowed them to form tribes of larger sizes that allowed them to outcompete neighboring tribes. Because they were larger, they could defeat them in warfare, they could collect more resources. And one of the ways that religion helped them build these larger tribes was giving them this common watchful deity, so that you could interact with somebody you don't know and still trust them enough to form relationships, to trade and barter and cooperate. So that is where I think both the religious morality and human morality comes from. It comes from evolution. It comes from cooperating as social species, as groups and populations of those species, trying to outcompete other populations. I think it's all evolutionary. It's ethological, it's behavioral and biological. That's the actual substrate of it. And then because we're humans with complex brains, we have all kinds of philosophical ideas about it. But the substrate is biological, ethological, and evolutionary.
Okay, interesting. Well, I definitely agree with.
Yeah, what do you think, Andrew?
I'll wait till I hear what the feedback is from this presentation format first. See how it landed.
I definitely think you guys are smart, and I'm glad I asked the question to you guys. You seem like you have knowledge of everything. So, but anyways, I agree with you. And like, I wrote a paper one time. Like, I took a psychology class, just 101. Who hasn't taken that? Don't get me wrong. But at the end of the class, I had to write a paper and just write like something original. And my teacher wanted to read our ideas, and I had this idea that basically anyone is capable of doing anything in the right circumstances. And then I backed up some of my theories saying, if you were born in an Islamic country instead of America, you probably would be raised Muslim, and stuff like that. But I definitely agree with you that, it just makes me think, do those things stack on top? Like, I think of the smaller tribes who are more away from culture and stuff, and they're like more savage, like less what we would think of as ethical and moral. And maybe that's not right, what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking of like, but I do think that as you get more civilized, as we've gotten more advanced, like there was like a dot that said like, don't touch this dot, like the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not do this. And then they kind of drew a circle around that, and they said, okay, don't even get close to that dot, now like there's this, and that's what they even do with laws, but I hear what you're saying. That's a really good point. But just, I feel like there's like and almost like if you were raised without the nurture, it's like you would be missing some of that, so I get you, but do you guys all not believe in God?
Hardcore atheist over here, man.
Yeah,
I'm a typical YouTube atheist. Don't call me a typical Reddit atheist, because I'm a typical YouTube atheist. God damn it!
I believe, Spock.
I am in a very other category.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you some things that'll make you happy about atheism. As a religious program specialist, when I got out of the Navy, I saw some religious like signs. That's all I'll say, like some things, and it really like drove me. And then like I went to the VA and they put me on medicine, and it went away. So I kind of lost my faith after that, because I was like, I just needed to be on schizophrenia medicine pretty much. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can understand that.
So it drove me away from faith, and I was like, oh, just fuck religion. And you know what else? Religious delusions are the most common type of schizophrenic delusions. So it's like, it's really hard to say, oh, well,
I don't know about that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Well, they told me that because I had some religious delusions, like I said, you know, and they had to tell me that that's.
They're certainly one of the most common.
Yeah. So, I'm just saying, but as I came back to God, you know what I'm saying? The reason I came back to God, I feel like, was because of like social pressures, the social norm. My mom saying, you know, Jesus wants you in his life and people and stuff like that. But I did find a religion, but it really doesn't really have a God to it. I'm a Buddhist, and that they don't really believe Buddha is God, but they do believe in a spiritual world. So I'm not sure how you guys feel about that, you know. But I kind of came to peace with Buddhism because in that religion they can kind of just accept things as it comes. Like their religion can change and science can change with it and stuff.
I think Buddhists are generally pretty based. They're often anti-violence. They're often vegetarians and vegans, and they've got some ideas that I like. I like Sikh too. I'm not completely anti-religion. I think there's some religions that are pretty based, actually. But I don't believe in any of them myself. I think the proposition that's most likely to be true about our reality is that it's a naturalistic, atheistic reality.
Don't you infect my stream with that.
Wow.
When it comes down to it, I do agree that I do kind of have a soft spot for the philosophy behind Buddhism, especially Jainism. There are concepts that I agree with. When you go through religions, I will say there are concepts, especially when it comes to interpersonal behavior, that I agree with. And the big thing that we kind of like, try to like drill down to on this stage is like, where do these things come from? How do we ground them? Why do we see these things? Now, typically, I don't know if you were here, if you were present for the previous guy that we were just talking to, the Learn About God guy, Lag. I don't think it's a great example of a lot of religions out there. I think it's very much kind of an internet trope. Individuals like that are like fundamentally antisocial, bigoted, people who dismiss the existence of others, just really, really gross shit. And what we try to do here, what I try to do on this stage, is walk down and explore why people believe the things they do and use the tools of critical evaluation, and maybe even supply those tools if the person I'm talking to doesn't have them, to assess and evaluate why they are believing particular things, is pretty much what I like to go down. Because I think that my position is that a more informed society is able to make better, more informed decisions. And irrational beliefs tend to lead to irrational behaviors. They have a tendency, not always, but they tend to lead to irrational behaviors, especially in defense of those beliefs. And given that we all exist in this society, our actions impact others, then I think it behooves us to evaluate why we do the things we do, why we believe the things we do, in order to minimize the negative impact it could potentially have on others and maximize the positive impacts that it could have. And so, which is typically why I go after religions. I try to break these things down and use these things. That's kind of the purpose of this channel here, to have these discussions. Now, when it comes to morality, to go back to what you originally brought up, these things are understandable in a completely naturalistic way. Why we do these things, why we make the decisions that we do, why these decisions are not universal amongst all humans, why justification and context are so important, and why these evaluations are stance dependent. And it's exactly what we, in a universe that has no, like, if no gods exist, then these evaluations are entirely dependent upon us doing the evaluations. For example, if you and I, Spark, if you and I were standing on a street and we observed something happening, we observed one guy swing and take a punch and punch another guy in the face. You and I both saw it. The conclusion that we draw based upon whatever priors we have and our stances will determine whether or not we consider that action to be moral or immoral.
Mm-hmm.
If it is the case that we're both operating with the same amount of data, then we could come to the same conclusion. Not necessarily. But if I have more information regarding the context of what's happening, we could come to wildly different ones. The existence of that context indicates that these evaluations we make are stance dependent. They're subjective. They're subjective to the individual doing the evaluation. And that the moral evaluations that you personally make, what you consider to be right and wrong or moral and immoral, is deeply informed by your natural capacity for empathy, how you internalize the experiences of others, and also your formative years, how your parents, your peers, the society you lived in, and your experiences throughout your entire life, which means it's cumulative, which means that 20 years from now, you may switch some of your moral evaluations. You may completely alter because you've had more experiences that inform you about these things. You may become tighter on some things and looser on others. So that's what kind of informs that these things are subjective to us. And the commonalities we see in society are a result of us being a social species, wanting to survive in cohesive groups that generally tend to agree upon the same modes of behavior to facilitate health, happiness, longevity, child rearing. We try to protect these things, and that keeps us alive and keeps our societies going. So, but that's where I come from, is that these things are understood in a naturalistic perspective. We don't need to rely on a God for them. And I dig that you kind of went to Buddhism, because it's supported by a lot of that. Buddhism supports a lot of that. So, but as far as morality goes, it comes from us. Fundamentally, that's where it comes from, which is exactly why it is the stance dependent. It's subjective in its subjective in its application.
Okay, that makes sense. It
Yeah,
definitely is subjective.
You seem like you're not likely to be like our last guest and deny evolution. Like you're gonna find some way to reconcile the scientific fact of evolution with whatever your Buddhist dharma is, right? Like that's what I would do if I were a Buddhist, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll come to terms with this, of course. I'm happy my daughter's an atheist right now, and I thought I'd stump her with a question like this, but obviously, if you're smart enough, you can navigate it.
Yeah. No, and it's interesting because the theist we were talking to just before you is a vehement evolution denier, which is really hilarious. Like he thinks they are related. He thinks if evolution is true, then God's not real. And I think you even said that your kind of Buddhism doesn't even include a God, really, right?
No, Buddha is just a teacher. Two of the top signs of intelligence are mental flexibility and curiosity, and I feel like people lose that as they get older and get more religious. And I know that's terrible to say, but
no, it's there's social science to support that claim, actually.
I mean, the number one thing is pattern recognition, but of course that's necessary for intelligence. But I'm just saying, like, mental flexibility is the capacity to introduce new facts into your brain and change your opinion, and people lose that ability for some reason. It's like that you're getting dumber then, if your opinion's not changing. And then curiosity, I feel like people just lose that, and then they start saying, like, that's the devil, that's evil, don't want to learn that.
It's hilarious how many theists are actually just like the mom from The Waterboy. Benjamin Franklin was the devil. Charles Darwin, he was the devil. Evolution's the devil.
Yeah, but I appreciate you guys letting me on and stuff, and I'll definitely stay tuned. And if you have another argument one day I want to get in, I'll tune back in and jump in, okay?
Oh,
Sounds
dude,
good.
Absolutely. You seem like a pretty based theist. You'd definitely be invited to the atheist cookout, bro.
Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, you definitely had some good points, and he made some really good. I'm pointing, like you can see who I'm pointing at. And the guy above me, this guy right here that I'm pointing at, he had a good introduction too. So you guys all had great things to say,
I see you all
We've had a
horizontally, so
little
I have
bit
no
of
idea what's
practice.
going on.
All right. Well, you guys have a good one.
Yeah, stop by again.
You too,
sometime,
Spark.
man.
Thank you so much. You're always welcome. I do this twice a week, and I also do like created content where I do like response videos and break stuff down. So if you dig any of that, you feel free to check that out and comment where you have questions, and always about trying to extend the conversation. So I appreciate you being
here. I'll think of another good question and come back.
Sounds good.
All right. Take it easy.
All right, sir. Take care. And that is how the conversations should probably go.
That's a pretty good one, yeah.
That's how it goes. No ego involved.
Like my man's saying he values curiosity and cognitive flexibility, and he's wary of cognitive rigidity and inseriousness. Super basic. Like, how many theists come on here and give us that vibe?
Right.
Unfortunately, not that many.
And Krakatoon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. John O'Neill as well. Appreciate you being here. I see a Tawhid Islam is in there as well. Jay, good to see you as well. Jay Patrick, I'm sorry I didn't get to you sooner. And make sure I didn't miss anybody else. I thought I could have sworn there were some other believers that kind of popped into the chat. Let me see. Big Jerry, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Don't say that, Tony, man. You left and things just, was the way they was. The callers would determine that dude was being a dum-dum, you know what I'm saying? And you responded correctly, you know what I'm saying? This guy was cool.
Tony just said, see, I leave and things improve.
this guy was cool, so you would have had a good conversation with this guy. He would have actually enjoyed it. You know how it finished? How Andrew said, I don't want to see your jewels wasted. Guess what? Had you not left, your jewels would not have been wasted. It would have landed with that guy.
Oh, thank you so much, Spark. Spark for $4.99. $4.99 super chat says you win. Thank you so much, bud. We do appreciate you coming up. Thank you for that.
Can always use another W, man. I don't know what I won, but hell yeah, let's go.
Tawhid Islam, you asked a question about the Torah. All I can give you is what the scholarly consensus is that the Torah itself was compiled, edited, and written down in its final form by scribes and priests between the 6th and 4th centuries BCE, during and immediately following the Babylonian exile. The earliest surviving physical fragments of the text were discovered amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those date to the late 3rd and 2nd century BCE. So I know that there's the tradition, Orthodox Judaic belief holds that it was dictated directly by God to Moses in the 14th century BCE. And Moses wrote it down on parchment during the 40 years the Israelites were wandering around in the desert. But the scholarly consensus based upon the dating of it puts it to the 6th and 4th. So it may have been oral tradition that was passed down until it was finally committed because of those fragments. So there's the traditional holding, and then there is the scholarly consensus based upon the evidence that we have. So it's pretty much it. All right. And appreciate that. That was good. All right. So, Andrew, I'm kind of curious.
Yep.
For my edification, where were you going to go with lag? And like, what point did he make that you were going to respond to and detonate on him?
Oh, it's not a question of detonate. It's a question of where the flow could have gone. So actually, I'm going to ask the same question.
It's a very Oppenheimer way to put that.
I've never seen the show. I have zero context. You see, you watch, zero hesitation. It's on the table with me. You know how I roll. I'm going to bounce back the original question I asked, which got the reaction, which kind of, I'm pulling back. Because like I felt like the frustration was building with you, and it just kept going. I am amazed that Tony, I guess through sheer force of personality, managed to power through. I'm like, wow, I have no idea which way this is gonna go. Am I gonna see a rift forming here? I felt the stress, so I can be zen. I can chill.
Nothing could ever come between my love for Tony.
Like I said, I leave a lot of space. I don't make room owners fight for their stage.
Tony keeps me grounded. No matter what he does, he could go off on me. He could go off on you. He could hack the stream and take it over and kick me off of it. Nothing would come between me and Tony. At least in my eyes.
let's just say that I don't feel tempted to tempt fate on that. So at the same time,
no. Challenge me.
I think we're gaining a good rapport along the way. I don't know what license I've earned. So
you've earned much license. Yeah, you're effectively, according to the live chat, and pretty much in my eyes, you're effectively a co-host. So you've got the distinction, and you've got the background on. So you can challenge me with anything. If you're gonna like challenge me on something, do it, because I would be a complete hypocrite if I didn't let like people challenge me other than theists. I would. It would be ridiculous. So yeah, hammer me if need be.
So I'll ask you the question that kind of got the reaction from you at the bad point in time at which it arrived for you, which was wondering where you thought I was going to go.
Okay, so it wasn't the linguistic concept.
Sorry,
it wasn't the issue of linguistics where you were going to attack the concept.
I'm not a one-trick pony.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I am not a one-trick.
That's what I'm saying for my own edification, that's what I'm saying. Go, educate me on that.
Oh, okay. So that was where you're suspecting I'm
right. Yeah.
Going. Yeah, I am so not a one-trick pony. Never expect me to I don't just beat a dead horse there. This is down to the epistemics. The thing is, we watched him never. I hate to say it. I watched a dog walking happen. He ran you through every rabbit hole, and he was allowed to. You did the bad thing again, all y'all. You let him walk you through every rabbit hole, owning nothing.
Well, in our defense, you are right. You are right. I'm not going to argue with you on that. But in our defense, and to say the tactic goes, we can successfully walk through every one. And in the exercise, he winds up pointing out how every time he enters a rabbit hole, we can counter that, and he has to immediately switch to something else until eventually he has no more rabbit holes to run to, and he winds up degrading into bigotry, ad homs, insults, preamble, and meta narrative. So it kind of worked. Although I will say
that's a victory.
I will say
won in his mind.
I will say I'm kind of preaching to the choir. I'm kind of preaching to the choir on that. In a sense, in letting him do that, and letting him put his intellectual dishonesty on display, and showing that he has no moves to make, and let him just dance around in pigeon chess, by letting him do it, I'm kind of preaching to the choir on that. But I think it's important to get on the record. So I see both sides.
It's not quite the win though. See, the thing is that you're starting to address a point. Each of these is starting to address a point, but it never hits a land on any of them. The topic shift is permitted before any of them land, which is why none of them are a kill, and why he comes full circle. That's why he also looped back towards evolution as Tony was coming in. Right. So we started to circle back at the same thing of he puts out the challenge, and in some of the phrasing, which I wanted to address earlier, was where he, of course, was wanting you to go through the full explanation of the full scientific chain of everything. It's all you're going to be doing is you're going to be repeating everything that all of science has literally done.
Right.
Rather than pin down the actual entirety of what the field has accomplished. I asked a question that got lost quickly on him, which was wondering that this has all been addressed by every scientific field at all related to this. Every single one of these. What does he think he has versus anything else? Now, that was just one aspect I wanted to pin down on, was finding out, hey, this has been done by everyone. Every single point, I'd have had them here. I had the list of them actually up on my screen, which are the 6 points of the scientific, theory that are gone through. And you walked through some of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's yep, validate, go against it, try to prove it wrong. Get the mounting thing, create the premise. Yeah. Where did it go wrong? And wait for an answer. I'd have challenged him on that. It's well, you're saying it wasn't done. Oh, it's how much do I have to do with this whole process? Which part of this do you think the scientific community didn't do? Which one? And that's not going to get a good answer because they do the work. We know the scientific community does all the work. But my real question, the real one, was on that existence thing.
Okay.
As soon as he brought up logic and all of that, that's the thing. At this point, we were on the defensive the whole time, trying to defend what it is, how we have access to everything else. The topic of God is long gone as of here.
True. Yeah, he was distracting away from it. Agreed.
Yeah. And it was a full chain through morality, through everything else.
I'm surprised.
Point.
I'm surprised we didn't get to knowledge. I was expecting knowledge next. I really was. So
whatever gets the job done, and if it's down to like this is like wearing down your opponent, little just annoying jabs until the frustration is allowed to set in, and death by cop. And then he gets what looks like the frustrated, angry atheist is what he gets to walk away with an image of. The point I'd have pinned on was that very existence thing, which is, well, you say you have a thing. I was holding up my bowl at that moment, just waiting to see if I had a moment. It's like, you say you have a thing. Here's how I have a thing. Observe its thingness. See, there's no.
Dude, that's a fucking thing right there.
I know. It's a cool thing. I have whatchamacallits and thingamabob. I got 20 of those.
I have a thing too. Sorry. No, go ahead.
I know. No. What's that? Oh, and the hammer is my penis. Those who know. Yeah.
The hammer is my penis.
Exactly. So, this is down to, we let the very existence thing slip out right from under us. It's down to the justification. You say you got a thing, and he's going to have a whole bunch of properties about it. And we never hammered that. That's where that's where it is. It's, you've got a thing. What do you think you can say about a thing? What, like, it's rectangular. Weighs more than this thing. See, I'm starting to be able to say some things. What has he got to say about his thing, absent a demonstration? It never should go beyond that. Faith.
You know what I think gets me though, Andrew, is like I really am genuinely trying to be correct more than I'm trying to be right, and that compels me to want to share the data I know and answer these questions when he's throwing things out and defend evolution when he's really not actually curious about it. And like you say, he is just trying to keep God out of the hot seat. But yeah, I get it. It's a fair critique.
Well,
for sure.
Evolution could be brought to a close. The thing is like he keeps changing where the onus goes. It was, for instance, putting on JL about having him literally break down that the scientific process is followed. And like, I have to read you the whole dictionary, in order to, it's like, where do you think the scientific community didn't do this? That's like literally down to defer. This is a great time to defer. It's, they've done all the work. Which step are you accusing them of not having done? Find one. And if he fails on any one of those, it's down to the, well, I don't think you're doing any of your homework then. See, if he fails on any of them, it's like, why are you going to waste our time for more? You failed on that one. So that's the thing. It's like he put this entire discussion on the defensive, and he put nothing on the table. So he's got to put stuff on the table. So if he says he's got a thing, why do you think you have a thing?
Let's do your thing, buddy.
Say about it.
Whip it out. Whip your thing out.
Yeah.
Or maybe don't. Sorry, Gail. I shouldn't tell.
Where things can go.
I shouldn't tell people to whip their thing out on your live stream, huh?
Hey, if you want to walk into that kind of ambiguity, so.
No, that's insightful. Thank you, Andrew.
Hey, just remember, this is a family show.
Not a show for making families.
Oop.
I'm scrolling down to just make sure that.
Hold on. You just hit Major Echo. Hold on. Jail, speak.
Test, you're muted. Test.
I muted myself, so I think you're just echoing. I'm not sure if. Hold on. Try again.
Test.
Again.
Test.
Oh, sorry. I think. Oh, you just unmuted in.
I muted myself in Discord. Yeah. Sorry.
You looped on me.
Sorry about that.
Okay. I was like, am I crazy? Well, I may still be.
And Punta de Les, good to see you. Punta de Les points out we need a manipulative asshole on the panel who can mud wrestle and force them to engage. Yeah, nice. And Punta de Les points out it's also infuriating how JL and everyone on the panel explains in good faith, but they just shut their ears and sing la 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 la. I can't hear you. It's very true. And 100th Monkey would like to say my thing has been out the entire time. Are we talking about the same thing? We just might be. And I wholly agree with you on that, Andrew. Like again, I may have fallen victim to my charitability to letting that go on. I was trying to ensure that I don't get to the position where I hate having to mute somebody, but in order to allow someone to talk and his incessant interruption of people, we've dealt with it before. But I guess I was trying to go the simplest, like baby step it towards a position when I think it become more than obvious. I was sitting there asking myself, has it become more than obvious that it is pointless having this conversation in the way it's going? But, we may touch on things that are important that some people in the live chat may not know. So I guess like long division, I like to show my work.
Yeah, it just needs to hit a close before you get the topic jump. That's the thing.
Right.
None of them.
I only did it once. I held him to, okay, stop, correction, acknowledge what the correction that I just gave you. And he was like, okay, yeah, you corrected me on that. And I was like, okay, now we can move on to the next thing. But I only did it one time.
Which topic was that on? I got a little blurry.
Yeah, so did I a little bit. I just remember the one time that I held him to that. When it was son of a bitch. I can't even remember specifically what it was. I just remember one time that I made him stop and acknowledge where he was wrong. Because I gave him the information. He was like, oh, okay, yeah, you corrected me on that. I'm like, okay, great. Now let's move to the next thing.
But not that whole topic, I'm betting.
Yeah, it was just that one point. I should have done it more.
Very unsatisfying.
I should have done it more. But I kind of
filling.
Yeah.
It's like bad beer.
And thank you, Spam. I appreciate that. JL is in the unenviable position of needing to be both speaker and moderator, which is why sometimes I need to take a seat back and just kind of like hang as moderator, let other people talk. I know that conversation went on for quite some time between me and him, and just kind of the way it susses out when you're doing something live. It started out okay, but I think that there's definitely merit to what Andrew was talking about, like holding his feet to the fire and when we drawing it to a logical terminus instead of just letting him jump to something else without resolving that first issue. It needs to be a focus. And I'm going to do better in ensuring that I do that going forward from here, ensuring that if we're on a point, we're going to finish that point before we jump to something else. Because I do know multiple times you, Austin, Tony, and myself pointed out to him that you're jumping to something new. Is like we're on this one topic, and then all of a sudden we give a rebuttal that you can't that you have no response for, and you immediately jump to something else entirely. And we're like, and I saw him doing that, and we all called him out on it. It was a matter of keeping his feet to the fire and bringing it to a logical terminus. So,
yeah, that's where it kind of comes to mind for one of those earlier conversations we just had directly. Quite some time ago, which is some of these people, they're willing to jump topic to topic. They don't have to worry about where they're going to be because where they want to be is going to change, like the goalpost shifting around. And the thing is that some people think, well, that's going to be an odd, mountain to, a hill to die on. And it's like, but they're not intending to die on the hill. So the trick is You know, it doesn't matter where you are. See, they didn't choose to die on this hill. But I will follow you to this hill, and you're not getting off. Pick whatever hill they pick, make sure they don't get off. There is no escape from this hill. This is where
it scared me a little bit. Ooh, I like
yeah,
it.
it's good. I'm the progenitor of the argument from baseball bat.
I like it.
And Punta de Lesvis is imagine arguing with an actual geophysicist about the age of the Earth. You got to admire the baseless confidence of these young Earth creationists, right?
Peak Dunning-Kruger top left, for sure.
So top left, it's literally fallen out of the graph.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm loving all the wordplay, because I do kind of think that a religion is a lot like a thing, in that it's okay to have a thing and to even be proud of it, but it's just a little rude and inappropriate to always be whipping your thing out and trying to shove it down other people's throats.
The billboard I saw said about shoving it in children's faces.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm quite familiar with the meme context.
Oh, let me see here. Don't have anybody popping into the room at the moment. Nobody in the back. Hopefully, I'd like to get one more conversation in before we call it. Take advantage of the number, the good number of people we have in the audience, and I know we had a little bit of a spike there for a moment. I think other chats were letting out, and so some people popped over here. And Geo Sam, good to see you. If I didn't say hi before, thanks so much for being here. It's got to be at least one more. One more. I put out some feelers to some of the groups to see if there's anybody there. Yahweh loves dick skin, so it makes sense. That's true. Maybe that's why there's so many dicks that argue for it. Let's see. Nope, nobody there yet, so I'll give it a moment. Wow. I'm so aggravated. I wish that had gone better. I really do. I wish that had gone better. Thank you so much. 100th Monkey, who has become a member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much for that support, Monkey. And, of course, enjoy all the custom emojis I've made for you. And, of course, the channel badge. The channel badge, which is designed after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a member here, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? I appreciate it. So thank you for that support, bud. And if you, too, are interested in being a channel member here, channel membership is only 99 cents per month. It's pretty much what I value my content at. And those memberships, the more we get, they unlock new emojis. I have a Krakatoni emoji just waiting to be unlocked. So the more we get, the closer we'll get to unlocking that fresh emoji. So I really want to get that one out because it looks really, really cool. So I'm excited about that one. But appreciate that, Monkey, for that support.
Nice.
And how close am I? Now I'm sitting here wondering how close I'm getting. How close am I getting? Let me go to the studio, and I'll double check this. Just as far as 15,000, because I know I'm on the verge of 15,000. I am 34 away. I am
great.
34 subs away from 15K.
That's so lit. Congrats.
34. So close, 34.
You'll be there in no time, man.
I'm hoping.
Next stream.
Fingers crossed.
Or this stream by the end of this.
Little closer every time.
You know? I don't know, man. I was thinking the other day, like our consciousness and our brains, it's kind of like when you code, right? You see that black screen, nothingness, right? And it's a console, basically. You enter the code, you know, and what comes out? A website. Something that isn't the code. You look at the code and it's raw form, it's just data. But it gets projected somehow and it becomes a website. I'm thinking our physical composition has some sort of correlation to that on a physical level.
Here's a thought for you. What's a website without a web browser?
Well, the web browser would be the brain. Well, the
You
console.
see, the
would be the
code
brain.
isn't everything. See, the code isn't everything. That code is
No.
only part of the thing, part of the
The
process.
console. You need the console to input the code. You can't even turn the
not just
computer
that.
on without the
You
console.
need the browser to have the page do anything or be anything.
No, I know that.
You see, that's the thing. It's
No,
like
I know
it
that.
takes
That's
a
the
lot.
brain.
Well, it's not just the brain.
But the operating system is who you become in life. Andrew is the operating system. You understand? Andrew is the Microsoft Windows. You understand what I'm saying? That got the browser and all that.
Yeah. As opposed to,
You see what I'm saying?
you're looking at a subset of the operation of things. But
It's like there's very valid comparisons that could be made between us and not just machines, right? But CPUs, computers, and how that works. And it's fascinating, man. We're literally like machines, you know?
it's a process. We are processes.
Organic.
That's what it is. We are processes. Now,
Yeah.
every time we talk about a thing, circulatory system, process, cell duplication, process. So look at in bacteria, mitosis. These are all processes.
Natural
So
process.
everything is just a contextualization that we're using.
But
So
like,
language
Hmm.
is a contextualization
yeah.
of a large number of different processes. So that's just how we use language. Period. Is even that itself.
See, but
with the content of word. See, I say a thing. There's vibrations going through the air. It hits a microphone. It gets basically encoded, sent across the internet.
Oh, we
comes
got
out a
someone in the back.
speaker.
What's going on, Razor? Going good. We're just doing a live stream right now. Bringing up believers, talk to them about what they believe and why. We've had a couple. We've had a good conversation. We had a conversation that turned to like dog shit. But I'm using the voice chat here to funnel people towards it. Let's see.
New
Clive Wells.
PFP. Didn't recognize for a moment there.
Clive Wells says, "Don't think people should be compared to any Microsoft product." Oh, that's a good point. Microsoft.
Actually, that would be entirely, entirely accurate when you get down to it. See, Microsoft Windows, as it were, actually, for all the bugs that it had, in order to maintain backwards compatibility, Microsoft ended up having to fix the original bug per se, but replicate a lot of those bugs' effects in order to not break a lot of existing products. So when you take a look at how much junk DNA we've got, okay, we're definitely a Microsoft product. Sorry. It's a miracle this thing's still running, okay?
That's amazing, right?
Yep.
We got like an OS. Like you see, your body is the computer, Andrew's the OS, and your consciousness is the console image that the coding projects out. You see what I'm saying? You're a CPU.
Close.
System 32.
Close. We are the machine in the sense where the machine is capable of producing what we consider an identity. Now, if you consider, for instance, a dead body to be no longer the person, there's a question about the fact of a machine needing to be running versus the machine having, still being intact. So there's a little bit of a distinction to be drawn there. But as far as the machinery, you are the machine. Now, the question is the machine running, or is there going to be no new output? So
I feel like once the code exists, it exists, right? You could put Windows in anything. You could get a new machine and put Windows in it.
Yeah, but would it be you?
I mean,
that's where identity comes in.
That's
So-
where consciousness comes into play, right? Because
Not-
that's what I'm saying. Consciousness
right.
has limits.
Not
And
even.
memory.
Here's a thought for you.
Memory.
Here, imagine this. Imagine all of a sudden, all of my machinery stops, right? For a period of time. And then, by whatever process, we kickstart it again. Am I me?
Maybe not, but even right now, if they put you to sleep and you wake up 20 years from now with no recollection of what happened, are you?
Identity is granted. That's what we do when we grant continuity. When we find a familiarity, a reason to grant something as being a thing. If we go full ship of Theseus, by that definition, nothing has actual identity per se, because at any moment of observation, change will have occurred.
Identity is perspective. I mean, more so than anything, right? I mean, your perspective is what grants you your identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't even get to the point of identity until you've established perspective.
Well, perspective is what you're using. You're applying a scope and then granting identity to a scope. The same way, if you look at a car and you think wheel, I've now granted a car seemed to be a whole thing a moment ago, but now I'm conceptualizing components. So I'm granting identity, and then I'm granting color. Every time I look at, well, wheel is silver and black, I'm now differentiating regions of a thing based on color. So I can combine things like the whole tire is both the wheel and the rim that it's on, for instance. So I just created 3 new contextualizations. All identity is granted.
Granted, but it's like you don't even get to the point where you can form an identity until you've successfully developed your perspective, right? Like, say a baby, right? The baby doesn't have an identity. You know what I'm saying? The baby's just who the guy, you know?
Those does.
But it does have perspective. A baby doesn't know its name, you know? A baby, infant's not going to say, Mommy, my name is what you named me, you know? But
Yes,
they do have perspective.
Yeah, here's the thought. Perspective comes to you forcibly. When you look at the cogito, this is, I think, therefore I am, and then the understanding of the fact that we seem to be inundated with sense data. Babies seem to figure out light and dark real fast. Like, oh my God, bright, put me back. That was day one.
Perspective.
Yeah, we have perspective for the moment.
Not identity.
Actually, it's hard to say how much before being born we have perspectives. There's some people who supposedly have memories of being in the womb. I don't know exactly how that pans out, but baby screaming the moment, bright light, and it turns its head away from whatever direction the light's coming from.
Perspective.
Yeah,
on the left.
perspective comes automatically. Everything else is contextualized from there.
Everything comes after, right? I mean, you have to have successfully undergone the developments that are necessary for your brain to emerge and consciousness to emerge, and you have to grow to a certain point to where you can even activate the memory and this and that. Memories only go but so far back. You understand? So it's literally a process. It's almost like a computer starting. You see what I'm saying? Everything has to, resolve and open up, and then once it starts, you could go from there. But I don't know. It's crazy. Like when you look at how this all works, it's clear that something else is happening. I don't know. To me, like I can't say it's clear, right? Because I don't have the proof, right? But like in my opinion, right? I could say that, in my opinion, it seems to me like something more is going on in this reality. Like the fact that we are not our flesh, you are not your flesh, Andrew. Andrew is an emergent property from the carbon that came together to make you.
That depends. When you say I'm not my flesh, that does depend about how much the machine has to be currently running. Whether I lose identity if I, quote unquote, die on the spot. Like if the machine stops, how long do I have to be stopped for before I lose identity?
Oh, well, I mean, ultimately, your identity was never your body. You see what I'm saying? You had to emerge and emerge in things.
There's two things. Here's the two things. There's what I think my identity is, and then there's the identity you assign to me. Do I stop being me in your eyes if the machine stops?
No, I'm saying
there's two people involved. How I view myself and how you view me. So if my machine stops, do I stop being me? Like, is the
I'm
body not me
speaking.
anymore?
I'm speaking like objectively outside of the confines of a person's opinion, right? Like you
Oh
are.
no, that's not a
If you
thing.
if
That's
you
what I'm
pass
pointing out.
like say if I drop dead right now, right, and someone who never met me, right? If I
Yep.
drop dead right now, someone who never met me and has no access to anyone who ever knew me, my flesh is not named J Money. They will never know that my name is J Money. You understand? Nothing about my flesh indicates to them who my character eventually was and is no longer.
Yes, to them, they had nothing to base it on to begin with. Now,
That's
take a
what I'm
person who
saying,
does
yeah.
know you. So let's take the other person. They know you. Machine stops. Is that you?
Well, I mean, that person knows you, so they have the things that became you, the invisible things that are not physical, that are you. They have that. They have that memory. That memory has affected them and their psyche and their mind and their memory banks. You live
Well,
on in that.
they remember, but are you? Is the body there you?
Well, no, the body is always carbon material. My body, your body, everybody's body.
Okay.
It's just carbon material.
So what is the you then in this picture for you?
This is what I'm saying. There is no there's no substantiative me, right? I'm an emergent property of my mind, which is why I feel like there's a deeper process of life going on through the mind. Like the mind is the mechanic. The mind is necessary to process all of this. Without the mind, which coincidentally works like a brain, like a CPU, like, it's without that, none of this happens. Just like without the brain of a CPU, you can't even turn the thing on to even code it in the first place to get it going. And
Okay,
coincidentally,
so your identity is attached to the ongoing mental process.
I guess you could say that, but the mental process is really the mental process to me is still something that is in question, right? Because we don't really know, like, okay, science, it gives us models to explain how things work. It doesn't give us models to explain what things are. So it'll give me models to tell me how my brain works and these impulses and these signals and all of that, but it doesn't tell me what it is, like how what why did this happen, right? If there's a why, or if it's all just natural, or is that just all we can extract out of the the fabric of reality? There are things that earlier when we spoke, you said the universe could be brimming with life, but we don't know because we don't got the tools to see. So as much as we know, we can't even see far enough to know what's going on. For all we know, there's an entity staring at us right there, as big as Galactus, who's bending light, and we can't see him because of that. All we know, right? I mean, it's theoretically possible in physics. You can bend light, you can refract light.
Really quick, I want to address this just really fast. I mean, it's another, but Jverse had a question there, and good to see you, Jverse. Is the channel demonetized because I can't send a super chat? I have it currently up on my phone, is where I'm watching it. So if I can go here, I have it currently up on my phone, and it says that you can. So if I were to go there, so it appears to be active on mine, and I can actually go to that's on my phone. I can actually go to YouTube and go to my channel and pull it up. And we'll do that. Yep, still available there on mine. So I don't know what the issue might be. But yeah, it appears to still be available. Not saying that everybody needs to. That'd be kind of cool, but yeah, it's still available as far as I can tell. So I'm not sure what it is, Jverse. So sorry about that. Continue.
Cool.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Just need to address that. That appeared to be an issue. And Spam goes here. Thank you so much for that. Membership Milestone, who's been a member of the Godless Army for a month. Thank you so much, Spam. I do appreciate that support. And if anybody out there, it is a new month. It is June. So if you have a membership milestone and you want to show that off, those are free. You get one free one, and you can put it up in the chat. I'd like to see how long people have been subscribed. So I appreciate that support. And Tawhid Islam has a question. Is J Money, not JL Money, J Money, is J Money Christian? That question's for you.
You know, it's crazy, man. Like, I have a soft spot for Christianity. Like, I probably would tell you no, right? But there are Christians that would say I'm a Christian. It's weird. Like, I don't mean to be confused and none of that, but there's atheists that'll call me atheist. There's theists that'll call me a deist. It's like, I don't know if there's a name to encompass everything I believe. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
There's a little bit of
Jay,
everything.
no offense, you know I love you and I know you all about that bread, but I maintain that you are a deist, amigo.
A deist doesn't believe that a God has faculty of decision making upon.
No, it can. It's just that it doesn't interact with the world.
Or
So
interact
really
with-
quick, J-Verse for $5. Thank you so much, J-Verse. Is I love applying the ship of Theseus to consciousness because of the distinct possibility that consciousness is not contiguous. An excellent point there, J-Verse. So one of those interesting things. But we do have somebody in the back. Earth King. It says, I didn't get the full name, but Earth King, can you hear me? Double checking the audio. Let me know in the private chat if you can hear my audio. Am I coming through? Earth King can hear us. And because you're brand new here on the stage, I want to do a quick secure check. You're connected. You don't need to be on camera to be on stage, but can you flip it on so I can make sure that there's a person there, and then you can flip it back off if you don't want it. Great. That's fantastic. That's all I needed. And Earth King of the Earth.
Good evening.
Or Eco.
Or morning, relative.
Early morning, yes. Welcome to the
champ?
Stage of Reason. It's your first time here, as far as I know. What brings you up today?
Actually, it is the Bible in reference to science.
Okay.
Because it's true, because the Bible is the national history textbook of Palestine. It is not a science book. It is a national history book.
That's atrocious.
Well, I've never been to Palestine. I'm not familiar with their education system, so I don't know how they view it as. I don't know how they view it specifically as like a book. I know that there's a lot of historical claims in it, and I know that there are a lot of theological claims in it. So, but I agree, if you agree that it is not a science book and should not be taken in any way as a science book, because the scientific claims it makes are completely, fatuous.
That's open for debate and not the purpose of this, because that's arguing what forms of science and point of view as far as scientific methods and the local POV of space-time time points in relation to looking at pre-existent documentation.
Well, I think we can say if we go to Jericho, the idea that the sun was stopped in the sky for Joshua, that the sun was stopped in the sky to give them more time to beat the Amalekites, who they were fighting, but obviously that was written by an individual who does not understand that the motion of the sun in the sky is a result of the Earth's rotation. And
unless you consider time technology as a deliberate factor as to how it was done. Time tech.
Okay, so in the story, well, I'm not adding anything to the story. In the story,
The Bible says time technology and time travel as part of the base storyline of the book. That's how Jesus was able to exist before Mary got pregnant, is through time travel.
Is there a mention of Jesus prior to that?
Yes.
Where is the name Jesus mentioned in the Old Testament?
You want one example? It's right there in Isaiah. Other examples, Abraham talking to the bush. Other examples right there in Genesis. God created.
Where was Jesus mentioned, though?
You can start right there, the first verse of Genesis. In the beginning, God, that's Jesus, because Yahweh is Jesus. Because when you translate Yahweh into English, it tells you to behold the hands and behold the nails, meaning that's Jesus. So right there at the beginning of the Torah, Moses tells you Jesus created the heavens and the earth.
No, it's not what it says.
On earth.
It's not what it says.
It does. Open up your Bible, read it. It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Where does it say his name, though?
God. That's a rank. God is not a personal name like Frank, George, Jim. God is a rank, like king, emperor, overlord. It's a rank.
That is not where biblical scholarship goes with that.
It has to do with heraldry.
Okay.
That's why it's a kingdom.
Where does it mention Jesus at all? Like that name, Yeshua.
Right,
it doesn't
Yahweh.
mention that. It doesn't.
Yahweh is Jesus.
That's something that came.
That's
something
Jesus.
that came. That's something that came afterwards.
No.
When the Torah would when the first 5 books were written.
Before the Torah, Yahweh still existed as the eternal high king of Canaan, later called Palestine.
Yes, but the problem is that the concept of Jesus.
You just admitted Jesus was the king, eternal high king of Canaan before Palestine existed. Therefore, you have admitted that Jesus existed before Mary got pregnant thousands of years after Abraham became the last king of Canaan and Jacob became the first king of Palestine.
No, that is not what I admitted at all.
Because Melchizedek told you that he was.
Okay, you've got to be quiet because the run-on stuff is not going to work here. Number one, the books of the Torah predate Christianity by many centuries. There is no mention of Jesus.
The Christians
I'm not done talking. The Christians came up with that stuff way after the fact. So
no, it's a continuation of the Hebrew religion.
No, it's not. That is something that Christians have made up. You've got to let me finish speaking.
Part of the royal line of Joseph.
There is no mention of Jesus in Isaiah.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't. He is not mentioned by name.
Oh, you never heard the line that goes, and what is his name and what is the name of his son?
Emmanuel.
Bam, right there. You have Jesus.
It's not Jesus because Jesus' name was not Emmanuel.
Yahweh is the son. In the original Hebrew religion.
Okay, I'm going to nip this right here because here's the big question.
For the father of Yahweh.
Okay, so you're still talking. You are muted right now. Nobody can hear you. All right.
It's still the answer.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the heart of this thing. We're not gonna go to the theology because the theology is pointless. We're gonna go to the heart of it. How do you know that the God exists?
It's easy. If you go to Genesis chapter 10, verses 3 through 5.
How is that not begging the question?
Hold on. I'll explain.
How is that not begging the question?
This is your answer. You wanted your answer. I'm giving you your answer.
No, you're begging the question. I want to know how that is not begging the question.
It is. Just let me answer your question, and you will understand when I get done giving you the answer.
So it is begging the question.
It's answering your question. You asked, how can I prove God exists?
That's not what I asked. No. Going to the Bible, it is logically possible that no God exists and the stuff in the Bible is entirely made up mythology. That's logically possible. Would you agree with that statement?
I do not agree with that statement because there is.
I asked if you agreed with the logical possibility. No,
there is no possibility.
I asked if you agree. I want you to answer the question that I asked.
There is 0% possibility.
Is it logically possible? Where is the contradiction?
0%.
Where's the contradiction?
The contradiction is the fact of the proof of time technology in the Bible showing you, and that
the Bible could be entirely made up, entirely mythology, and the Christian God does not exist. Where is
are not Islanders? They lied about Islanders.
Okay, you've got to actively listen and answer the question that I am asking you. Okay, the crashing out is not going to work. I don't care about the claims that the Bible is making.
Is a lie that there is.
Okay, so he's still yammering. All right, so for the theological claims to be true, theology being about the study of the nature of the God would first have to exist. If you're pointing to the Bible as evidence of its existence, the Bible is the claim. In order for those things to be true, like you point to the Bible as being evidence, but that assumes that the God exists for it to be evidence of that God. So pointing to the source of the claim,
want the answer. You just want to
pointing to the source of the claim is not evidence for its existence.
You just want.
So I want you
to
show me How do you know that the God exists without begging the question?
You refuse.
Without begging the
You
question,
refuse to-
because you pointing to the Bible is
You
begging
don't want
the
to listen.
You pointing to the Bible is begging
You
the
want
question.
control.
You
You
pointing
are
to the
do-
Bible is begging the question. Okay?
I'm curious.
disingenuous.
So
You refuse to
hold-
actually
hold-
listen to the answer.
So
because you're begging the question.
I'm curious where he wants to go with it. Let's just find out where this is. So, where exactly are we expected to look?
Genesis chapter 10, verses 3 through 5 in your
Hold
King
on.
James Bible.
Slow
It
down.
very clearly delineates.
Slow down. I need.
Sorry if I'm going too fast.
Yeah. Stop. Chapter and verse, please.
10, verses 3 through 5.
10, 3 through 5. Okay. Now, of course, I mean, just going to I'll go to KJV, keeping in mind that's a really bad translation. But
It's actually the most accurate translation according to the artificial intelligence that actually translates the original into English. According to the AI, the King James is the most accurate.
Yeah. Have you been to
got
seminary?
to stop, dude. Okay, Earth, you've got to stop crashing out, dude.
Earth? Have you been to seminary?
I'm sorry you can't.
Earth?
I'm sorry you can't.
Stop talking. I'm asking you a simple fucking question. Have you
Then
been?
shut-
Have you been to? Apparently, the
Then
self-control
shut
is
up.
not wrong with this one. Have you
And
been to
listen.
seminary?
Listen.
I'm
Okay, I'm
about
going
to read
to put him in the
verse.
back. Andrew,
Yeah.
go ahead and ask your question.
Well, I mean, he's not here to answer it. The question is whether
I'll
he's
bring
been
him
to
up. I'll
seminary.
bring him up to
Oh,
answer
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I get the control aspect. Yeah.
Yes.
The question is has he been to seminary? Basically, all the people who go into really serious biblical studies, they realize that, scholars have looked at the translations and re-looked at and looked at and looked at and looked at, and no. All those experts go to the field. The answer is no.
People looked at the Torah and they saw that Moses said the real
Earth, you promised you would stop. So we're gonna read what he says. Let's. I tell you what. Actually, I'm gonna read it out loud before he comes back. How's that sound?
Yeah, go for it.
Let's just read it out loud.
What is it again? Genesis 10.
Genesis. He said 10, 3. Was it 10, 3 through 5?
And the sons of Gomer. As in
Yeah, I'm
Gomer
kinda
Pyle.
curious. And the sons of Gomer. Okay, so it seems like we're reading off some names here. Sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, which I presume is the origin of Ashkenazi, Repath, and
Riphath and Togarmah. Yeah.
Yep, and the son. So we got a bunch of lineage supposedly here. Okay, and and these were the isles, the Gentiles divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families and nations. I like a confirmation that this is indeed the right thing we're looking at.
Earth. What was the verse again?
Genesis 10, 3 through 5?
Verses 3 through 5.
Genesis
because it shows
10,
that only the
Okay,
10.
Stop
Holy
telling us what it
shit.
is. You said Genesis 10, 3 through 5, correct?
Genesis chapter 10, verses 3 through 5.
Okay, that's all we
read-
need.
How about you read it out for us and tell us what we're supposed to see in that?
Yeah, you read Genesis 10, 3 through 5. Because we have it pulled up. Because what I've got, Genesis 10, 3 through 5, and the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah, and the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families and their nations.
Correct. And you know from your English literature class back in school, when you were learning about Shakespeare, that isles means island. So that's islands of the Gentiles, the Gentile islands, meaning the sons of Gomer and the sons of Javan are islanders. Therefore, they could not have come from Eastern Europe because Eastern Europe is not an island. They
Okay,
lied about
hold up. Fact check. Fact check
wanna-
on that.
Fact check.
Can we
Go ahead.
pause for a
The Ashkenazi Jew
Okay,
comes from the
while
Khazarian
Gail
Empire,
is
from the
fact
steppes
checking
of the Caucasus Mountains. That's the truth. Look it up. The Khazarian Empire
wait,
came from the
is
steppes
that-
of the
is
Caucasus
that-
Mountains.
Hold up.
that-
Hold up a second. Going to the scholarship, the biblical context in the specifically the Table of Nations, the Isles of the Gentiles or the coastlands of the Gentiles is a geographical and ethnic term from the Bible referring to the distant coastal lands and islands of the Mediterranean.
Incorrect. Because
This is
when you
literally
look
from the
at the-
biblical
hold on,
scholarship.
explain.
This is literally from the biblical scholarship.
From the words of the Hopi and the Navajo. Are you ready? There was a Native American tribe called the Anasazi. They were
Okay. We're not going down this route.
Wasn't that,
This guy a Mormon?
I have no fucking clue. But
wasn't that
okay, I'm going to
Anansi?
explain.
I thought it was Anansi, wasn't it?
I'm going to explain one thing, and good to see you, D to the Dubs. Thanks so much for being here. He's been listening to Shane Vaughn. So I'm just gonna go with this. This woo nonsense is not gonna get anywhere. I'm gonna explain one thing to you. First, I have a super chat I have to address. Jessica Transmit Alchemist for 5 Australians says, according to AI, yes, the confirmation bias machine has confirmed my bias. What an incredible and totally unexpected event. Thank you yes, excellent point there, Jessica. I'm going to explain something to you, Earth, really quick. Okay. When I say that you're begging the question, it is a fallacy. Okay. It means that you are assuming your conclusion within your premises. Your argumentation is circular. Okay. It is not logically justified. So that's what I'm talking about.
side of the planet.
If I say
India told you they nuked people.
What the fuck is he talking about?
I have no idea. So
And he's still just ranting. Oh my goodness, the Logorrhea is making it difficult to communicate.
So
Are you not familiar with the Vedas?
I'm going to point out, you keep pointing to all of these various things around the world, and it's not the conversation we're having.
Don't you know about
the conversation we are having? You are not listening is the problem. That's why I'm pulling you off the stage, because you're not actively listening. So I asked you how you know that God exists. You said that you pointed to the Bible. That is not evidence that the God exists. That is evidence of people who believed these notions writing down what they believed. Okay? That's not evidence of a God, because there is no logical contradiction in a God existing.
Refuse to look at the
There
evidence.
is no logical contradiction in a God not existing and the Bible being completely made up. So I want to know, without going to the Bible and begging the question, how do you know a God exists? Without going to the Bible or some other text that explains, how do you know the God exists?
I brought global history.
No, you didn't.
You didn't want to look at it. It's
no,
not.
You didn't. You did
not my
bring
fault.
any kind of history.
You are ignorant of India history.
How do you know that the
It's
God
not
exists
my-
without begging the question?
You are ignorant.
Okay, he's got nothing. So
Yeah,
nothing to say and nothing to defend. Go ahead, Andrew.
Why did he go to India?
I have no idea.
I thought we just had like 3 lines. I thought we just had 3 verses from the King James Bible that he thought was so amazing, but apparently the answers has something to do with India
and the Anasazi, apparently.
But I thought it was the King James. Wait, but those 3 lines were the proof. I thought we had this.
Yeah, I don't know where this is not. There's a point where I draw the line where I think, and I'm not giving a formal diagnosis here, where there's obviously some sort of like dissonance or illness going on.
My money's on crack.
So I'm not, and I don't think it's helpful to make a mockery of people who think in this way. He's not willing to listen. Obviously, he's convinced of his mythology. Sir Equinox 42 points out mythology is not history. Very good point. Darren Delaney points out verbal history equals a dude said a thing. Right? This is not evidence. Joe points out I would have banned this guy in 0.001428 seconds in my chat. Yes, you would have. You definitely would have.
You're slacking. You'd have done it so much faster before. Wow.
He's getting slow in his old age. So, and Sedona, what is this? Sedona, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I have the evidence for God's existence. The proof is in the Christic archives. I seen it. Have either of you heard of what the Christic archives are?
Not a term I'm familiar with.
I'm not familiar with that. No.
Maybe something in the Vatican, but no. Otherwise, no idea.
It's weird.
News to me.
So apparently, yeah. So this is some Belikovsky level shit. Yeah. I'm not. I do. Okay. So Earth. I'm just because you're still in the back. I'm just gonna like yelling at us that we're ignorant and not addressing the questions that we're asking you because you want to gish gallop a bunch of unrelated shit. Obviously, you believe that you are more educated than every person on this panel. Okay, it's obvious that you believe that. I don't think you'll entertain the notion that it's possible that you could be wrong. Okay, because I guarantee you, me, Andrew, J Money, Austin, PhD Tony, when he's up here, all of us, Jay Patrick, doesn't matter. We'll all acknowledge the logical possibility that we could be wrong on things. Okay, we do it all the time. But when we go to get clarification on the things that you're espousing, and you just gish gallop onto some other point that is only connected in like the weird Alice in Wonderland trails of your mind, that's not the way we're going to facilitate a conversation. Okay, so at this point, I'm pulling the reins on my charitability because I feel like we are doing you a disservice by platforming this kind of mental issues, I would say. So I will try to give you one chance.
You love slaughtering children. It's proof by the fact you refuse.
So, okay, we're going to show a second of self-control here. So, if there's any chance left, I think Jay will probably call it based on how you answer the question I'd like to ask right now. So, you said these 3 lines from Genesis 10, 3 through 5, constituted proof of the existence of God. Now, in those 3 lines, the word God does not occur. No description of a thing occurs. No properties that could be assumed to belong to a thing occur. Why do you think this constitutes proof of the God?
The truth of the Zionist invasion of Palestine was laid bare in the Torah by Moses himself. Because fraudulent islanders invaded Palestine claiming to be Jews so they could slaughter the Hebrew children of Palestine. Fraudulent islanders from the Caucasus Mountains that was proven to be fraudulent islanders because Moses wrote about it in the Torah with them being islanders and Gentiles.
What if Moses
was just being... Moses knows 3,500 years before the fact.
Where is God in those 3 lines that you told us to read?
God is Hamas in those 3 lines.
Where's Hamas in those 3 lines?
Moses is Hamas in those 3 lines.
Where's Hamas in those 3 lines?
The truth that the real Ashkenazi is...
You gave me 3 lines. Where do they occur?
Earth. Where is Hamas mentioned in those 3 lines from Genesis that you told us to read?
One logical question. You ready? Name the island the alleged Ashkenazi Jews came from. Because they will tell you they came from the Khazarian Empire.
Where is God mentioned in those 3 lines at all?
Who else but God could show the truth?
So no mention of God.
5,500 years before the fact. Who else but God would know in advance? 55.
Okay. So
to answer this, talking about God.
Yeah, to answer this question, the Ashkenazi Jews trace their roots specifically to the Levant before migrating to Southern Europe. So, but they trace their roots to the Levant. Go ahead.
Not an island. Jerusalem is not an island. Palestine is not an island. The Middle East is not an island. The Ashkenazi are islanders. They didn't.
Where does it say that?
Genesis chapter 10, dumbass. You just read.
No, does it mention the Ashkenazis?
The Ashkenazi is islanders according to the Genesis verse that was just read to you. Did you not pay attention?
So, and the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, okay, Ashkenaz and Riphath and Togarmah, and the sons of Javan, by these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands.
They are the islanders and the Gentiles. According to Moses, the real Ashkenazi has to be islanders. So when you have people from Central Eurasia that are not islanders claiming to be Ashkenazi, by default, they are liars about being islanders because the Ashkenazi is islanders.
Okay, here's the evidence on this. Hold up. Here's the evidence on this.
Reference.
Hang on a sec. The Ashkenazi Jews, his genetic and historical evidence shows that they emerged in Central and Western Europe, specifically in the Rhineland region from around the 10th century, following migrations from the Middle East and Southern Europe. The primary roots of the Ashkenazi Jews involved. The primary roots of the Ashkenazi Jews involved. This is where the evidence is not. This is where the evidence goes. This is where the evidence goes. I'm not going to talk over you. Where the evidence goes, the actual direct evidence, not the claim in the book. The Ashkenazi Jews have deep ancestral origins in ancient Near East Judea. Okay, many of them migrated through or settled in the Mediterranean, particularly the Italian peninsula, before moving north to the Rhine Valley. All right, the Ashkenazi culture, identity, and Yiddish language developed primarily in European river valleys, with later eastward expansions into Poland, Lithuania, and the Ukraine. So, but their ancestral origins are in the Near East and Judea. And they migrated through and settled in the Mediterranean, particularly. That's where that island thing is probably coming from. They migrated through and settled into the Mediterranean area, particularly the Italian peninsula. So that's what that's talking about. Their origins are still in the Levant.
Do islanders come from the mountains of the Caucasus?
No, but people
come from the Middle East.
No, but people inland can still migrate to the island.
Islanders?
No, but people inland can still migrate to the islands.
What island did they immigrate to? What island did the Ashkenazi immigrate to?
I just answered
they attacked Palestine, and Palestine.
I just answered that. I just answered that question.
You said Italy. That's not an island. You said Germany. That's not an island.
They settled in the
Peninsula.
No, they settled in the Mediterranean, particularly.
No, they didn't.
They settled in the Mediterranean.
White people are not islanders.
They settled in the Mediterranean, particularly the Italian peninsula, moving north to the Rhine Valley. So, sorry,
islanders.
No, they migrated to the islands. They migrated to them.
Do you believe white people?
Their origin is not in the islands. I'm going to put you down the stage because you can't shut up. This is I'm going to point this out. I Killed It was pointed out. This is a conspiracy theory. What I am going after on this one is that whenever those were written, those contents were written in Genesis, it is entirely possible that the author of that was not aware of the ancestral origins, of the actual ancestral origins of the Ashkenazi or other Jewish tribes, and was saying that they were coming from the islands, when in fact they were unaware that they existed in the Levant and previously migrated to the islands. Okay? Because remember, information didn't travel back then like it travels today. So some jagoff who is already racist against the other tribes could then use this other group can then look at this other group that's already settled in the island areas and use that as an argument against their validity as Jews, not realizing, because he's completely unaware of the fact that they migrated to those areas from the Levant, which is entirely possible. But in the end, none of this matters.
Does matter.
You haven't demonstrated that a God exists.
It is not an island.
You haven't demonstrated that a God exists.
The Levant is.
God damn it. So, Levantine roots. Genetic studies confirm the Ashkenazi Jews share deep ancestral ties with other Jewish and Middle Eastern populations, tracing back to ancient Israel. That is the genetics. That's the genetics.
They lied about being.
They're not lying. That's the genetics. You can trace that. So, you haven't demonstrated that a God exists. Okay, now you're just appealing to conspiracy, and I have no time for that. So, and Earl points out that this is a Nazi conspiracy theory. Probably, yeah. So, we're just going to go ahead and kick that. There's no point in continuing that conversation.
No, there's nothing coherent coming out there. Yeah.
Well, that was a shit show. And Katie Barber has just got here. Good to see you, Katie. Thanks so much for being here. I tried to be cool, but I hate having to put somebody put down there. But there were times when I took him off the stage and he did not stop talking as though we could still hear him, which is weird. So.
Man, I don't know what y'all are talking about. I was practically almost sold.
I was on the fence, man. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, dude.
Kesplodicus. Nobody tell him Creed exists.
Like those 3 lines that didn't mention God at all.
No,
like magic.
Yeah.
So we've got in the Mediterranean, we've got Santorini, we've got Majorca, we've got Ibiza, we've got Corfu, we've got Rhodes, Capri, Formentera, Zakynthos, Lefkada, Gozo, Elba, Jerba, Ischia, Korčula, Vis, Patmos, Naxos, Kos, Milos. So I mean, come on, there's like more than one island out there. You know, it's like, and predominantly it was off the Italian peninsula, but there were other islands there that they may have settled in. And I'm saying it is entirely possible that some jagoff who was writing that, whoever the author of that was mistaken about their genealogy. And was because they were unaware of it. Because it's not like anybody was tracking genealogy, thousands of years ago to that degree. So it's the same kind of shit. Like the Jews were the Jews predominantly, like the Judean Jews, the ones who consider themselves pure-blooded, were profoundly racist against other Jews for the same reason why they demonized the Samaritans, because they viewed the Samaritans as half-blood, basically half-blood. They were half-blood Assyrian Jews because that empire had taken over that area and interbred with them. So there's a lot of racism that was going on in there amongst the Jewish tribes. So there's no point in continuing on with that kind of nonsense. Thank you for pointing that out, Earl. But it just, obviously the evidence doesn't back it up. If I'm going to say like the genetic evidence points to that they share ancestry with the other tribes, he says that's a lie, then he's just denying reality at this point. So. Fucking weird. Very, very strange. Earl sent me a message. Finish him. Oh, awesome. Thank you for the updated intro. I appreciate that. I'll get that downloaded.
Oh, you got a new graphic to replace this one?
I think so. I think at the beginning of the stream, a new intro. And Earl says that was called the Khazar hypothesis and was promoted by a guy named Wirth, who was a former Nazi scholar in the 50s. Let me look at this. The Khazar hypothesis, or Khazar theory, is a discredited historical and genetic claim that modern Ashkenazi Jews primarily descend from the Khazars, a medieval Turkic empire in the Caucasus region. According to the hypothesis, after the Khazar Empire collapsed, these converts to Judaism migrated to Eastern Europe and became the ancestors of modern Ashkenazi Jewry. Okay, but no. Genetics shows, and that's why it's discredited, because the actual genetics show that they share that ancestry with Jews from the Levant. So it's just like nonsense.
Listen, as the CEO of Antifa, I have to go on record and say, Nazis, not a fan. Not a fan.
Not a fan.
No.
I did not see that coming.
Sir Equinox points out, I have heard of this. Didn't pay much attention to it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not up on all the weird, conspiratorial, Third Reich nonsense. I know there's a lot of bad science and a lot of racism that goes into it. So I wasn't up on that one. I wasn't familiar with it. I don't feel that my life has been bettered by now knowing about it, but at least I'm aware of it and I can counter it if I hear it in the future. I will say that. So
I think we're probably pretty close to Billy Madison territory.
Yeah. And Katie Barber says, weird how so many of their arguments just turn out to be Nazi talking points. Good point. Yeah. Yes, Punta, that was generally some crazy shit. That was definitely off the rails. I wonder how Planet Peterson would have handled that. He probably would have just bounced him way sooner than I did. He probably would have just dumped him once he realized it was basically Nazi. It was Nazi propaganda is what he was talking. It's probably what he was doing.
I suppose if he recognized it, there's having the background. Like I did not see. I have not heard this before, so this is news to me. So
I think all this shit, the anti-evolution, anti-vaccine rhetoric, Holocaust denial, I think it all has deep right-wing pockets. That billionaires are funding right-wing think tanks that uphold creationism. That's basically a confirmed fact. And I'm pretty sure they're doing it on other things too, on vaccines, climate change, all these issues and it helps them maintain political control and capital.
Yeah, actively feeding into or not resisting, I could definitely see as well, if they're willing to fall for this, then I can get away with a whole lot more.
Absolutely.
It's the Candace Owens effect.
Yeah.
Well, Peter Thiel hates democracy, and all of a sudden right-wingers are saying democracy is a bad thing, and I don't think that's a fucking coincidence. I don't think Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson and Tim Pool and basically every single right-wing podcaster being against the right to vote for everybody is a coincidence. I think that all has to do with the ideas that people who fund these right-wing think tanks want to put out into the public, into the information ecosystem, and we're all getting infected with it to some degree.
Yeah. Well, that was a potentially. We're coming up on the 8-hour mark. We're only a few minutes away. It's almost 1:00 here. It may be a bit. I mean, I hate to end it on a fucking Nazi call.
Maybe this horse is dead.
It just might be, but at least we've had some interesting conversations. Actually, before I do, let me. No, it looks like that person who popped in has gone off. There was somebody in the Discord chat who popped in. I was given the opportunity to come over to the live, but apparently they didn't. So Spam says I was 6 hours late. I demand you go 6 hours into overtime. Yeah. But interesting conversation. We had one really solid one with Spark. That was a really good conversation, and we like having those. But obviously the two prior to that, or the one before that and the one after that, not fantastic. But at least we had some conversations. At least we did, and we got a good review in at the very, very beginning. Just breaking down bad apologist takes. So I think with 2 minutes to the 8-hour mark, I think we're in a good spot. Before we do anything, Austin, Jay, Andrew, anything you guys have coming up you want to mention? Or
I'm not a broadcaster, so as far as I'm aware, likely Sunday.
Cool. Yeah, Sunday. Definitely.
Or wait a second. Sorry, Wednesday. I don't even know what day it is.
Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah, this upcoming. Oh, yeah. The 3rd. Wednesday the 3rd.
There you go. Same bat time, same bat channel.
And I got to find out. I got to see what the June June awareness month is. Austin, anything for us?
Arc Encounter protests, and to learn more about that, go to the Kentucky Atheist channel and subscribe.
I believe this is the 10th year, isn't it? The 10th anniversary?
Yep, it's a decade anniversary. Bunch of people coming to speak, including Godless Grandma, Godless Granny, Kelly. She's awesome. And she specifically became an atheist around 10 years ago after the first Arc Encounter protest because of the Arc Encounter protest. And she's speaking again this year, I think. And last year she told her story. It was amazing. And there's several other people speaking, and I'll be speaking too. Should be a good time. It was a great time last year. Last year, we all went out and we protested. We met lots of people, talked, had a great time. And then afterwards, the Tri-State Freethinkers hosted an after party where we all played Werewolf and other games and, just continued to network and talk. And it was a great time.
Sweet. Before I do anything, Earl has sent me something and has asked me to play it. Show Krakatoni's video I sent you, and I will do that now. Give me 1 second. Let me share this. Got it right here. Apparently, so Earl made this for Tony, in case Tony is watching. But I think I caught a little bit of it before as I was pulling it up. So let's check out what she made for us.
I'm very excited. I'm on the edge of my seat here. It's super effective.
Oh, that is awesome. That was fantastic.
Very Oregon Trail. I approve.
That was good. That was good stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, appreciate that, Earl. And I've got the new intro that you sent me. I've got that downloaded as well, so I can bring that into and use that on the next stream. We will be doing this again on Wednesday. Either I will go live at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, somewhere around there, whatever feels right, and see if we can generate some more conversations. See if we can bring some more people in. This would be really, really interesting. Had a really solid audience the entire time, so I really appreciate that. Thank you to all of the super chats and, of course, the channel members, the new channel members, and, of course, the milestone chats. I appreciate seeing those. You get a free one every month, so I love to see how long people have been subscribed. And I couldn't do this without your support, really. Anybody out there, feel free to hit that like button or the dislike button if you didn't like it. Leave a comment because that helps to drive the algorithm. And, of course, if you haven't subscribed, think about subscribing. Hit that bell so you never miss one of these. One of the stage of reasons. I do it twice a week, and you're more than welcome to come up on stage in the future if you're just kind of filling it out this time. So I appreciate that. I am very, 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 very close to 15K. And I know, I think it was somebody pointed out, it's been almost there for a while. It is a slow crawl. It is. I wish it wasn't such a slow crawl, but it is. And here's hoping that conspiratorial guy leaves some comments. I don't get enough hate comments. I don't. But I'm 33 away. I am 33 subs away from 15K. I really hope to hit it. This would be awesome if I did. My birthday is coming up. My birthday is this month. So I turned the big 4-6. So I hope I hit. It would be a cool birthday present to hit 15K beforehand. So I appreciate everybody being here. As always, I am JL. This is the channel Bridge the Divide. This has been the Stage of Reason. We hope to see you all on the next one. And I think I covered everything. Did I, Andrew? I didn't. I got everything right.
As far as I could tell.
Stay tuned for more content. More stuff coming up. So you guys rock. And thank you to Andrew. Thank you to J Money. Thank you to Austin. Thank you to PhD Tony. Sure. Everybody who came up on the stage. You guys rule.
Definitely. Take care, guys.
L motherfucking Warren. Thank you for that.
So I appreciate every single one of you. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all. Say bye, everybody.
Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Bridge the motherfucking divide.
Fucking Nazis, man.